Imagine for a second that you are tasked with coordinating a $500 million hospital build right in the center of a super dense, crowded city.
Right, a massive undertaking.
Yeah, exactly. You have the architectural blueprints, you have the municipal budget, you've got, thousands of personnel ready to break ground. And on paper, you think you are building a hospital.
But you're really not.
Right. If you talk to a master project manager, they will tell you that you aren't building a medical facility at all. You're basically building a fortress against chaos.
Yeah, I love that framing. Because it really is a constant state of siege.
It is, because every single day there's 1,000 invisible forces. A delayed steel shipment or a sudden shift in local zoning laws or, I don't know, an unseasonal week of just torrential rain.
Right, the things you can't control.
Exactly. And they are actively trying to tear that building down before the foundation is even poured.
And the people who manage those projects, they don't have the luxury of just, hoping for the best. They have to actually quantify the unknown.
And that brings us to what we are doing today. Welcome to our deep dive. I'm your host, and today we are opening up a rather unique document that serves as, a Rosetta Stone for exactly how elite professionals anticipate and ultimately conquer that uncertainty.
I'm really excited about this one.
Me too. So we have the source material here, and we're looking at a full practice exam, specifically Chapter 9 from the Study Manual for the Project Management Institute's Risk Management Professional Certification, the PMI-RMP.
Which sounds incredibly dry on the surface, I know.
It does. It sounds like a textbook. But our mission today is not to study for a test or, cram vocabulary words.
Right. We're using this document to decode the actual architecture of the unknown.
Exactly. Because whether you are building that multi-million-dollar hospital or rolling out a massive software update or honestly just trying to organize a complicated international family reunion.
Which can be just as stressful.
Oh, totally. You are dealing with risk. You are managing the exact same chaos.
Yeah. And what stands out immediately when you look at this material is just the sheer intensity of the parameters set by the exam itself. I mean, it's a 2.5-hour pressure cooker.
2.5 hours. Just brutal.
Right. It's 115 questions, but here is the real psychological twist. Only 100 of them are actually scored.
Wait, really?
Yeah. 15 questions are just these unscored mysteries scattered throughout the test to evaluate future metrics. And the test taker has absolutely no idea which is which.
Oh, wow. That's genuinely evil.
It is. You need 70 correct to pass, so it really is this exercise in, endurance and psychological stamina.
And the source material highlights that these scenarios, they're split perfectly equally across 3 totally different environments. You've got predictive approaches, hybrid approaches, and agile approaches.
Which mirrors the real world.
Exactly. It's not just a textbook on theory. It is a mirror reflecting the incredibly complex, fragmented reality of how modern work actually gets done.
Yeah.
But I actually want to start by looking at the baseline assumption of this entire field.
Okay, let's do it.
Because when I think of a project manager, I picture someone whose job is to push things forward, right? Build the thing, launch the code, get it done.
The driver.
Right. So why would anyone voluntarily dedicate their career and subject themselves to this grueling certification purely to focus on risk? I mean, it sounds exhausting to just constantly worry about what could stop the thing from being built.
It does sound exhausting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you view risk management purely as, institutional pessimism.
Right, just being a downer all the time.
Exactly. But that is the fundamental misconception we have to dismantle right away. The people operating at this elite level, they understand that risk management isn't about being a doomsayer.
Okay, so what is it about?
He's about structuring the future before it happens. I mean, if you don't map out the shadows in the room, you can't confidently walk across it.
You're just blindly walking.
Right. You'll just stumble around in the dark, reacting to every single piece of furniture you bash your shin against.
Okay, I like that. So let's look at how they actually map those shadows. Because our source material provides this incredible roadmap right at the beginning. It's a breakdown of the exact anatomy of project risk, laid out in strict percentages.
The 5 domains?
Yes, the 5 distinct domains. So risk strategy and planning makes up 22% of the focus. Risk identification is 23%. Risk analysis is 23%. Risk response is just 13%. And finally, monitor and close risks is 19%.
And, the weighting of those numbers is where the true philosophy of risk management, really reveals itself.
How so?
Well, if you connect this to the bigger picture of human psychology, those percentages are actually deeply counterintuitive.
Yeah, let's combine those first two domains, strategy, planning, and identification. Together, they make up 45% of the entire discipline.
Almost half.
Almost half of the entire effort of risk management is spent before any analysis, and certainly before any actual response even happens.
Right.
To put that in perspective for you listening right now, imagine you and your friends are locked in an hour-long escape room.
Oh, this is a great analogy.
The clock is ticking. Right.
Right.
This methodology suggests you should spend the first 27 minutes just standing there,
Yes.
looking at the layout.
Not touching anything.
Exactly. Pointing at the locked drawers, categorizing the types of padlocks, and agreeing on how you will communicate before anyone is even allowed to touch a clue or try a combination.
And how agonizing would that be?
I would lose my mind.
We all would. We are biologically wired to want to jump straight into action. When a human being perceives a threat or a challenge, the instinct is just fix it immediately.
Right, do something.
I want to formulate a risk response.
Yeah.
We want to start pulling books off the shelves in that escape room. But the methodology here, codified by the most elite project managers in the world, demands the exact opposite.
It demands restraint.
Complete restraint. It demands that we restrict our response, which, notice, only accounts for 13% of the overall focus, until we have spent the vast majority of our time simply trying to define the landscape of threats and opportunities.
See, I see the logic there, but in practice, doesn't that just lead to, like, massive bureaucratic paralysis?
It can feel that way.
Because you have a real project with real deadlines, spending half your time just writing documents about what might happen seems like a luxury no one can afford.
Well, let's look at the specific tasks they mandate in these early stages.
Okay.
One of the very first things a project manager is supposed to do is perform a, quote, preliminary document analysis.
So you're just sitting in an office reading old files.
Right. Then you have to confirm risk thresholds based on risk appetites.
Which means you're just sitting in a boardroom talking about feelings and corporate boundaries.
Yeah, essentially. You don't even get to run the math performing quantitative analysis until much, much later in the process.
So how does a project manager justify that kind of delay to stakeholders who just want to see concrete progress? You know, the people writing the checks.
They justify it because the alternative is catastrophic.
Catastrophic.
Absolutely. Responding to a threat feels productive, right? But if you rush the response, you are almost certainly responding to the wrong reality.
Give me an example.
Think about the escape room analogy you just made. If you just start frantically turning dials on a safe, you are exerting energy, but you are guessing.
You're just trying random numbers.
Exactly. But if you spend those first 27 minutes actually analyzing the room, you realize the UV light on the ceiling is connected to the invisible ink on the back of the painting. You map the dependencies.
Oh, I see.
The discipline it takes to sit in a room and say, you know, we are not solving anything today. Today, we are only giving names to the things that might require solving tomorrow. That takes immense discipline.
It's about holding back the panic.
Yes, holding back the floodgates of panic so that when you finally do act, your action is surgical.
Surgical action versus frantic guessing. Okay, I buy that. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens when the clock actually starts and these project managers begin looking at those blueprints in totally different work environments.
Because the environment changes everything.
Exactly. Because as we mentioned, the exam manual splits its scenarios across 3 distinct worlds of work: predictive, agile, and hybrid. And risk completely changes its shape depending on which of those worlds you are standing in.
It absolutely does. The manual provides several really fascinating scenarios involving different project managers to illustrate this.
Let's start with the predictive one.
Okay, let's look at a traditional predictive environment first. We have a manager running a massive healthcare project, building a physical facility.
Like the hospital from earlier.
Right. This is a predictive approach, historically known as waterfall. It is step by step, heavily planned with a rigid sequence. Foundation, then framing, then plumbing, then drywall.
Right, you can't put the drywall up before the framing.
Exactly. So when this manager sits down to do his preliminary document analysis, where does he look for risk?
Well, the manual points out that he needs to look backward. He reviews the overarching risk management plan, he looks at industry benchmarks, and crucially, he pulls up the lessons learned documents from previous healthcare projects.
Because in a predictive world, history is your shield.
Right. The entire methodology assumes that the future will fundamentally resemble the past.
Exactly.
If you are building a hospital today, the pitfalls encountered by the team who built a similar hospital 10 years ago, like supply chain bottlenecks for MRI machines or specific permitting delays, those are highly relevant to you today.
Precisely. The predictive world is built entirely on the stability of history, but then the manual pivots us entirely to the agile world.
Which is a whole different beast.
Oh, completely. We have scenarios featuring product owners building software in iterative sprints. They aren't building a physical hospital with concrete and steel. They are writing code for a product that might have never existed before in human history.
Right, so history isn't just unhelpful to them. Relying on it could be actively dangerous.
Exactly. Because if you rely on the history of how people used, say, flip phones to design a modern smartphone interface, you build a terrible product.
So in the agile world, if your shield isn't history, what is it?
Adaptability. Pure adaptability. In an agile scenario, the project manager doesn't just lock themselves in an office with historical documents.
Right.
The manual emphasizes that they must collaborate heavily with the Scrum Master, who facilitates the risk identification process with the entire team.
So everyone is involved.
Yes. Agile fundamentally distributes the burden of risk across the collective. Everyone writing code is a sensor for risk.
And the metrics they use reflect that too, don't they?
They do.
There's a scenario with an agile product owner who completely abandons traditional metrics like cost variance. Because, I mean, in a physical build, if steel prices go up, your cost variance is a massive risk indicator.
Huge red flag.
Right. But this agile manager tracks something called escape defects, which is such a vivid, almost biological term, escape defects.
It really is.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect metric for an environment built on rapid iteration.
Explain what an escape defect actually is.
So an escape defect is a bug or a flaw that the team failed to catch during the development sprint, and it actually made it out into the live product that the customer uses. It escaped.
It got out of the lab.
Exactly. And why does Agile care more about escape defects than a slight cost variance? Because in software, the cost of fixing a bug multiplies exponentially the further it gets down the pipeline.
Oh, that makes sense.
Right. A bug caught in a developer's laptop costs pennies in time to fix. That same bug escaping into the live server and corrupting 1 million users' data, that is a multi-million-dollar disaster.
And the timing of when you hunt for these risks shifts too, right?
Completely.
Because in the predictive hospital build, you have massive planning phases up front. But in one of the Agile Scrum scenarios, the question is raised, when is the most suitable time to identify risks?
And the methodology is incredibly adamant about this.
Yeah, it says it's not before sprint 0, and it's not only during formal sprint planning meetings. The answer is during the process.
Iteratively. Every single day.
Right. You don't just plan for risk at a milestone, put the binder on a shelf, and get to work. The work is the hunting.
Which brings us to the third environment. The most chaotic and, frankly, the most common reality for modern professionals. The hybrid world.
Yes, the messy middle.
Exactly.
Because you have the rigid, unforgiving deadlines and budgets of a predictive environment, but you also have the unsettled, constantly evolving scope of an agile environment.
Right, like maybe you might be building a physical piece of hardware, but the software running it is changing every 2 weeks.
So how do you even manage that?
Well, in a hybrid scenario, the project manager has to be incredibly discerning about what documentation actually matters.
Okay.
The manual details a situation where a manager has to figure out which documents are the least relevant for his preliminary risk work. And he actually discards the benefit realization plan.
Okay, wait, I have to ask about that.
Go for it.
Because discarding the benefit realization plan, that sounds like you were saying, I don't care why we are doing this project or what value it brings.
It does sound like that.
Why on earth would a manager throw that document out first?
It's all a matter of timing and shifting ground. In a hybrid environment, your scope is unsettled. The ultimate benefit the company hopes to realize might change 3 times before you even launch.
Oh, right, because it's hybrid.
Exactly. If you try to anchor your foundational risk strategy to a benefit realization plan that is inherently unstable, your risk management will just constantly collapse.
It's like building on quicksand.
Yes. So instead, the manager focuses on the company procedures and the foundational project charters. You secure the immediate ground rules of how the team operates, rather than obsessing over a fluid finish line.
Okay, that makes total sense. You build a strong ship rather than obsessing over the exact coordinates of the destination, because the destination might move.
Beautifully put, yes.
But there is another hybrid scenario in the manual that completely fascinated me because it is an absolute masterclass in human error.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, we have a project manager whose scope is unsettled, but he assesses his environment and spots a massive opportunity. If he can figure out how to deliver a specific chunk of the project early, it will bring immense positive value to the company.
And that environmental assessment screams for an agile methodology.
Right.
If your scope is fluid, but early delivery yields massive value, you need to iterate quickly. You need to sprint.
Right. So the manager gets excited. He sees the shiny object, right? Early delivery. He's ready to pivot the whole team. But the scenario drops the hammer on him.
It really does.
He assessed the environment perfectly, but he made a fatal error. He failed to take the stakeholders into account.
Yep.
The manual insists that his immediate next step isn't to talk to the steering committee or draft a new schedule. He must immediately halt and conduct a stakeholder analysis.
He suffered from extreme operational tunnel vision. The mechanical opportunity just completely blinded him to the human reality.
I was trying to think of how this applies outside of, corporate jargon, and it's exactly like throwing a surprise party.
A surprise party.
Yeah, imagine you are planning a massive 50th birthday party for a friend. You have an unsettled scope, you aren't sure if it will rain, you aren't sure how many people can make it.
Right, hybrid environment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you spot an opportunity. You can get the best caterer in the city and secure a rooftop venue at a huge discount if you move the party up a week and make it a surprise.
Okay, high-value early delivery.
Right. You execute a brilliant agile pivot. You coordinate the balloons, you keep the secret, you deliver the project early. But you didn't do a stakeholder analysis.
Oh, no.
You didn't stop to ask if the birthday person actually likes surprise parties.
And if they don't?
If they hate surprises, or if they are privately going through a stressful week at work, and a sudden party will cause them to have a full-blown panic attack, your entire brilliant agile project is a catastrophic failure.
That is the perfect analogy.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Because the project manager was flawlessly managing the mechanics of the schedule, but he completely forgot to manage the psychology of the people impacted by it.
And that matters just as much.
It matters more. You can deliver a flawless product early, but if a sales team isn't trained on it yet, or the legal team hasn't cleared the compliance on the new timeline, you haven't delivered a win. You've delivered a bomb.
A total bomb.
And that transition from the hard mechanics of risk to the messy psychology of risk is where this methodology gets incredibly deep.
Because you can map the shadows in the escape room all day long, but what happens when you turn on the lights and the people in the room with you start panicking?
Exactly.
How much risk can the people holding the purse strings actually stomach?
Which takes us into a deeply fascinating area of the manual, the psychology of uncertainty.
Let's get into it.
There are several scenarios focused on a project manager who is preparing to walk into a boardroom to deal with basically human emotion disguised as corporate strategy.
Boardroom therapy.
Pretty much. And to understand what he is facing, we have to meticulously define 3 critical terms that are constantly confused.
Okay, what are they?
Risk capacity, risk appetite, and risk threshold.
Okay, let's break these down because they sound like synonyms, but they are fundamentally different levers. Let's start with risk capacity.
So risk capacity is the cold, hard math.
The math.
Right. It is the absolute maximum amount of risk an organization can absorb before it literally breaks or ceases to function.
Okay, give me some examples.
It involves financial capacity, like how much cash is in the bank.
Yeah.
It involves scope capacity. How much delay can the schedule take before the market window closes? It involves legal capacity. What is the maximum regulatory fine the company can survive?
Okay, so it's the absolute limit.
Yes. Interestingly, the manual specifically notes that something like procurement is not typically a core consideration for calculating sheer organizational capacity. Capacity is your physical existential limit.
Okay, so capacity is the math of survival. Then we have risk appetite.
Right.
And this is the emotion, right?
Exactly. It is not what you can survive. It is what you are willing to take on.
Yeah.
It is the hunger for reward weighed against the fear of loss.
Got it.
A massive tech conglomerate might have the mathematical financial capacity to lose $50 million on an experimental project without going bankrupt.
Right, they have the cash.
But if the board of directors is currently terrified of a shareholder revolt, their appetite for losing that $50 million might be absolutely zero.
Okay, that makes sense. And finally, we have the risk threshold.
The threshold.
So if capacity is the cliff edge and appetite is how close you want to stand to the edge, The threshold is the guardrail you actually build.
I like that, the guardrail.
The manual defines the threshold as the specific measurable point where the risk becomes unacceptable. It is the tripwire. And it makes a crucial point. The threshold must be perfectly aligned with the appetite.
If we translate this to personal finance, it becomes incredibly clear. Think about your own total life savings.
Okay.
Let's say you have $50,000 in the bank. That is your risk capacity. If you lose all $50,000, you will be devastated, but you won't literally die. You can absorb it.
Okay, hopefully.
Right. But your risk appetite is how much of that savings you're actually willing to put into a volatile cryptocurrency market. You might have the capacity to lose 50, but an appetite to only risk 5,000.
Right. And your threshold is the exact daily fluctuation that makes you panic and hit the sell button.
Exactly.
If your $5,000 investment drops to $4,500, do you sell? Or is your threshold $4,000?
That's the threshold.
Now, imagine taking that internal psychological debate you have with yourself and multiplying it by 10 highly paid executives sitting in a boardroom.
That sounds like a nightmare.
It does, but that is the exact scenario the manual presents. The project manager has to confirm these risk thresholds based on the stakeholders' risk appetites. And the manual asks, what should the manager expect to happen in that meeting?
And the correct answer isn't that he should expect to just get fast signatures to avoid conflict.
No.
It isn't that he should just coach them on risk theory. The manual states he must expect to lead conflict resolutions between stakeholders who fundamentally disagree on the risk appetite.
Because one executive's acceptable financial risk to gain market share is the CFO's career-ending disaster.
Exactly. The manager isn't just running a spreadsheet. He is essentially facilitating a high-stakes group therapy session on corporate bravery and fear. I mean, how do you even measure bravery in a boardroom?
You force them to quantify their fear.
Yes. The manual suggests that a critical topic for the steering committee isn't just to calculate thresholds, but to actively discuss them. If the chief marketing officer says, we must launch by September 1st, no matter what, the project manager has to find the threshold. He asks, if we are delayed to September 15th, is the project a failure?
Oh, that's a great question.
If the answer is yes, the threshold is zero delay. If the answer is no, then they have to negotiate where the actual tripwire is.
That friction?
That friction, that intense emotional negotiation, is exactly why 45% of the risk management effort is spent in these early stages. If you get the math right on the project schedule, but you get the psychology of the board wrong, your project will be shut down the moment the wind blows.
Okay, so the manager has survived the boardroom therapy session. He has mapped the emotional boundaries. He knows what the executives can stomach. But how does he know what they're actually facing? We have to move from emotional thresholds to hunting down the physical realities. How do we start giving names to the specific monsters in the dark?
This requires moving into a phase entirely dedicated to assumption and constraint analysis.
Assumptions and constraints.
Yes. Every project, every major corporate initiative, and frankly, every major life decision is built on an invisible foundation of assumptions and constraints.
And the methodology lays out a rigorous life cycle for hunting them down, right?
It does. First, you categorize them. Then, you assess the risks associated with them. Next, you convert them into actual documented risks. And finally, you proactively manage them.
Okay, we need to distinguish between an assumption and a constraint, because they behave very differently in the wild.
Very differently.
A constraint is a hard boundary. It is a physical or administrative wall. The manual gives a few great examples, like funding not approved, or, in July, no work is possible due to severe monsoon weather.
Right. You cannot negotiate with a monsoon.
No, you can't. It is a wall.
But an assumption is much more insidious. An assumption is a belief. It is a hypothesis that the project team has quietly agreed to treat as a fact.
Which is so dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous. A scenario in the manual offers a classic example. Key stakeholders will be available during the Chinese New Year period.
Right.
The project schedule is built on the belief that those executives will be checking their emails and signing approvals during a major cultural holiday. If that assumption proves false, the foundation cracks.
And the true danger isn't just the single crack. It's how the crack spreads.
The cascade effect.
Yes, the manual provides a golden insight here about how risks interact. It highlights the recognition that something like the holiday season may have a cascade effect on the project timeline. A risk is rarely isolated. It is a domino effect.
Let's trace the cascade because it's fascinating.
Let's do it.
The assumption is that the stakeholder is available during the holiday. The reality is they are not. The trigger is pulled.
Okay.
That missed email delays a crucial design approval by 2 weeks. Because the design is delayed, procurement can't order the steel. The steel arrives 3 weeks late. That delay pushes the exterior construction phase from June into July. And what is our constraint in July?
The monsoon weather. No work is possible.
Exactly. An unexamined assumption in February triggered a hard constraint in July, halting a multi-million-dollar project entirely. This is why you must hunt assumptions mercilessly.
Okay, where do you actually find them? Because this brings up a scenario in the manual that completely shattered how I view corporate communication.
Oh, this is a good one.
The question asks about the best way to understand the true business context when you are trying to identify these hidden risks. It lists 4 sources of information: formal documents, audio transcripts of meetings, telemetry data, and sprint retrospectives. And it asks which of these is the least effective representation of the actual business context. And the official answer is documents.
Yes, the formal documentation.
Okay, hold on. I have to push back on this.
I knew you would.
We just spent 20 minutes talking about how project managers spend almost half their time meticulously crafting risk management plans, charters, and threshold agreements. How can the manual suddenly claim that formal documents are the least helpful source for understanding the reality of the business? If we rely on raw telemetry and messy audio transcripts, aren't we just drowning in noise? How does a manager separate an actual hidden risk from just an employee venting in a meeting?
It sounds totally contradictory, I know. But if we view this through the lens of organizational behavior, it is a profound truth.
Explain.
Formal documents are sanitized. They are written for an audience. They are smoothed over by public relations, scrutinized by legal, and polished by management before they are ever finalized as a PDF.
Ah, okay.
By the time a systemic issue or a dangerous assumption makes it into a formal project charter, all the nuance, the hesitation, and the whispered concerns have been edited out. The document tells you how the company wishes it was operating, not how it actually is.
So the ghosts don't live in the official reports. The truth is just too ugly for a PDF.
Precisely. The ghosts live in the messy reality. Why is an audio transcript more valuable? Because a transcript captures the tone of voice.
The hesitations.
Yes. It captures the uncomfortable 10-second silence in the room when an executive is asked if they can commit to a delivery date. It captures the side arguments between the lead engineer and the sales director. That friction is where the unexamined assumptions hide.
And what about the telemetry data?
Why is raw telemetry data better than a quarterly performance report? Because telemetry shows the unedited, minute-by-minute failure rate of a server, not the optimistic, averaged-out summary presented to the board.
That is fascinating. You need the raw, unvarnished data to empower your stakeholders to actively challenge the baseline assumptions.
You have to.
You can't challenge an assumption if it is hidden behind impenetrable corporate jargon in a sanitized report. You have to drag it into the light, look at the telemetry, and say, you know, the document says our servers can handle the load, but the raw data shows they run at 99% capacity every Tuesday at 3 p.m. We are assuming we are safe. We are not.
And that transition from identifying a vague assumption in a meeting to confronting a terrifying physical reality is the core of risk analysis.
Which perfectly sets up the most visceral part of this entire methodology. Let's say we did everything right. We looked at the raw data, we found a terrifying vulnerability, and we are forced to watch it turn from an abstract assumption into a full-blown physical disaster.
The worst-case scenario.
We need to look at the anatomy of how a catastrophe actually unfolds.
This brings us to a major focal point in the manual, detailing a quantitative tool called the bow tie analysis.
A bow tie?
Yes. We are presented with a scenario involving a project manager named Paul. Paul is updating his risk register, and he is no longer dealing with software bugs or boardroom egos. He is dealing with a crane operating on a massive construction site.
This is where the abstract corporate strategy becomes a matter of life and death.
Literally.
The bow tie analysis is a visual and mathematical tool. To understand it, you have to picture a literal bow tie in your mind. You have a tight knot in the exact center. Fanning out to the left is a triangle, and fanning out to the right is another triangle. It is a visual map of cause and effect. Let's build Paul's bow tie together, starting on the left side.
The left triangle represents the causes. These are the environmental, systemic, or human failures that are gathering momentum.
Okay.
In Paul's scenario, what causes a disaster with a massive industrial crane? The manual lists them. Strong, unpredictable winds, incorrect loading of the materials by the ground crew, Or perhaps a mechanical failure like the crane lacking overload protection.
So these are the latent conditions.
Exactly. They exist, they're dangerous, but the disaster hasn't happened yet. The wind is just howling.
But the wind pushes harder, and all those causes on the left converge on that tight knot in the center of the bow tie. That knot is the trigger.
The trigger, yeah.
This is a vital concept. The trigger is the exact irreversible moment the potential energy becomes kinetic. It's the point of no return. In Paul's scenario, the trigger isn't the operator overextending the load that is still a cause. The trigger is structural failure. Or, even more terrifying, dropped object. Gravity takes over.
The object is now falling. We have passed the trigger, the knot in the center. Now we move into the right side of the bow tie, the right triangle fanning outward. These are the consequences and the impacts.
The object is in the air. Where does it go?
Right.
The manual maps the right side meticulously. A consequence might be object dropped in sea, a total loss of the material, a massive financial hit, but contained.
Contained, yeah.
Another consequence, object impacts ground. Now we have structural damage to the site, severe delays, massive cleanup costs. But the ultimate impact, the one that defines catastrophic project failure, personnel hit by object?
And that is why if you are managing a project of this scale, you cannot just write down on a spreadsheet risk 42. Crane might drop something and move on.
Right.
That is not risk management. That is negligence.
Yeah.
You have to meticulously map the wind, the cause to the drop the trigger, to the splash in the sea, or the impact on a human life.
You are essentially directing a disaster movie in slow motion.
Exactly. Framing every single frame so you know exactly where to insert an intervention.
And the intervention points are obvious once you build the bow tie. You put wind sensors on the crane to mitigate the left side. You require safety harnesses to mitigate the right side. It is physics.
It's all physics.
But here is where the manual throws a curveball that I want you to explain.
Oh, I'm ready.
The scenario asks Paul, when he is at the specific stage of documenting these risk triggers and thresholds based on the physical environment of the crane, what is the least important task he should be doing? And the correct answer is empowering stakeholders to challenge existing thresholds. Wait, what?
I know, it sounds crazy.
We just spent 20 minutes talking about how crucial it is to empower stakeholders to challenge assumptions using raw data. Why is it suddenly the wrong move?
Because context is everything in risk management. When you are sitting in the boardroom discussing financial capacity and market share, you absolutely want the CMO and the CFO to challenge each other's thresholds.
Right, because that's human.
That is a debate about human appetite.
Yeah.
But when you are performing a bow tie analysis on a falling concrete block, you have left the realm of human appetite and entered the realm of physics and clinical mapping.
Oh, I see.
You do not invite an executive stakeholder to challenge the threshold of gravity. You do not debate the wind.
The wind doesn't care about your quarterly earnings.
Exactly. If the manufacturer says the crane structurally fails at wind speeds of 40 miles per hour, that is the threshold. If a stakeholder says, well, my appetite for risk is higher, let's run it at 50 miles per hour, they aren't being brave, they are inviting manslaughter.
Wow.
At this specific stage of the bow tie analysis, it is purely about objective, clinical, mathematical documentation of disaster mechanics. There's a time for debate, and there is a time for physics.
That is a brilliant distinction. The boardroom is for psychology, the bow tie is for physics.
Well said.
But, and here's where we take a hard left turn that completely redefines the entire profession. Risks aren't always giant concrete blocks falling from the sky, are they? Sometimes the wind blows in your favor.
This is perhaps the most profound paradigm shift in the entire PMI RMP framework.
Right.
We spent this entire time talking about disasters.
Right.
But we must examine the true nature of the risk register and the book of threats and opportunities.
We need to shatter the misconception that all risks are inherently bad. Because the manuals is very clear about the baseline definition. A risk is simply an uncertain event. It has a probability of happening and it will have an impact if it does. But uncertainty itself is completely neutral.
Yes, risk is neutral. We assess these neutral events based on specific attributes. The manual lists them. Probability, how likely is it? Impact, how big is the splash? And urgency, how soon will it happen?
Okay.
But it explicitly notes that opportunity is not a baseline attribute like urgency. Rather, it is a primary classification. An uncertain event is categorized as either a threat or an opportunity.
Let's look at the scenarios provided to illustrate this because it blew my mind.
It's so good.
A classic threat is obvious. Increased costs due to bad weather. The weather is bad, the project is delayed, we lose money. But what is an opportunity? The manual gives examples. reduced material use due to the implementation of new technology,
Right.
or happiest stakeholders due to increased unexpected engagement. Imagine you force your team to use a new, untested software tool for project tracking. That is a risk. It's uncertain.
Very uncertain.
But suddenly, completely by surprise, the tool is so efficient it cuts your material waste in half, and the client loves the dashboard. That is a risk that realized positively.
And this duality is exactly why project managers are required to establish a comprehensive risk breakdown structure, or RBS, guided by their overarching risk management plan.
So they have to categorize all of it.
You have to categorize all uncertainty, because if you only classify risks as threats, you are blinding yourself to massive potential gains.
The manual presents a scenario with an IT project manager named John to highlight this exact failure. John is meticulous. He establishes where all the risks are coming from: internal hardware issues, external vendor delays. But John only documents threats. He only looks for the dark clouds. And the manual treats this as a massive professional failure.
It is a failure, because he is doing a disservice to the organization's potential. If John only looks at the dark clouds, he is going to miss the fact that the rain might just water his crops for free.
I love that. A risk could mean you accidentally save $1 million.
Exactly.
It completely changes how you view the word. If there is a 20% chance that a new vendor could deliver vital components a month early, that is an uncertain event. It is a risk. And if you don't have a plan in place to immediately leverage that early delivery, if your team isn't ready to receive the parts and start building early, that good luck simply passes you by.
And wasted good luck is a failure of risk management. You have to allocate resources to capture windfalls, just as aggressively as you allocate resources to mitigate disasters.
That's incredible.
And this brings us back to the agile environment and a manager named Jane. Jane doesn't just build her risk breakdown structure alone in a dark room. The manual specifies that she brings in the Scrum Master to facilitate the development of the RBS with the entire team.
Because everyone needs to own the risks, which means everyone is deputized to hunt for both the threats and the opportunities.
Exactly. It creates a culture of hyper-awareness. You aren't just a coder writing Python. You are a sensor for the project.
Right.
You might see a new open-source library that could cut your development time in half. That is an opportunity risk. You flag it, the team analyzes it, and you build a strategy to capture that value.
That's so proactive.
The etymology of the word risk actually comes from the early Italian word risicare, which means to dare.
To dare. I love that.
Right. At its core, risk management isn't just about building walls to keep the chaos out. It's about knowing exactly when to open the gates and dare to capture the upside of uncertainty.
A sensor for uncertainty. Knowing when to dare. Man, this has been an incredibly dense, fascinating journey through the architecture of the unknown. We've covered a massive landscape today.
We truly have. We started by looking at the 5 domains, confronting the deeply counterintuitive reality that 45% of our effort must be spent holding back our human instinct to react, focusing purely on strategy and identification.
We navigated the 3 distinct worlds of work. We saw the predictive history of building a hospital, the agile adaptability of hunting escaped software defects, and the hybrid blind spots where a manager chased early delivery but completely forgot the psychology of his stakeholders.
Right. And we sat in the boardroom, managing the intense psychological friction between the cold math of capacity, the emotional hunger of appetite, and the strict negotiated boundaries of risk thresholds.
We hunted ghosts in the messy reality of raw telemetry data and uncomfortable audio transcripts, learning that formal, sanitized documents often hide the most dangerous assumptions. We built a literal bow tie out of wind, gravity, and consequences to map a disaster in slow motion, realizing that when physics takes over, boardroom debates end.
And finally, we redefined risk itself, breaking out of the pessimistic tunnel vision to embrace uncertainty as a neutral force, a force that contains just as much potential for massive opportunity as it does for threat.
And whether you are listening to this because you are planning a massive IT rollout, a hybrid healthcare initiative, or honestly, just navigating a major career change or buying a house, these principles apply.
They absolutely apply to everyday life.
Separating your invisible assumptions from your hard constraints. Looking for the triggers before they are pulled, mapping the cascade effects of a single missed email. It isn't just about passing a PMI RMP exam, it is a framework for navigating everyday life.
And there's one final detail in our source material that I think serves as the ultimate sobering lesson for anyone attempting to master this discipline.
Oh, yeah.
It is not a test question. It is actually a warning printed on page 130 of the manual right before the practice exam even begins.
I remember reading this and it really gave me pause. It states, very plainly, do not attempt to take the full practice exams before you are ready. You will not get the full benefit, and retaking the exam may result in flawed results.
It is a profound warning about human nature. In our eagerness to test ourselves or to test the resilience of our projects, we often act prematurely.
We want a score.
Exactly. We want to score. We want the comfort of a metric. We want to know if we are safe.
But by testing our systems before we have laid the rigorous, unglamorous groundwork of strategy and identification, before we have spent that agonizing 45% of our time just mapping the shadows, we generate flawed results.
We do.
We take a test, we get a passing number, and we trick ourselves into a false sense of security.
We believe the fortress is strong, but the number was built on unexamined assumptions. True risk management isn't just about preparing for a test or surviving an audit. It is about having the profound, often uncomfortable self-awareness to know when you are genuinely ready to face the unknown.
It brings us right back to the beginning, doesn't it? The hospital, the fortress.
Full circle.
It is so tempting to just look at the blueprints and say, we are ready. It's clean, it's fast, it feels like progress.
But if you really want the fortress to stand when the monsoon hits, you can't just stare at the concrete.
No, you have to understand the invisible forces of the wind, the hidden psychology of the people pouring the foundation, and the raw, unvarnished telemetry of the ground beneath it.
Because the muddy, uncertain waters are where the real foundation is poured.
So the next time you are faced with a massive, uncertain project or a terrifying leap in your own life, are you just rushing to act so you feel productive? Or are you willing to sit in the dark, hold back your panic, and map the shadows first? Something to think about. Until next time.
What if I told you that trying to eliminate all the risks in your life or, in your business is actually the absolute most dangerous thing you can do?
It sounds completely backwards, I know.
Right. Seriously. But just, think about it. We usually approach planning something big, like a massive corporate project or a career change, or, heck, even planning a wedding with this expectation of total engineering-level precision.
Oh, absolutely. The illusion of control.
Exactly. You draw up a blueprint, you color-code a spreadsheet, you calculate the load-bearing walls of your schedule, and you just point to the screen and say, there it is, that's the plan. We have eliminated the unknown.
And, it feels incredibly comforting in the moment. We are biologically wired to crave certainty. We like things to be visible, categorized, and contained.
Yeah, we want the world to fit in our little boxes.
Right. We essentially pretend that the pristine spreadsheet we just created is the actual objective reality of the world.
But then, and this is where it always falls apart, you step out of that safe, sterile planning room and into actual execution.
Which is messy.
So messy. You step into the realm of the future, which is entirely populated by variables, unpredictable human behavior, and just sheer chaos. Suddenly, that beautiful blueprint isn't just inadequate.
It's an active liability.
Yes, because it gave you a false sense of security. The waters get muddy very quickly. So, welcome to the deep dive. Today, our core mission is taking that murky, anxiety-inducing concept of the unknown and entirely transforming your relationship with it.
Because if you're listening to this right now, chances are you treat risk as a vague anxiety. It's a looming cloud. It's that pit in your stomach when you launch a new product, send a crucial email, or make a huge financial investment. It just feels like an emotion.
A really bad emotion.
Exactly. But what we're going to explore today proves that risk doesn't have to be a feeling. It can actually be a solvable equation.
And to get us there, we're pulling from a highly specialized elite stack of source material. We're looking at the core frameworks, the practice scenarios, and detailed breakdowns that make up the PMI Risk Management Professional Exam.
The PMI RMP.
Right. Now, before you hit pause, because you're thinking, look, I'm not a project manager and I'm definitely not taking an exam, stick with me. We are not here to pass a test.
No, not at all. The certification material is just the vehicle. It just happens to be where the most rigorous thinking on this subject actually lives.
Exactly. The mission of this deep dive is to extract the systematic frameworks that top-tier thinkers use to predict, measure, and neutralize disasters long before they ever happen. We're pulling these concepts out of the corporate jargon and showing you how to apply them to your own complex projects, your business, and, well, your life.
What's truly foundational here is that this material demands a complete shift in your mindset. Professional risk management is not about eliminating the unknown.
Because you can't.
Right, that is physically impossible. It is about shifting the odds in your favor through highly structured, highly intentional thinking. It's about mapping those muddy waters so you can navigate them safely, rather than just, pretending the mud doesn't exist.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because you can't fight an enemy you haven't identified, right? You have to start by surveying the landscape before the storm even hits. Let's look at the groundwork phase. The framework insists that before you even start brainstorming specific risks, before you get your team in a room with a whiteboard, you have to do your homework.
Preliminary document analysis.
Right. And this is where most people make their first critical error. Let's imagine you are stepping in to lead a massive software rollout for a healthcare company. You need to know what you're up against.
So your first instinct is probably to look at the last software rollout you managed and ask, what went wrong there?
Yeah, that seems like common sense. Learn from your past mistakes. We've been told that since kindergarten.
It is common sense, but mathematically it's statistically flawed. The framework highlights that looking at broad industry benchmarks is vastly superior to relying solely on the lessons learned from your own specific, localized project history.
That really stood out to me. Why is my own experience considered like a drop in the bucket?
Think about the sample size. If you only look at your own past projects, or even just your company's past projects, you are only going to prepare for the specific risks you have personally encountered. You are suffering from recency bias and survivorship bias. But if you look at industry benchmarks for healthcare software rollouts, you are looking at the collective failures, the hidden traps, and the successes of hundreds, maybe thousands of projects.
Wow.
You are leveraging the entire ecosystem's memory, not just your own limited hard drives.
The ecosystem's memory. I love that. So if you are listening to this and starting a new venture, say you're opening a restaurant, don't just think about the time you burned dinner at home or the one time you helped cater a party.
Right.
Go find the failure rates and the common pitfalls of the entire restaurant industry in your city. Survey the whole land. And speaking of surveying the land, this framework makes it very clear that this is not a solo job. You cannot map the wilderness by yourself.
No, you absolutely cannot. And there is a very specific danger when a leader tries to do exactly that. The material presents a scenario with a product development team where the product owner, the person in charge of the overall vision, decides to do the preliminary risk analysis all by themselves.
Because they want to be efficient.
Exactly. They want to save the team time.
Which sounds like good leadership on the surface. I'll handle the boring paperwork, you guys just code. But the framework explicitly warns against this. It says the correct approach is to assign risk identification responsibilities across the entire core team, the stakeholders, and the subject matter experts. Why is it so dangerous for a smart, capable leader to map the risks alone?
Because of our inherent inescapable blind spots. What's fascinating here is the psychology of product owner. Their primary focus, their mandate, is business value delivery. They want the product out the door.
Right, revenue.
Yes. A software developer, on the other hand, is focused on technical architecture and system stability. A legal compliance officer is focused on regulations and data privacy.
Okay, I see where this is going.
If the product owner maps the risk alone, that initial list will be incredibly skewed. It will be full of business risks, like, what if the competitor launches first? Or what if the marketing budget is too small?
But they might completely ignore a massive technical vulnerability.
Or a legal compliance cliff that the project is sleepwalking toward simply because it's not their area of expertise. You absolutely need the collision of those different perspectives, the developer, the lawyer, the marketer, to see the full 360-degree landscape of threats.
Risk analysis is a team sport because nobody has a 360-degree field of vision on their own.
Precisely.
So you've got your diverse team gathered, you're looking at industry benchmarks. The next step is looking at your own internal documents. And the framework is surprisingly specific about what internal paperwork actually matters at this stage.
Very specific.
Obviously, you need to look at your company's risk procedures, the project charter, the team's operational guidelines. But it specifically singles out documents like the benefit realization plan. It says that a benefit realization plan has the absolute least relevance to the actual risk management process at this stage.
That trips a lot of people up.
Yeah, it feels counterintuitive. Aren't the benefits the whole point of the project?
They are the point of the project, but they are not the mechanics of the project. This is a crucial distinction in professional project management. A benefit realization plan tells you why you are doing the work. It says, we expect this project to increase our revenue by 15%.
That's the destination.
Right. But risk management isn't about the destination. It's about protecting the vehicle while it's driving there.
It's about the how.
Exactly. The benefits don't dictate how you handle a server crash or a supply chain strike. The procedural documents, the corporate governance, the procurement guidelines, those dictate the how. When you assess the complexity of a project, you have to look at the rules of the road.
Like, corporate governance tells you how much authority you actually have.
And procurement governance tells you how hard it will be to hire external contractors if things go sideways.
It's like building a house. The benefit realization plan is just the daydream of drinking coffee on the finished patio.
I like that analogy.
The corporate and procurement governance documents are the city zoning laws, the soil reports, the building codes. You can't manage the risk of building the house by staring at a drawing of a patio. You have to know the rules of the neighborhood.
That is the exact translation of the concept. You have to know the rules of the neighborhood.
Now, here is something in the material that completely reframed how I think about getting work done. Choosing your actual project methodology, deciding how the team will work day to day, is presented essentially as a risk response in itself. It's not just a stylistic choice.
This is one of the most profound insights you can extract from this level of project management. The methodology you choose is a strategic tool for managing uncertainty.
So for the listener, let's break this down. The classic debate in project management is usually between waterfall and agile.
The heavyweights.
Right. Waterfall is the traditional way. You plan every single detail up front, step 1 to step 100, and then you execute it in a straight line. Agile is iterative. You plan a little, build a little, test it, and adjust.
Yes.
So the framework presents a scenario where a project has huge opportunities to deliver business value early on, but the final scope of the project, what the end product will actually look like, is totally unclear. And the definitive answer is, you must use Agile. If the scope is clear, you use Waterfall. Let's dive into the why behind that. Why is Agile the answer to an unclear scope?
Let's look at the risk profile of an unclear scope. If you don't know exactly what the final product should look like, locking yourself into a rigid sequential waterfall plan is incredibly dangerous. Imagine spending 6 months writing a detailed blueprint for an app.
Okay.
And then you spend a year building it exactly to that blueprint, only to release it and realize the customer actually wanted something completely different.
You've just burned a year and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
The risk of total failure is huge.
Precisely. Agile mitigates that specific risk by delivering value iteratively, building a small piece in 2 weeks, showing it to the customer, getting feedback, and adjusting your course. You are actively managing the threat of unknown scope.
You fail small and you fail fast.
Exactly, which means you can course correct before it costs you the entire budget. So Agile isn't just a modern buzzword. At its core, it is a mathematical risk mitigation strategy for the threat of uncertainty. Conversely, if you are building a bridge where the scope is crystal clear and the laws of physics don't change, waterfall is less risky because you want that rigid predictability.
So choosing how you work is literally your first line of defense against failure. But even if you pick the perfect methodology, the framework highlights that projects can still completely implode if you skip one vital step: stakeholder analysis.
Oh yeah, this is where it gets human.
Now, I have to be honest. I usually think of stakeholders as just, the bosses I have to report to or the clients I have to please. I don't usually categorize them as a risk input. Why are people considered risks?
Because people are the most volatile element of any system. This brings in the psychological and political reality of getting things done. Stakeholders are not just passive observers sitting in a bleacher. They have influence, they have organizational power, and they have incredibly diverse, often conflicting personal biases and goals.
Like the marketing VP wants it flashy and fast,
Yeah.
and the security chief wants it locked down and slow.
Exactly. If you don't map out who these people are, what they actually care about, their tolerance for risk, and how much power they wield over your budget or resources, you are ignoring a massive source of volatility.
Wow.
A single powerful stakeholder whose expectations aren't managed or whose pet feature is ignored can derail an entire project from the inside faster than any external technical glitch. Stakeholder analysis is essentially threat mapping the human element of your project.
Threat mapping people.
Yeah.
Okay, so people are risks. Noted. But the framework doesn't just want us to analyze them like bugs in a jar. It wants us to actively empower them. It talks about training stakeholders to work more independently to identify both threats and opportunities.
Yes.
And there's a very specific, almost funny example of how to do this correctly in the source text. It tests the ability to distinguish between a real actionable risk and, well, just complaining.
You're referring to the linguistic distinction of how to phrase a risk correctly. This is vital.
Yes. If you're listening, think about how your team talks about things going wrong.
Hmm.
The material asks for the best example of identifying a threat. The options given are things like it will never snow, or it will rain for sure, or might be windy. But the correct answer, the actual gold standard example of risk identification, is a simple statement. Requirements are unclear. Break down the phrasing distinction for us. Why is it will rain for sure a bad way to state a risk?
Because of the very definition of the word risk. Saying it will rain for sure is not identifying a risk. If it's for sure, it is a certainty. It is an established, undeniable fact of your operating environment.
You don't manage a certainty.
Exactly. You just have to plan around it. If you know for a fact a supplier is closing next month, that's not a risk. That's a baseline constraint. A risk, by its very definition, must have uncertainty attached to it.
It has to have a probability of less than 100%, but more than 0%.
Exactly. Requirements are unclear is a brilliant example because it implies a tangible, manageable threat. It's a vulnerability. The requirements being unclear means there is a probability that we will build the wrong thing, which will have a negative impact on our timeline.
That makes total sense.
But crucially, because it is phrased as a condition, we can take action on it. We can go clarify them. Training your stakeholders to articulate risks as manageable uncertainties rather than just venting inevitable complaints or stating absolute certainties, that is a superpower in this groundwork phase. It turns whining into engineering.
Turn whining into engineering. That's a t-shirt right there. I love that. Okay, so let's summarize where we are. We've surveyed the land. We've bypassed our own limited memories and looked at the broad industry benchmarks.
Yep.
We've gathered a diverse team so we don't have blind spots. We've checked the actual governance rules instead of just daydreaming about the benefits. We've picked agile or waterfall based on how well we know the scope. And we've trained our stakeholders to spot actual, actionable threats. We have officially done the groundwork.
The foundation is laid.
But this leads us to a massive new problem. Because if you do all of that correctly, you are now sitting in a room staring at a massive, chaotic list of like 500 possible things that could go wrong or right. The sheer volume of data is paralyzing. How do we filter this noise? How do we avoid total information overload?
This is the critical transition point. We have to move from simply gathering data to actually making sense of it. We move into what the framework calls qualitative analysis. At its core, qualitative analysis is the art of triage and prioritization.
Triage. Let's explore that. I like to think of this phase like being a triage nurse standing in the doors of a hospital emergency room. The doors fly open, and an ambulance drops off 20 patients at once.
A chaotic scene.
Exactly. One has a scraped knee, another has a mild fever, one has a broken arm, and one is clutching their chest having a massive heart attack. In that moment, the nurse does not need to run complex, multivariable calculus to know who gets a bed first. You don't need a spreadsheet to see the heart attack. You use your training and predefined criteria to immediately prioritize the most critical issues to save lives.
That is a phenomenal analogy for what we are doing here. In project management, your risks are those patients. And the framework defines the two core parameters that this ER triage nurse uses: probability and impact.
Okay, probability and impact.
Every single risk on your list of 500 gets evaluated purely on those two axes. How likely is it to happen? And if it does happen, how bad will it hurt?
And the material is very specific about what hurt actually means. It notes that this impact must affect key project objectives. It lists the big four: quality, schedule, budget, and scope. If a risk doesn't impact the quality of the product, the timeline, the cost, or the scope of what you are delivering, it's probably not a real project risk.
Right, it might just be office politics or background noise. It filters out the things that are annoying but not fundamentally dangerous. And to organize this massive triage effort, the framework introduces a very specific tool called the Risk Breakdown Structure, or RBS.
An RBS.
Think of it as a filing cabinet for your anxieties. It's a hierarchical way of categorizing risks so you can see where your vulnerabilities are clustered. Are most of our risks technical? Are they external?
Right, and here's a fascinating detail from the text. It asks which of the following is not a commonly applied classification in an RBS. The options are environment, organizational, project management, or leadership. And the answer is leadership. Leadership is not considered a standard category for breaking down risk. I found that incredibly surprising. If bad leadership can ruin a project, why wouldn't leadership be its own category of risk?
This brings up a really deep philosophical point about how frameworks structure reality. An RBS is usually focused on the distinct sources of risk that act upon the project system. The environment, like sudden economic shifts or market conditions, is an external pressure. Organizational factors like a toxic corporate culture or sudden budget cuts across the company are structural pressures. Project management, like bad estimating, poor planning, or using the wrong methodology, are process failures.
Okay, those are all distinct buckets.
But leadership, while absolutely vital, is often viewed as the lens through which all of these other risks are either exacerbated or mitigated. It's not really a standalone, categorized source of risk in the standard model because it permeates absolutely everything. Bad leadership causes the poor project management. Bad leadership fails to respond to the environmental shifts. It's not a single bucket. It's the water you are swimming in.
It's the water, not a rock you might hit. That makes total sense. So to actually perform this probability and impact assessment, to do the triage, teams use something called a risk matrix.
Yeah.
Most listeners have probably seen one of these in a corporate meeting.
Oh, they're everywhere.
It's literally a grid. Probability on one side, impact on the other, usually colored green, yellow, and red. But the source material has a massive flashing warning sign about how you actually build this grid. It presents a scenario where a product owner wants to apply risk matrices and is looking for the best resource to build them. The text points out that an agreed-upon assessment approach by the team is actually not the best resource, meaning you cannot just have the team sit in a conference room, look at the grid, and collectively agree on what high risk or red means.
Yes, and this is where so many intelligent teams go completely off the rails. The framework insists that risk matrices must be strictly based on historical information and pre-established criteria.
Let me push back here because this happens all the time. Why is historical information so crucial? If I have a room full of 10 incredibly smart, experienced subject matter experts, and they all debate it and agree that a certain risk's a red, why can't we just trust their collective gut feeling? Isn't that what we pay them for?
Because a room full of smart experts is still a room full of human beings. And human beings, no matter how educated, are notoriously terrible at judging probability and impact objectively. Our brains are simply not wired for statistical accuracy.
How so? Give me an example.
Well, we are constantly swayed by cognitive biases. Take recency bias, for example. If your team had a massive server crash on the last project they did, they are going to universally rate server crash as a massive red, high probability risk on this new project.
Even if the tech is different now.
Even if you've completely changed the technology and the actual mathematical probability is near zero, they are reacting to recent trauma, not current reality. We also swayed by optimism bias, underestimating how long tasks will take. If you don't anchor your risk matrix in cold, hard historical data, if you don't literally define the parameters by saying a high-impact schedule delay is strictly defined as anything over 14 days because our historical data shows that a 14-day delay causes a cascading failure of the entire budget, then your matrix is essentially just formalized guessing.
Formalized guessing. Wow. That is such a trap. I think a lot of teams fall into that. They put their anxieties into a grid, they color it red, yellow, and green, and because it's in a geometric shape, they think they've done science.
Exactly.
But if the definitions of those colors aren't anchored in past reality, it's just modern art. It's just a painting of their feelings.
Precisely. If we connect this to the bigger picture here, qualitative analysis is ultimately an exercise in resource allocation. Your time, your budget, and frankly, your team's emotional bandwidth are highly finite constraints.
You can't stress about everything.
You cannot stress about everything. Prioritizing through a historically grounded matrix ensures that you spend your anxiety and your actual project dollars on the threats that actually warrant them, rather than the ones that just feel the scariest in the moment.
And speaking of the team's time and energy, there's a really practical piece of advice in the material regarding stakeholder engagement during this qualitative phase. Say you have key stakeholders, like the marketing team or the legal team, who have very limited knowledge of all these technical risk categorization strategies.
Right.
How do you get them engaged in this process without alienating them? The framework specifically says, do not force them into formal risk management training. Don't go find them risk mentors.
The solution is much simpler. Just allow them to participate actively in the various risk management activities.
Learn by doing. I think anyone listening can appreciate that. Nobody on earth wants to sit through a 3-hour mandatory PowerPoint presentation on risk breakdown structures and matrix theory.
Recognize them.
Just put them in the room, have them participate in the triage we just talked about, let them debate the probability and impact of the things they care about, and they will internalize the framework naturally.
Exactly. It respects their time and it actively leverages their actual expertise, which is their deep knowledge of the business and their department, not their knowledge of risk theory. You need their business brain, not their textbook knowledge.
Okay, so what does this all mean? We've triaged the ER. We have our color-coded matrix anchored in history. We know which risks are the equivalent of a scraped knee, which we can treat later, and which are the heart attacks that need immediate attention. Qualitative analysis has given us that crucial gut check and a prioritized list.
But here is where we hit the ceiling of qualitative analysis. For the absolute critical elements of your endeavor, the parts of the project where failure is simply not an option, where millions of dollars, the survival of the company, or even human lives might be on the limelight, vibes, colors, and relative rankings of high, medium, low are simply not enough. You cannot build a bridge on medium risk.
No, you definitely cannot. Which brings us to the most intense part of the framework. We need hard, undeniable numbers. We have to move into quantitative analysis, putting math to the unknown.
This is where it gets real.
If you're listening, here is where it gets really interesting and where the true professionals separate themselves from the amateurs. If qualitative analysis is the farmer standing on his porch looking at dark clouds and saying, yep, it looks like rain, it's a high probability, we should probably cover the tractor, quantitative analysis is the meteorologist at the National Weather Service.
Yes.
The meteorologist doesn't look at the clouds. They run 10,000 atmospheric simulations on a supercomputer to say there is an exactly 82% chance of 3 inches of rain by 4:00 p.m. today, which translates to precisely $50,000 of crop damage.
A perfect distinction. We are moving away from relative subjective ranking and moving entirely into absolute numerical values. We are talking about dollars, days, and strict percentages.
The source outlines several specific heavy-duty mathematical techniques for doing this. It mentions sensitivity analysis, decision trees, expected monetary value, and Monte Carlo simulations. Now, it also explicitly throws in a trick question for the exam takers, noting that something called earned value management, or EVM, is not a quantitative risk tool, it's a performance metric. Real quick, before we get into the risk tools, clarify that for us. Why is EVM a trick answer? What's the difference between EVM and these risk tools?
It's the difference between looking in the rearview mirror versus looking through the windshield.
Okay.
Earned value management, EVM, is a fantastic tool, but it measures the past and the present. It looks at the work you have already completed and the money you have already spent to tell you if you are currently over budget or behind schedule. It's a diagnostic of your current health.
Right.
Risk management, however, is entirely forward-looking. You cannot use a rearview mirror to predict a traffic jam that is 5 miles ahead of you. Quantitative risk tools look through the windshield to predict the future.
Got it. EVM tells me I've spent too much money. Quantitative risk tells me I'm going to spend too much money. Okay, so let's break down the actual tools looking through the windshield, starting with the heaviest hitter of them all, the Monte Carlo simulation. The text provides a scenario where a business analyst wants to see which risks and activities on the critical path have the highest standard deviation. And the answer is to use a Monte Carlo simulation. Okay, I need you to explain this to me like I am that farmer on the porch. What is a Monte Carlo simulation, and what on earth does highest standard deviation mean in plain English?
Let's ground this in a massive real-world example. Imagine you, the listener, are the project manager for a massive outdoor music festival. You have a critical path of tasks that absolutely must happen in a specific order. You have to build the main stage, then you have to wire the complex sound system, then you have to fly the headline band in.
Okay, I'm visualizing it.
Standard deviation is basically the mathematical measure of uncertainty, or what we can call the wobble in your timeline.
The wobble.
Exactly. For example, building the main stage might take exactly 3 days in perfect weather. But if it rains, it might take 5 days. If the crew works overtime, it might take 2 days. That range, 2 to 5 days, is the wobble.
Okay, wobble makes perfect sense. Some tasks are rigid, some tasks wobble depending on the environment.
Right. So what does the Monte Carlo simulation do? It takes your entire festival project plan with all of its interconnected tasks and all of their respective wobbles, and it uses a computer algorithm to literally simulate running the entire festival setup 10,000 times.
The 10,000 alternate reality.
Exactly. In simulation number 1, the computer decides it rains, so the stage is delayed by 2 days, but the band's flight arrives early, so you still make it. In simulation number 2, there is perfect weather, but the sound equipment gets lost in transit, causing a massive delay. The software randomizes all of those wobbles based on the probabilities you entered.
That's wild.
At the end of those 10,000 rapid-fire simulations, it doesn't just give you a color-coded yellow warning, it gives you a hard mathematical output. It says, in 8,500 of our 10,000 simulations, you finished setting up the festival before the gates open. Therefore, you have an exactly 85% probability of meeting your deadline.
That is incredible.
And here's where it answers the highest standard deviation question. The software can look back at all 10,000 runs and tell you exactly which specific tasks caused the most failures across all alternate timelines.
Oh, wow.
It might reveal that the stage building didn't matter as much as you thought, but the sound equipment delivery caused a catastrophic failure in 40% of the simulations. The sound equipment delivery is the task with the highest standard deviation. It's the biggest source of volatility.
It's basically Doctor Strange and Avengers looking at the 14 million alternate futures to see the one way they win. It literally lets you live out the project thousands of times before you spend a single dollar, so you can see precisely where the bottlenecks would choke you.
That is exactly what it is. And another highly analytical tool the framework highlights is the decision tree, combined with expected monetary value, or EMV. This is used when a leader must measure the probability and impact of various possible paths based upon a specific decision they have to make today.
So sticking with our music festival, a decision tree is like coming to a fork in the road. Decision point A, do we hire the very expensive, highly reliable staging company, or do we hire the cheap, slightly less reliable staging company?
Exactly. And you draw it out like branches on a tree. Let's do the math. Branch 1. You hire the cheap staging company for $50,000. But your historical data tells you there is a 30% probability they will be late. If they are late, you have to pay the union sound crew to wait around, which will cost you an extra $100,000 in penalties.
Ouch. Okay, so that's a big penalty.
Branch 2. You hire the expensive premium staging company for $80,000. It costs more upfront, but they only have a 5% probability of being late, which would trigger that same $100,000 penalty.
Right.
The decision tree mathematically calculates the expected monetary value, the EMV, of each branch. For the cheap company, a 30% chance of a $100,000 penalty means your EMV of risk is $30,000. Add that to their $50,000 fee, and the true expected cost of the cheap company is $80,000.
Okay, I'm following the math.
For the expensive company, a 5% chance of a $100,000 penalty is an EMV of only $5,000. Add that to their $80,000 fee, and their true expected cost is $85,000.
Wow. Okay, let me process that. So the cheap company looks $30,000 cheaper on paper, but when you factor in the mathematical probability of their failure, they're actually only $5,000 cheaper in reality. And for $5,000, it's probably worth buying the peace of mind of the premium company.
Precisely. It takes the emotion and the guessing completely out of the boardroom. It's no longer a manager saying, I feel nervous about the cheap guys, let's spend more. It is a mathematical proof. When you factor in the expected monetary value of their historical failure rate, the cheap option actually carries an unacceptable hidden cost.
It's weaponized logic. And the material emphasizes that when a deadline is absolutely set in stone and consequences are severe, your quantitative analysis must focus heavily on examining the sensitivity of activities on the critical path. That makes total sense. If the date of the music festival cannot move because tickets are sold, you put all your analytical supercomputers onto the specific tasks that directly dictate that final date.
Exactly right.
But here is the part of the framework that I found the most mind-bending. The material asks a direct question. Is it likely the risk weighting and risk priority have changed in the process of doing this quantitative analysis? And the definitive answer is an emphatic yes. Risk priority is highly likely to change.
It absolutely is.
I need you to explain this because it feels contradictory. We already did the ER triage in the qualitative phase. We already ranked everything into red, yellow, and green. Why do our priorities suddenly shuffle and change after we run the Monte Carlo math? If I put the heart attack patient in bed 1 during qualitative triage, why am I moving them to bed 4 after I run a simulation?
This raises an important question, right? And the answer is the illusion of compounding probabilities. Human brains simply cannot calculate complex probability chains intuitively. Let's go back to your qualitative ER triage. You and your team look at a risk, let's say, a massive global supplier bankruptcy. Qualitatively, everyone in the room agrees that the impact of that would be catastrophic.
It's a huge, terrifying scenario.
Right. It gets a big red box on the matrix. It gets ranked as the #1 priority.
Because it feels like a heart attack. It feels existential.
Exactly. But then you move to the quantitative phase. You build a decision tree and you run the Monte Carlo. And you realize that for that supplier bankruptcy to actually impact your specific project's critical path, Three things must happen simultaneously.
Yeah.
Supplier A has to go bankrupt, and D, our backup supplier B, has to be completely out of stock at the exact same time, and D, we have to be unable to source a substitute material locally within 10 days.
I see where this is going.
When you run the actual math, the probability of all three of those independent events happening at the exact same moment is mathematically microscopic. It's less than 1%. So while the impact is catastrophic, the expected monetary value is actually incredibly low.
Wow.
Meanwhile, let's look at a mundane risk that you qualitatively ranked as medium, like a boring 3-day delay in getting a local city permit. It didn't feel scary, so you made it yellow. But the Monte Carlo simulation shows that this boring little permit delay sits perfectly on a choke point in your critical path. Because it happens so often, the simulation shows that this minor delay destroys your project deadline in 60% of the 10,000 alternate realities.
That is insane.
Suddenly, the math reveals the truth. The boring permit is actually priority number 1, and the terrifying catastrophic bankruptcy drops down to priority number 10.
That is absolutely brilliant. The math exposes the fundamental flaws in our human intuition. It proves that what is scariest to our lizard brains isn't always what is most statistically dangerous to our goals. We are afraid of sharks when we should be afraid of mosquitoes.
Exactly. And to get those precise, life-saving forecasts, the framework notes a critical rule. You must combine both new information and historical information. You cannot rely on just one.
Because you need the history to anchor it, right?
Right. You need the historical data to anchor the probabilities in the simulation, but you need the new current project data to account for the unique environment you are operating in right now.
Okay. If you're listening, take a breath. We have mapped the landscape. We have triaged the threats with qualitative vibes. We have brought in the supercomputers, run the simulations, and modeled the exact mathematical impact with quantitative analysis. We know exactly how much damage the storm could do, down to the dollar, the day, and the percentile.
That's a lot of data.
But knowing isn't doing. We cannot just stare in awe at our incredibly accurate spreadsheets. Analysis without action is just highly educated anxiety. Which brings us to Section 4, taking action. Planning and executing our risk responses.
Time to pull the levers.
Exactly. The framework outlines very specific strategies depending on whether you are looking at a threat, which is a negative risk that hurts you, or an opportunity, which is a positive risk that could help you. Let's look at managing threats first. The appropriate, formalized strategies listed are accept, share, mitigate, avoid, and escalate. Let's explore these.
It's incredibly important to understand the nuance and the operational reality of each strategy. The text gives a very practical example. A project manager activates a risk response that results in an additional resource, a new employee being forced to work on an activity to keep it from falling behind schedule. It asks what strategy this represents. The answer is mitigating.
Mitigating, meaning reducing the probability or the impact of the threat. You throw more people or more money at the problem so it doesn't cause a delay.
Yes, you soften the blow. And the framework also notes that if a risk impact is highly severe, like our music festival being shut down by the fire marshal, your first instinct should be to avoid it entirely.
Okay, so how do you avoid it?
Avoiding means you fundamentally change the project plan so the risk is no longer relevant. For example, if an outdoor stage is a massive weather risk, you avoid the risk by moving the entire festival into an indoor arena. The risk of rain is now zero.
That makes sense. But here's where I need to push back on the framework, or at least get some clarity. One of the official strategies for a threat is simply to accept it. Wait, why would you ever just accept a threat instead of fighting it? Isn't that just throwing your hands up and giving up?
Not at all. In fact, accepting a risk is often the most highly calculated, deliberate, and mathematically responsible decision a leader can make. It all comes back to cost-benefit analysis. Let's use a real-world analogy.
That's it on me.
Mitigating a risk is like installing a state-of-the-art $10,000 fire sprinkler system in your house because you are worried about the threat of a fire. It reduces the impact.
Makes perfect sense. Fire is bad, spend the money.
But what if you are evaluating the risk of a hurricane? You look at your map and you realize you live 500 miles inland, up in the mountains. The probability of a hurricane hitting you is incredibly low, and if it does, the impact might be some heavy rain. You could choose to mitigate that risk by spending $50,000 retrofitting your mountain house with hurricane-proof glass. Or you could simply look at the math, look at the incredibly low expected monetary value of the threat and say, I accept this risk. If the freak hurricane happens, we will deal with the broken window, but we are not going to spend $50,000 proactively defending against a $500 problem.
Oh, I see. Spending $10,000 to mitigate a $5,000 risk isn't good management. It's financial malpractice. Accepting it is actually the mathematically responsible thing to do. You acknowledge it, but you choose not to act.
Exactly. Now, on the flip side, what about opportunities? Positive risks, things that could go significantly better than planned. The strategies for opportunities are exploit, enhance, share, accept, and escalate. Notice a key omission.
Yeah, what jumped out at me immediately is that mitigate is strictly for threats. You don't mitigate an opportunity.
Right, because mitigating means reducing. You want to increase an opportunity's probability or impact, which is what enhance means. If there's a chance a new AI technology could speed up your software coding by 2 weeks, you don't mitigate it. You enhance it by proactively assigning your best engineers to figure it out. Or you go a step further and exploit it, which means you fundamentally alter the project plan to ensure that the opportunity 100% definitely happens. You remove all uncertainty in a positive direction.
And the framework brings up a very practical point about scale. Not every single identified risk, whether threat or opportunity, gets a detailed response plan. A team in one of the practice scenarios was debating this, and the correct answer is that it is a team decision based on priority.
Some risks just go on a watch list.
You simply cannot fight every battle. The watch list is the parking lot. It's for those low priority risks that you decided to accept, or risks that are so far in the future that they don't warrant immediate action or spending yet. You just keep an eye on them during your weekly reviews. But for the battles you do fight, the ones you spend money on, the framework details a subtle but absolutely vital distinction in personnel roles. When determining a response strategy, you have to identify a specific person to act when the trigger happens. And this role is emphatically called the action owner. Not the risk owner, not the project manager, the action owner.
That specific terminology is the difference between high-level strategy and ground-level execution. Let's say the identified risk is a potential strike by the shipping union that delivers your materials.
Okay.
The risk owner might be the VP of supply chain. They are responsible for the overall strategic response, which is to negotiate a backup trucking fleet contract just in case. They own the risk on the spreadsheet.
But the VP of supply chain is sitting in an office in another state. They aren't the ones standing on the loading dock when the trucks don't show up.
Exactly. The action owner is the logistics manager standing on the ground. The response plan says, trigger. If the union officially votes to strike at 5:00 p.m. on Friday, immediately activate the backup trucking contract. The action owner is the specific person authorized, trained, and responsible for pulling that operational lever the absolute second the trigger happens. If you only assign a risk owner and that VP is on a flight when the strike happens, the response fails.
That is such a sharp, critical operational detail. You need the person with their hand physically on the lever. And to make sure everyone in the entire organization knows what levers are being pulled, the material recommends heavily visualizing success. It asks what tool is a good way to illustrate and communicate the effectiveness of risk response strategies, and the answer is an information radiator.
I love that term, an information radiator. It's a highly visible display, a massive physical whiteboard in the team room, or a prominent, unmissable dashboard on the team's shared software homepage that shows the current status of the work and the active risks.
So no hiding it away.
Exactly. The core philosophy here is that you do not hide your risk management in a password-protected spreadsheet on a buried drive. You radiate that information out to the team and the stakeholders constantly, encouraging them to see it, interact with it, and provide feedback.
So we've done it. We've surveyed the land. We've done the math. We've assigned our action owners. We've pulled the levers, mitigated the threats, and exploited the opportunities. Our dashboards are radiating green. Problem solved, right? We can all go home and the project is saved.
Not quite. And this is perhaps the most sophisticated, mature part of the entire framework. In complex systems, every single action causes a reaction. Solving one problem almost always gives birth to a new one.
Welcome to Section 5, the ripple effect. Residual risks, secondary risks, and continuous monitoring. Let's go back to our medical analogies because I think it paints the clearest picture here. This phase of risk management reminds me of taking a new prescription medication.
Okay, let's hear it.
Imagine you have a terrible splitting headache. It's threatening your ability to work. So you take a strong prescription pill. That pill is your risk response. You are proactively mitigating the headache.
Following you so far.
But as we all know, the pill comes with a warning label. 2 hours later, your headache is better, but the pill gives you a severe upset stomach. That upset stomach did not exist before you took the pill. It is a brand new problem that materialized purely as a result of implementing your solution. According to the framework, that new problem is a secondary risk.
A phenomenal illustration. The source material defines a secondary risk exactly like that. A new risk that materializes purely as a direct result of implementing a risk response. And the text notes an interesting logical caveat. If your initial risk response was simply to accept the risk, like we talked about with the hurricane, you are the least likely to encounter a secondary risk.
Why is that?
Because you didn't change the environment, you didn't take the pill, so you can't get the side effect.
Right. Every time you intervene, you create ripples.
Right.
And then there's the other concept, the residual risk.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the patient. So you took the pill, you got the upset stomach, which is the secondary risk, and on top of that, your headache isn't completely gone. The pill didn't cure it 100%.
It rarely does.
The headache is dulled, it's manageable, you can go to work, but it's still lingering there. That lingering headache is the residual risk. It is the original risk that remains after your response has been applied.
Yes. The text explains that your mitigation response might drastically reduce the probability and the impact, but the risk is rarely eliminated entirely. It is still active. Monitoring both of these phenomena, the new side effects and the lingering symptoms, is a critical ongoing task for the duration of the project.
The source material outlines several mechanisms for this continuous monitoring. It talks heavily about variance analysis. This is used to determine how the project is actually doing compared to where the baseline plan said it should be. You compare actual performance against your scope, time, and cost estimates. If you expected to spend $10,000 this week, but your variance analysis shows you spent $15,000, that variance is a massive flashing warning light that a risk is materializing right now.
It also specifies that you must gather and analyze this performance data deliberately, specifically reconciling it from risk-relevant activities. What that means is you can't just look at the health of the project as a whole. You have to look closely at the specific tasks where you implemented a risk response, like hiring that expensive staging company, to see if the response is actually working as intended.
But here is a very practical question for you. If a team has to constantly do variance analysis, reconcile data, monitor for side effects, track residual risks, and update dashboards, how do they prevent what I would call risk fatigue? How does this not devolve into a massive bureaucratic nightmare where the team spends more time updating the risk register spreadsheet than they do actually building the software or planning the festival?
That is the eternal struggle and the death knell of many poorly managed projects. But the framework provides a very modern solution, particularly focusing on those agile environments we discussed earlier. Risk monitoring should never be a heavy, monstrous, monthly administrative burden. It needs to be lightweight and iterative.
Right. The text explicitly asks how to gather and analyze performance in an agile environment. And the tools it lists are not massive quarterly reviews. The tools are user stories, information radiators, iteration reviews, and daily stand-ups.
Think about the mechanics of the Agile Daily Stand-Up. It's a quick 15-minute meeting every morning where every team member says 3 things they did yesterday, what they are doing today, and what is currently blocking them.
I see.
That third question, what is blocking me, is literally real-time risk identification and monitoring. By integrating risk management directly into the daily workflow, into the 15-minute stand-up, into the visual radiator on the wall, it stops being extra paperwork that the boss makes you do on Fridays, and it becomes a natural, unconscious reflex of the team.
And the material makes a vital point about responsibility here, too. In an agile, Scrum-based environment, who is ultimately responsible for the overall monitoring of the project risk levels? It's not the product owner, and it's not the Scrum Master. It is the entire Scrum team. Again, returning to Section 1, it's a team sport.
The collective intelligence and vigilance of the team is the best monitoring tool you could ever buy.
Now, as they monitor, they obviously have to keep the paperwork updated. The risk register is a living document. The text details scenarios for updating it. You add new risks identified after a response is implemented. Those are our stomachache secondary risks. You update the probability and impact of existing risks after a response has taken effect. But it also highlights something that I think a lot of people forget to do. You have to know when to close a risk.
Oh, this is huge.
The material asks, what would be a good reason to close a risk? And the answers are things like, the probability and impact have dropped to an incredibly low level, or the risk has actually occurred and is now an active issue being managed, or the project has moved past the phase where it is even possible for the risk to happen.
Closing a risk is an incredibly important step, both administratively and psychologically. Let's say you are worried about the foundation of a building cracking while pouring the concrete. Once the concrete is poured, cured, and inspected, that specific risk is over.
Right. You don't need to worry about the poor anymore.
Exactly. You must close it. You remove it from the active dashboard. This frees up crucial mental bandwidth for the team. If you don't aggressively close risks that are no longer valid, your register just grows and grows into an unreadable monster of historical anxiety, and eventually the team will simply stop looking at it.
You have to clear the cache. You have to take the win. The threat didn't happen or we survived it. Let it go. Delete it from the active board. And finally, you have to communicate all of this to the people paying the bills. The framework ends with this scenario about a project manager preparing a risk report for key stakeholders. And the core takeaway is beautifully simple. Stakeholders are different and require tailored reports or reporting methods. There is no one-size-fits-all spreadsheet.
Exactly. Think about the psychology of your audience. The chief financial officer needs to see the financial variance and the expected monetary value calculations. The lead software engineer doesn't care about the financials. They need to see the technical residual risks and the secondary software bugs.
And the marketing director needs to see the schedule threats that might push back their launch date.
If you lazily send all of them the exact same 50-page risk register spreadsheet, you are completely failing at communication.
You're just radiating noise instead of targeted information.
Precisely. You have to translate the risk into their specific language.
Which brings us to the end of our journey through this incredibly robust framework. If you are listening to this, I hope your relationship with uncertainty has fundamentally changed over the last hour. Let's trace the arc of what we've unpacked today. We started with a blank slate in those murky waters. We did the heavy groundwork, bypassing our own egos to survey industry benchmarks, choosing our working methodology as a deliberate defense mechanism.
Agile or waterfall.
Right. Mapping our stakeholders and empowering them to spot real, tangible threats instead of just complaining about the weather.
Then we moved into the ER. We triaged our anxieties using qualitative matrices, but we anchored those matrices in cold, hard, historical data, separating the scrapes from the heart attacks without relying on flawed human intuition.
From there, we brought in the quantitative supercomputers. We ran the Monte Carlo simulations. We built the decision trees. We modeled thousands of alternate realities and attached hard, mathematical expected monetary values to our fears, which completely upended our initial priorities and showed us what was actually dangerous.
We then took targeted, calculated action. We mathematically accepted what we couldn't efficiently fight, we mitigated the severe threats, we exploited the positive opportunities, and we assigned ruthless action owners to stand by the levers when the time came.
And finally, we maintained a vigilant watch. We looked out for the secondary side effects of our own brilliant solutions. We monitored the residual symptoms. We integrated the tracking into our daily agile stand-up so it became a reflex instead of a chore. And we communicated the results in specific languages our different stakeholders could actually understand.
It's a comprehensive loop.
Whether you are launching a massive corporate software update, planning a high-stakes wedding, or deciding whether to drain your savings to start a new business, this sequence, identify, qualify, quantify, respond, monitor, it takes that overwhelming, paralyzing cloud of uncertainty and turns it into a structured, highly playable game of chess.
It absolutely does. It gives you agency over the unknown. But as we wrap up, I want to leave you, the listener, with one final, slightly provocative thought to ponder.
Let's hear it.
We have spent this entire deep dive building a magnificent, highly logical mathematical system to make us feel secure against the unknown. But the ultimate risk in any complex human endeavor is the illusion of total control.
Oh, wow.
Think about it. When your framework is humming perfectly, when your information radiators are glowing green, when your stakeholders are happy, and your Monte Carlo simulations swear you have a 99% chance of success, are you actually secure? Or have you just become so comforted by the beauty of your own models that you've stopped looking out the window?
Have you stopped looking for the bizarre, unquantifiable black swan events?
Does the deep, comforting feeling of safety provided by a flawless risk management system actually make us, paradoxically, more vulnerable to the truly unexpected?
Wow. That is the trap, isn't it? The blueprint is never the actual building. The map is not the territory. We have to use the tools, or we always have to keep our heads up.
Yeah.
To everyone listening, thank you for joining us in the muddy waters today. Take these frameworks, build your historically accurate matrices, calculate your expected monetary values, but never ever forget to look out the window. Apply these tools to your next big challenge and let us know how it goes. We'll see you on the next deep dive.
When you break your arm, an X-ray shows the doctor exactly where the bone snapped. I mean, it's
Yeah.
binary, right?
Right, totally.
You look at the film, you see that jagged white line, and there's absolutely zero ambiguity about what went wrong. The fracture is just a physical, undeniable reality.
Yeah, it's right there in front of you.
Exactly. But how do you take an X-ray of a multi-million-dollar construction project or, a massive global software rollout before the collapse even happens?
Well, that is the multi-million-dollar question.
Right. How do you spot the microscopic stress fractures in a team's workflow or like a critical supply chain months before the entire structure just completely gives way?
Because in complex systems, the breaks haven't happened yet. You are operating in this landscape of pure probability. You're basically looking for ghosts.
Looking for ghosts, yeah.
And unlike a medical X-ray, the tools we use to diagnose these invisible fractures, they are heavily reliant on human psychology, which, as we know, is notoriously unreliable.
Oh, absolutely. And I want you to keep that image of looking for the invisible fracture in your mind because welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're stepping into a landscape where the entire goal is to see the disaster coming long before the bone snaps.
Yeah, we're getting into some heavy machinery today.
We really are. We're analyzing this highly technical and frankly surprisingly dense set of source materials revolving around the PMI Risk Management Professional Framework, the PMI RMP.
And, I can already hear the collective groan from everyone listening.
Oh, for sure.
A corporate risk management framework. On the surface, it sounds like the kind of bureaucratic manual you'd use to, prop up a wobbly desk.
It really does sound awful at first glance, but when you actually read this documentation, when you look at the case studies and the psychological traps it maps out, it is not just some dry manual.
No, not at all.
It's essentially a secret decoder ring for how top-tier organizations predict the future. It's about how they avoid absolute catastrophes, and maybe most importantly, how they manage human ego, Ego, denial, and conflict when everything is on the line.
Yeah, risk management at its highest level isn't just sitting in a cubicle making a spreadsheet of bad things that might happen.
Right.
It's a highly dynamic discipline. It requires you to understand the cognitive biases of your executive team just as well as you understand statistical probability curves.
So our mission today is to translate these very formal corporate risk management frameworks into practical, actionable wisdom for you, the listener. Because whether you are running a massive tech infrastructure project or you're just trying to organize a highly complex personal goal.
Like a cross-country career move.
Yes, or investing your life savings or planning a massive event. These exact same principles apply. Okay, let's unpack this. What is the roadmap for today? Where do we even begin finding these invisible fractures?
Well, we have to start with the foundation, which requires looking inward before we ever look outward at the danger.
Okay.
We're going to examine risk appetite and how that abstract philosophy translates into actual measurable thresholds. From there, we'll dive into how you manage the very human conflicts that inevitably arise when executives disagree about danger.
Which they always do.
Always.
Oh.
Then we'll explore how your approach has to radically adapt if you're working in an agile, fast-paced environment versus a traditional, rigid one.
Right, the methodologies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And finally, we're going to dissect a literal disaster scenario, a catastrophic failure involving a crane, using some incredibly advanced visual and analytical tools that expose the true anatomy of a crisis.
It's a huge journey. But before a team can even identify a single risk out there in the world, before they look at a crane or a software bug or a supply chain bottleneck, they have to know what they're actually afraid of.
Yes.
And conversely, they have to know what kind of damage they're willing to stomach to get the reward, which means we have to talk about appetite and thresholds.
Precisely. You cannot measure a deviation if you haven't mathematically defined your baseline.
So to make this concrete, let's look at one of the scenarios from our source material. Imagine a project manager. Let's call him Otto.
Good old Otto.
Right. Otto is running a high-stakes initiative, and his first job is to ensure the risk threshold of his project is set at the absolute correct level. But the defining rule here is that the risk threshold of the project must be inextricably linked to the organization's risk appetite. And these two concepts are not the same thing.
No, they aren't. And what's fascinating here is the rigorous distinction the framework forces you to make. People use these terms interchangeably all the time in everyday boardroom conversation.
Oh yeah, tolerance, capacity, appetite, threshold.
Exactly. They just throw them all into a blender.
Yeah.
Sounds smart. But in this methodology, They're distinctly different gears in the machine.
So break that down for us.
Risk appetite is the broad, overarching willingness of the stakeholders to take on risk in pursuit of value. It's a general philosophical stance. Is the company a seeker of risk? Meaning they will gamble aggressively for market dominance. Are they neutral? Or are they risk-averse, meaning preservation of capital is their absolute priority?
I was thinking about this, and the best analogy I could come up with is personal financial investing.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, think about your own retirement portfolio. Your risk appetite is your general personality as an investor. You might sit down with a financial advisor and say, I have an appetite for high-growth, aggressive tech stocks. I want a massive return, and I have the stomach to ride out the market dips.
Right.
That is your appetite. You are a risk seeker. But your risk threshold is the exact measurable boundary derived from that appetite.
Yes, the math.
Right. The threshold is when you tell your broker, even though I am aggressive, I absolutely cannot lose more than 10% of my total savings in a single quarter. If the portfolio drops exactly 10%, that triggers an automatic sell order.
That is the perfect way to visualize it. The appetite is the philosophy. The threshold is the math. It's the quantifiable limit, the tripwire.
Tripwire, I like that.
And it's vital to note here, the capacity is another entirely different beast. Capacity is just the cold, hard reality of how much risk you can theoretically absorb before you literally go bankrupt.
Like your total bank account balance.
Exactly, regardless of whether you actually want to take that risk. Appetite is what you choose to take. Threshold is the alarm system you build around that choice.
So Otto has to calculate the risk the organization can actually absorb. He has to define those boundaries. And to do that, he has to look at a variety of factors. The material lists things like financial impact, scope, legal ramifications, environmental fallout, technical failures, schedule delays, and quality degradation.
It's a comprehensive list.
It is, but it also brings up procurement. And there's a crucial nuance here about how broad a category can be when you are calculating risk absorption.
Yeah, the framework is very specific about hierarchy. Organizations can absorb impacts across specific measurable factors. If I have a specific vendor contract, I can calculate a threshold for that contract.
Like saying we can absorb a 15% cost overrun on this steel shipment.
Exactly. We can absorb a 15% cost overrun on the steel before the project goes into the red. That is a measurable threshold on a contract. But procurement as a whole,
Right, the whole department.
that is an entire functional discipline of a business. It's too vast. You can't calculate a unified risk threshold for an entire department's existence in the same way you calculate a threshold for a specific scheduled delay.
It's kind of like the difference between saying, I can absorb a $500 hit to my flight budget for this vacation versus saying, I can absorb a hit to the entire concept of global transportation.
That's spot on.
You have to narrow the focus to set a valid threshold. So Otto does the math. He figures out the overarching appetite of the company. He translates that down into specific, quantifiable thresholds across the schedule and budget. And then he has to take this threshold document to the steering committee, the big bosses.
The executives who hold the purse strings and have the power to greenlight or kill the initiative entirely.
Now, if you've ever worked in a corporate environment, you know exactly how this usually plays out.
Sadly, yes.
The project manager walks into the boardroom, hands out a thick stack of papers, briefly summarizes the risk thresholds, and essentially begs for a quick signature so everyone can go to lunch and the project can officially start. The entire goal is to avoid rocking the boat.
Artificial harmony. It is the silent killer of projects.
Exactly. But the source material throws a massive curveball here. It explicitly states that Otto shouldn't just look for a quick signature to avoid conflicts. On the contrary, Otto must actively lead conflict resolutions between the stakeholders in agreeing on the risk appetite.
He has to force the issue.
He is supposed to instigate and manage a fight.
Yeah, it shifts the role of the project manager from a passive administrator to an active facilitator of friction.
I have to admit, when I first read this, I wanted to push back. I thought, wait, why would a project manager actively step into a boardroom expecting or even welcoming conflict?
It seems counterintuitive.
Right. If I'm Otto and my job performance is based on getting this project moving, a screaming match between the chief financial officer and the chief marketing officer over risk thresholds sounds like a nightmare. Smooth sailing seems like the logical goal.
It seems logical until you understand what happens when a crisis actually hits. The framework reveals a deep psychological truth here. Conflicts are not necessarily a bad thing because navigating them creates better, more robust material.
Okay, walk us through that. What happens if he doesn't do it?
Let's look at the alternative. Suppose Otto rushes the signature. The CFO, who is inherently risk-averse, signs it without really reading the details. The CMO, who is a risk seeker wanting to launch a radical new product, also signs it.
Just to get it over with.
Right, they have just rubber-stamped a fundamental contradiction.
They both think the project is operating under their own personal worldview, but they haven't actually negotiated a shared reality.
Exactly. They achieved artificial harmony. Now, fast forward 6 months. A major supplier goes bankrupt, threatening a 6-week delay. The risk event has materialized.
And the alarms go off.
Because they never truly fought over and agreed on the risk threshold in that initial meeting, the boardroom devolves into absolute chaos. CFO wants to pull the plug and cut losses. The CMO wants to double the budget to expedite a new supplier.
Oh, man.
And Otto is caught right in the middle of a war that he should have forced them to fight 6 months ago.
Wow. So Otto has to make them fight it out now, in theory, on paper, so they don't fight it out later when the building is literally on fire and real money is bleeding out the door.
He is stress testing their alignment. A signature without consensus is just ink on a page. The project manager must orchestrate the conflict. You don't just sit back and watch the executives argue. You actively guide that disagreement, forcing them to compromise until you arrive at a unified, mathematically quantifiable threshold that everyone actually understands and accepts.
That reframes the entire concept of leadership. You aren't avoiding the storm. You are orchestrating a controlled burn. You want the friction, because the friction burns away the assumptions and the unspoken expectations.
Beautifully put. And once you achieve that brutal, honest alignment at the top, you face an entirely new, arguably more difficult challenge.
Right, because the steering committee is just the generals in the tent. What happens when you leave the tent?
Exactly.
So Otto has orchestrated the conflict, the appetite is set, the thresholds are mathematically defined. But how does that translate to the people actually building the product? This brings us to the human element on the ground. How do you get a team of developers or construction workers or engineers to actually care about the risk processes you just fought so hard to establish?
You transition from executive strategy to team execution. And the bridge between those two worlds is the risk management strategy itself.
To explore this, let's look at another scenario from our sources. Imagine an agile product owner, Jane.
Okay, Jane.
Jane is working in a hybrid environment. Maybe she's building software for a hardware device. So there's a mix of fast coding sprints and slower manufacturing timelines.
Complex setup.
Very. She needs to figure out if her team should actually establish a formal risk management strategy. And the trap that so many companies fall into is believing that you build a strategy simply because a manual or a PMO, a project management office, mandates it.
The check-the-box mentality. It is the fastest way to guarantee your risk strategy will fail.
Just doing it for compliance.
Yeah, the framework explicitly rejects the idea that a mandate is a good enough reason to do this. If Jane is only developing a strategy because page 42 of the employee handbook says she has to, the team will instantly sense that it's just bureaucratic theater.
The actual goal, the source emphasizes, is that Jane needs a strategy to actively establish risk processes and tools. The strategy isn't a dead document. It is the blueprint for the living machinery the team will use every single day. It defines the how.
And an enormous part of that machinery is defining human accountability. The framework highlights tools like the Responsibility Assignment Matrix, or RAM. And the most famous iteration of this, which you see everywhere in corporate project management, is the RACI matrix.
I assume most of our listeners have brushed up against our RACI matrix at some point in their careers, but let's dive into why it's so vital for risk and, frankly, why it often fails if not used with extreme precision.
It fails a lot.
So RNCI stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, and Informed.
Right. It's designed to completely eliminate ambiguity when a crisis occurs. If we apply it to a risk event, say a critical vulnerability is discovered in the software architecture, the RCI matrix dictates the human response.
Okay, break down the letters for this software bug.
Sure. The person who is responsible is the senior developer. They're the one with hands on the keyboard, actually writing the patch.
They are doing the work.
Yes. The person who is accountable is Jane, the product owner. She might not write a single line of code, but if the patch fails, her neck is on the line. The buck stops with her.
And then you have consulted.
Yeah. This might be the external cybersecurity consultant.
Yeah.
They don't write the code, and they don't own the final product, but their expert opinion is required before the patch is deployed.
Two-way communication.
Exactly. And finally, informed. This is the steering committee. You do not ask their permission to fix the bug. You don't pull them into a meeting to discuss the code. You simply send them an email stating a vulnerability was detected, it is being patched, and the timeline is delayed by 24 hours.
One-way communication. On paper, it is a brilliantly simple framework. You ask who, what, and when.
Oh.
But where RAS-CI matrices often fail, especially in the hybrid environments Jane is working in, is when the lines blur. If you make too many people consulted, suddenly your developer can't deploy a critical fix without setting up a 4-day chain of approval meetings. You've paralyzed the response.
Death by committee.
Yes. And if you make too many people accountable, then nobody is accountable because everyone assumes someone else is holding the bag.
It's the bystander effect, but codified into a corporate spreadsheet. If we haven't explicitly documented the exact who before the project starts, the moment a risk becomes a reality, the team will just devolve into finger-pointing.
So Jane has her machinery built. She has her strategy, her RCI matrix is dialed in. Now she actually has to talk to people about it. And this is where the framework introduces the risk communication plan.
Communication. This is where the vast majority of project management theoretically succeeds but practically fails.
One of the most insightful warnings in the source material revolves around how to communicate this risk data. The easy way out is to simply ensure all stakeholders receive the full, comprehensive project communication all the time.
The dreaded reply-all approach to risk management?
It's terrible.
It really is. It is a defense mechanism. A project manager blasts out a 50-page risk register to 70 people every Friday afternoon so that if something goes wrong, they can point to it and say, well, I emailed you about it.
Exactly. It covers their liability, but it absolutely destroys team engagement. If you send the CEO, the lead software engineer, the marketing intern, and the external supply vendor the exact same highly technical, dense spreadsheet, what actually happens?
Absolutely no one reads it.
No one. It becomes white noise. You have achieved information overload, which is just as dangerous as information scarcity.
The framework forces a radically different approach.
Okay.
It states you must try to understand the need of the stakeholders and then adapt the communication to fit those specific needs.
Which takes work.
A lot of work. And it requires intense empathy and psychological profiling from the project manager. The CEO doesn't care about the technical trigger of a database failure. The CEO needs a dashboard showing the expected monetary value of the top 5 threats to the quarterly profit.
Right.
The lead engineer, conversely, couldn't care less about the overarching financial threshold. They need granular data on code dependencies.
You have to speak their specific language. But beyond just communicating data, Jane has to actively engage these stakeholders so they are participating in the risk management process, not just receiving reports about it.
Active participation is key.
And the material asks how to educate stakeholders to foster this engagement. And the wrong answer, the one almost every corporation defaults to, is to provide project management training.
It's almost comical how often companies do this. They notice a lack of risk awareness, so they force the entire marketing and sales team to sit through a generic 2-day seminar on project management fundamentals.
And the framework brutally dismisses this. It states that standard project management training is too generic and provides too little value.
It's true. The marketing director doesn't need to know how to build a Gantt chart. They will zone out immediately.
The correct approach, according to the source, is to share an understanding of risk principles. You teach them the underlying philosophy of spotting danger, not the bureaucratic paperwork of managing it.
And you immediately put that education into practice through engagement. The source gives a brilliant example of what this looks like. It says you shouldn't ask stakeholders to do the heavy lifting of identifying risks or building a risk breakdown structure.
Because that's the project team's job.
Right. Instead, you engage stakeholders in the risk prioritization process.
This is such a psychological masterstroke. Jane's team does the grueling work of hunting down 30 potential risks. Then Jane takes that curated list to the stakeholders and says, we found these 30 potential issues. We need your executive judgment to prioritize them. Which of these keeps you awake at night? Which of these would destroy our profit margin?
By asking for their judgment rather than their labor, you stroke their ego in the best possible way.
People love giving their opinions.
Exactly. But you also extract their invaluable domain expertise. You foster genuine engagement. You want them in the boat, actively scanning the horizon with you, rather than just standing on the shore complaining about how you're steering the ship.
So Jane has established the strategy, she's tailored the communication to cut through the white noise, and she has the stakeholders actively prioritizing the threats. But here's where the ground shifts beneath our feet. because how a team physically does their work radically alters how they hunt for danger.
Right. The methodology changes everything.
A risk management strategy in a traditional construction project looks fundamentally different from a strategy in an agile software sprint.
We are moving from the human element into the methodological frameworks.
Yeah.
And this distinction between predictive or traditional plan-based work and agile work is perhaps the most critical contextual divide in modern management.
Let's start with the agile side. The source introduces us to two team members, Murray and Kim. They are operating in an agile Scrum environment. And the pivotal question is, when is the most suitable time for them to identify risks?
Well, think about how it used to be done. In a traditional project, you have a massive kickoff meeting. You spend 3 weeks exhaustively mapping out every possible thing that could go wrong over the next 2 years. You lock the document and you execute the plan.
But agile is a methodology entirely built around the assumption that the future is unknowable and the plan will constantly change.
Exactly. If your product is evolving every 2 weeks based on user feedback, a rigid risk register built 6 months ago is essentially a historical fiction novel. Therefore, while it is important to discuss risks during sprint planning and sprint reviews, the framework dictates that the most suitable time for risk identification in Agile is continuous and iterative.
It must happen during the process, at any time, in any meeting. If Kim spots a danger on a random Tuesday afternoon while looking at a piece of code, she doesn't wait for the designated risk review meeting on Friday. She raises it immediately. It's a real-time nervous system.
And maintaining that real-time nervous system requires a very specific type of leadership. Which brings us back to Jane, our Agile product owner.
Right.
She wants to support her team in this constant iterative risk identification. And the approach the framework champions for this is servant leadership.
Servant leadership is one of those corporate buzzwords that gets thrown around on LinkedIn so much it almost loses its meaning.
It really does.
But in the context of risk management, it has a highly specific tactical utility.
It does. A traditional command and control leader stands at the front of the room, looks at the map, and barks orders to the team about what risks to avoid. They dictate the danger. A servant leader operates from an entirely different posture.
I was trying to picture this dynamically. If command and control is a chess player moving pieces on a board, servant leadership in risk management is more like a specialized sports coach.
Oh, I thought.
But not the head coach screaming plays from the sideline. It's like the team's strength and conditioning coach or the equipment manager. The servant leader realizes they cannot actually play the game for the team.
Right. Murray and Kim are the ones playing.
Exactly. Murray and Kim are the ones on the field getting tackled. The servant leader's job is to walk the field before the game, clear away the broken glass, ensure the helmets fit perfectly, and train the players' peripheral vision so they can spot the blitz themselves.
That's a highly accurate analogy.
Yep.
Jane is not identifying the risks for Murray and Kim. She is removing organizational blockers, securing budget for better testing tools, and creating an atmosphere of deep psychological safety.
So they don't get in trouble for raising a flag.
Exactly. So that when Kim spots a massive flaw on a Tuesday, she feels completely empowered to stop the assembly line without fear of being reprimanded for slowing down the sprint. Jane clears the path so the team can run.
But the source material provides a massive flashing warning sign here about mixing these methodologies blindly. It introduces the danger of cross-pollination.
This is critical.
Let's look at another project manager, John. John is running a plan-based, predictive project. He is building a physical construction project, like a skyscraper. He wants to improve his risk identification, so he looks at interviews, focus groups, and historical data. But the framework explicitly warns him not to obtain lessons learned from agile development teams.
This tests a fundamental understanding of context. While historical data is generally fantastic for building a risk breakdown structure, pulling data from a completely alien methodology is incredibly dangerous.
Let's expand on why that is. If John is building a skyscraper, his project is like a train on a track. The route is planned out years in advance, the momentum is massive, and if the train derails, the results are catastrophic and incredibly expensive.
Yes.
An agile software team is like a small sailboat. They are constantly tacking back and forth, adjusting to the wind every 10 minutes. If a sailboat catches a bad gust of wind, it just turns. If an agile software team writes a bad line of code, they can roll it back in 5 minutes with almost zero financial penalty.
Exactly. The cost of change in Agile is incredibly low. The cost of change in predictive construction is astronomical. You cannot roll back a concrete foundation that was poured incorrectly.
All right.
So if John, the construction manager, tries to import the risk tolerances or the fail fast, fix later mentality of an agile software team into his skyscraper project, the building will literally fall down.
Wow, yeah.
Agile embraces early failure as a learning tool. Predictive construction must view failure as an existential threat.
Yeah.
You don't use the navigational charts of a sailboat to drive a train.
It really highlights that methodologies are just tools. But regardless of whether you are on the train or the sailboat, once you find a risk, you have to measure it. You have to put a number on it.
Yes, the quantitative step.
And the source gives us a specific mathematical framework for this. Jane's PMO tells her she needs risk metrics, and we have to clearly separate predictive risk metrics from historical performance metrics.
This is where so many managers get confused, because they rely on metrics that tell them what happened yesterday, not what might happen tomorrow.
The material lists things like escape defects or schedule performance index, SPI. If a team is measuring escape defects, they are counting the number of software bugs that made it past testing and were found by the actual customers.
And an escape defect is a tragedy, but it is a lagging indicator. It tells you about a failure that has already happened. It measures past quality.
Not future risk.
Exactly. Similarly, the Schedule Performance Index, or Earned Value Management, tells you if you are currently behind schedule based on the work you performed last week. It is essentially looking in the rearview mirror. It does absolutely nothing to calculate the probability of a future event.
To look through the windshield, the framework points us to EMV, expected monetary value. And the math here is so elegantly simple, but it completely changes how a team discusses danger. The text walks us through it. EMV is calculated by multiplying the probability of an event by its financial impact.
Let's break that down into a real-world application, because it is the backbone of quantitative risk analysis.
Okay, let's say you are buying a used car. You identify a risk. The transmission might blow out in the first year. You do some research and determine there is a 10% probability of that happening. If it does happen, the impact, the cost of a new transmission, is $10,000.
So we have 10% probability and $10,000 impact.
Right. Now, human psychology usually does one of two things with this information. We either panic, focus entirely on the $10,000 and refuse to buy the car, or we focus entirely on the 90% chance that it won't happen, we stick our heads in the sand, and we save absolutely $0 for repairs.
Both reactions are irrational. The EMV forces rationality. You multiply the 10% probability by the $10,000 impact, and you get an expected monetary value of $1,000.
So you don't budget $10,000 and you don't budget zero. You put exactly $1,000 into a contingency fund.
Exactly.
And if you are Jane running a massive project, you do this for 50 different risks. You have a server crash risk with a 5% probability and $1 million impact. That's an EMV of $50,000. You have a vendor delay with an 80% probability and a $500 impact EMV of $400. You mathematically weight the severity of every single threat, sum all those EMVs together, and you have a highly accurate, mathematically sound contingency budget.
It moves the boardroom conversation away from emotional, anxiety-driven arguments and anchors it in cold, rational math.
Which is so much easier to defend.
Yes. But of course, EMV is just the financial abstraction of risk. It's the spreadsheet view. What happens when the math becomes reality? What happens when the invisible fracture finally snaps?
We have to zoom all the way in. We've talked about the psychology of the boardroom. We've talked about the workflow of the teams. Now let's look at the anatomy of a disaster itself.
We are transitioning from the macro project level to a micro-analysis of a single catastrophic scenario.
And this brings us to one of the most visceral and illuminating parts of the source material. It presents a highly specific scenario. We meet a project manager named Paul, and Paul is analyzing a terrifying event, a crane dropping a massive heavy object onto a worksite.
It is a dramatic scenario, but it is the perfect vehicle for explaining the nuances of terminology. Because to prevent a disaster, you have to be able to dissect its chronological anatomy with surgical precision.
Here's where it gets really interesting. In everyday conversation, our brains naturally lump everything together. If a crane drops a steel beam, we point at the crumpled metal on the ground and say, that was the accident, or that was the cause of the delay. We use a single brushstroke.
We oversimplify.
Exactly. But the PMI framework forces you to slice this single event into distinct microcategories: the trigger, the cause, the sequence, and the impact. Let's untangle this using Paul's exact scenario, because human brains constantly confuse the trigger with the cause.
Let's start at the very beginning of the chronological chain, the root cause. The framework defines the cause as the underlying systemic weakness or vulnerability that exists in the environment long before the disaster strikes.
So what is that for the crane?
In Paul's scenario, the causes are things like a failure to check the safety manifest, or a systemic flaw in the crane's overload protection system, or poorly trained operators using an outdated lifting plan.
The cause is the dry brush in the forest. It's just sitting there, highly vulnerable, waiting for something to happen.
Exactly. And the thing that happens, the match that gets struck, is the trigger. The trigger is the immediate warning sign, the precipitating condition, or the external force that exploits the underlying cause. In the crane scenario, the framework identifies strong winds or incorrect loading as triggers.
And this is where the psychology of error comes in. If you ask a layperson why the crane dropped the object, they will almost always say, because the wind blew really hard.
They blame the trigger.
Right. They blame the trigger because the trigger is visible, it's loud, and it's immediate.
But the wind didn't cause the crane to be inherently vulnerable. Cranes are designed to operate in wind. The wind merely triggered the disaster because the cause, the failure to check the overload protection system, had already compromised the crane's integrity.
That makes perfect sense.
If you only investigate the trigger, your solution will be don't work when it's windy, which is an operational constraint. If you investigate the cause, your solution is fix the safety manifest protocols, which actually cures the disease.
That distinction is profound. Cause is the systemic weakness. Trigger is the external spark. So the wind blows, that's the trigger exporting the bad safety checks. The cause, which leads to the actual risk event. And it's important to note, the text clarifies that the dropped object itself is the risk event. It is the moment the timeline fractures.
And once the object is falling, you enter the sequence or the consequence. This is the immediate operational reality unfolding in real time. In the material, using the lifting plan during the crisis represents this sequence. It's the slow-motion car crash.
And finally, the object hits the ground. This is the impact, the ultimate fallout. The material lists personnel hit by object, or object dropped in the sea, or structural failure of the crane as the impacts. The impact is the measurable damage to your project objectives, your schedule, your budget, or human life.
Cause, trigger, event, sequence, impact. It is a linear chain of causality. And if we connect this to the bigger picture to communicate this incredibly complex chain to a steering committee, the framework introduces one of the most brilliant visual tools in the discipline, the bow tie analysis.
I love the bow tie analysis. It is a masterpiece of information design. Let's paint a vivid picture of this for the listener.
Sure.
Imagine a literal bow tie, the piece of clothing. It's wide on the left side, it tapers down to a tight knot right in the center, and then it fans out wide again on the right side.
The bow tie diagram perfectly mirrors the chronology we just discussed. The knot, right in the absolute center of the diagram, is the risk event itself.
Right.
In Paul's scenario, the knot is labeled dropped object.
Right. Now look at the left side of the bow tie, fanning inward from the left edge, pointing directly toward that central knot. You list all your causes and triggers. You draw a line for strong winds. You draw another line for overload protection failure, another for lack of training.
All funneling in.
Yes, you have all these diverse, wide-ranging systemic flaws funneling inwards, squeezing together until they force the risk event to happen.
And then the disaster squeezes through the knot, and it explodes outward onto the right side of the bow tie. Fanning out to the right, you draw lines for all the potential impacts. One line goes to personnel injury, another to crane destroyed, another to 6-month schedule delay, another to millions in environmental fines if the object falls in the sea.
It's brilliant because it maps causality perfectly. You look at this single diagram and you instantly understand that multiple, seemingly unrelated failures on the left can combine to trigger the event, which then spiderwebs into a dozen different catastrophic impacts on the right.
And the framework specifically tests why this visual is superior to other quantitative tools for this specific job.
Like Monte Carlo.
Exactly. A Monte Carlo simulation runs millions of randomized mathematical variables to give you a probability curve. It's great for budgets, but it doesn't draw a causal chain of a physical disaster. A decision tree maps out choices and expected monetary values, but it doesn't map the anatomy of a threat. If you need to walk into a boardroom and explain exactly how a lack of training on Tuesday can lead to a crane in the ocean on Thursday, you draw the bow tie.
So, we've mapped out the anatomy of a disaster. We know how to visually dissect the falling crane. But how do we systematically track all these potential issues, all these causes and triggers across an entire massive project before they happen? We can't just draw bow ties all day.
No, we cannot.
We have to dive into the heavy machinery of tracking. which brings us to assumptions, constraints, and the risk register.
This is where we confront the extreme danger of untested beliefs. The framework notes that project teams spend a vast amount of resources examining assumptions and constraints. But simply listing them isn't enough. The stakeholders must be actively encouraged to challenge them.
Because an unchallenged assumption is basically a hidden landmine waiting for you to step on it.
Precisely.
But we have to rigorously define the difference between a constraint, an assumption, and an issue, because the source material provides fantastic, relatable examples of each.
Let's start with constraints. A constraint is a limiting factor. It is a hard boundary condition that is imposed upon you from the outside. You cannot negotiate with a constraint. You must plan around it.
The source gives 3 great examples of this. First, the holiday season may have a cascade effect on the project timeline. You cannot change the calendar. Christmas is going to happen whether your software is ready or not. That is a temporal constraint.
Yeah.
Second, lack of skilled labor. If you are building a specialized facility and there are literally no certified welders available in a 500-mile radius, that is a resource constraint. Third, key stakeholders only being available during the Chinese New Year period. Again, cultural and calendar realities are hard constraints. You accept them as facts.
Now, contrast that hard reality with an assumption. An assumption is something you believe to be true for the sake of planning, but which lacks absolute empirical proof. The text gives the example. In July, no work is possible due to bad weather or windy conditions.
Exactly. You are assuming July will be a washout based on historical weather patterns, but you don't know that for a fact. It might be a miraculously calm, sunny July.
You're guessing.
You are making a highly educated guess so you can build your schedule. A constraint is a fact. An assumption is a hypothesis that carries inherent risk.
And then the text provides a third category to differentiate an issue. The example provided is funding not approved.
This is where terminology matters so much. If the funding is actively not approved right now, that is not an assumption, and it is not a boundary condition for planning. It is a current active crisis.
The house is currently on fire.
Right. An issue is a realized risk. It's not a probability anymore. It's a certainty.
So once a team has mapped out their unchangeable constraints and documented all their assumptions, what is the proactive move? The framework states the next step is to carefully categorize them and then convert some of those assumptions and constraints into actual risks.
Why only some? Why wouldn't a thorough project manager convert every single assumption into a risk in the database?
Because it would paralyze the project with noise. Not every assumption carries a proportional threat. If my project plan assumes the office will be closed on Thanksgiving, the risk of that assumption being wrong is virtually zero, and even if it is wrong, the impact is negligible.
Okay, sure.
But if I assume the soil composition at a massive building site is stable without paying for a geological survey, that is a catastrophic assumption. That assumption must immediately be converted into a high-priority risk and tracked relentlessly.
And crucially, the material clarifies a mathematical rule here. When you convert an assumption into a risk, you do not apply quantitative EMV expected monetary value analysis to the assumption itself. You apply the math to the risk that the assumption creates.
That's a vital distinction.
You don't calculate the monetary value of a belief. You calculate the monetary value of the disaster that happens if your belief is wrong.
And all of these validated, mathematically calculated risks are then fed into the ultimate tracking tool, the risk register. But the source material presents a very common, highly realistic scenario about a flawed risk register.
Yes, it describes an IT healthcare project. The team has identified a bunch of risks and put them into the risk register Excel sheet. But when the project manager reviews it, many of the columns are completely empty. They lack data.
Very typical.
And the question is, what is the immediate next step to increase the quality of these identified risks?
The options the framework tests you on are deeply revealing about human nature. Do you assign risk owners? Do you conduct a qualitative assessment, like ranking them high, medium, or low?
I have to admit, if I look at a half-empty spreadsheet, my immediate corporate instinct is to assign risk owners. Shouldn't Jane or Otto just put names next to the rows immediately so someone is held accountable for filling in the blanks?
It seems like the responsible leadership move, but the framework aggressively corrects this instinct. Assigning a risk owner to an incomplete risk does not increase the quality of the data. It just makes a specific human being responsible for garbage.
Right.
If the column is empty, it means the team didn't actually finish identifying the threat. They probably just wrote server crash in the first column and went to lunch. Server crash is not a valid risk entry. What causes it? What triggers it? What is the impact?
So the correct move, according to the framework, is to perform detailed analyses on the identification results first. You must analyze the validity of the identified risks and triggers before you do anything else. You don't rank it as high priority, and you don't assign it to Dave in IT until you have validated that the risk is real, clearly defined, and fundamentally understood.
You have to build the bow tie before you assign an owner to the knot.
And as they validate and fill in those columns, they're defining specific risk attributes. Things like probability, how likely is it? Impact, how much damage will it do? And urgency, how soon will it hit us? These are the dials you turn to measure the threat.
Which brings us to a definitional trap in the material, and it perfectly sets up our final overarching concept. The text asks, what is not a relevant risk attribute? And the answer points out is opportunity. Because opportunity is not a dial you turn to measure a risk. Opportunity is a classification of risk itself.
This is a fundamental concept that completely flips how most people view the world. It is the duality of risk, threat versus opportunity.
Yeah.
The source material asks us to classify several scenarios. It lists increased costs due to bad weather, probability of increased sales, increased savings due to highly effective production, fewer team members leaving due to close cooperation. In everyday language, we look at the first one, bad weather costs, and we call that a risk. We look at the other three, sales, savings, retention, and we call those lucky breaks or good management. But in the rigorous framework of PMI risk management, they're all mathematically classified as risks.
A risk is simply any deviation from the baseline plan. If the deviation destroys value, like the bad weather increasing costs, it is classified as a threat or a negative risk. But if the deviation creates value, like an unexpected surge in sales, it is classified as an opportunity or a positive risk.
And because they are both technically risks, they should both be managed with the exact same rigorous paranoid methodology.
Precisely. You don't just sit back and hope the positive risk happens. You actively manage the upside. You track the triggers that might lead to that unexpected surge in sales. You perform an EMV calculation on the potential savings of effective production so you can confidently invest that money elsewhere. You assign a risk owner to the opportunity of team retention to ensure that lucky break is fully realized and exploited.
So what does this all mean? We have journeyed through an incredibly dense psychological landscape today. We started with Otto stepping into the boardroom, orchestrating intentional conflict to establish a mathematical baseline based on executive appetite.
It's been quite the ride.
We moved to Jane, ditching the reply-all culture, tailoring her communication, and utilizing servant leadership to clear the path so her agile team could hunt for danger iteratively.
We warned John not to cross-pollinate the fast-failing agile mindset into his predictive skyscraper project. We dissected Paul's terrifying falling crane, learning to untangle the invisible systemic cause from the visible external trigger, and we mapped the entire anatomy of that disaster using the Bodo analysis.
And finally, we learned how to brutally challenge our planning assumptions, accept our unchangeable constraints, validate our half-empty spreadsheets before assigning blame, and recognize that a deviation from the plan can destroy value or it can create it. Whether you are dealing with a hostile steering committee, shifting your team to an agile workflow, or trying to prevent your own metaphorical crane drop in your career, understanding these psychological traps and quantitative tools is universal.
But there's one final piece of context the listener must take away from this framework. When conducting risk identification, you must constantly pull data from the broader business context. The material points out that you use external documents, industry telemetry data, and shifting market trends.
You can't just look inward.
Exactly. You cannot rely solely on inward-looking metrics, like an agile sprint retrospective. A retrospective is a team looking inward at how to improve their own workflow. It is vital, but it is a bubble. If you only look inward, you will completely miss the macroeconomic hurricane forming off the coast. Context is everything.
You have to force yourself to look up from the keyboard, look past your immediate team, and scan the actual horizon.
Exactly. And that leads to a final provocative thought. I want you, the listener, to mull over as we end this deep dive. We have spent all this time discussing how to build complex bowtie analyses, calculate expected monetary value, and orchestrate boardroom conflict entirely to protect ourselves from threats.
Right.
We spend massive amounts of intellectual energy building armor against the downside of life.
It's human nature. Our brains are hardwired to scan the bushes for predators. We obsess over the danger.
But if opportunities are mathematically treated as positive risks in this framework, What would happen if you applied this exact same obsessive tracking, triggering, and EMV calculation to actively engineer lucky breaks in your own life?
Oh, wow.
What if you built a bow-tie analysis not to prevent a disaster, but to map out the exact causes, triggers, and sequences that could force an unexpected promotion, or a breakthrough innovation, or a massive financial windfall? What if you stopped just hoping for the best and started managing your upside with the exact same clinical mathematical paranoia that you use to manage your downside?
That is an incredibly empowering way to view the unknown, turning the entire machinery of risk management upside down to systematically hunt for luck. And on that note, we're going to wrap it up. I want to warmly thank you for joining us on this deep dive. The invisible fractures are always out there, but hopefully you're seeing the landscape a little more clearly now. Keep challenging your assumptions, watch out for those triggers, and we will catch you next time. So, imagine it is the year 2000, right? You are standing right in the center of London, and you're staring at the brand new Millennium Bridge.
Oh, yeah. The suspension bridge.
Exactly. This sleek steel suspension bridge over the River Thames. I mean, the Queen had literally just opened it. We are talking millions of dollars, years of planning, just absolute peak architectural design.
And then the public actually walks onto it.
Right. The public walks on and it begins to wobble.
And not just a little bit either.
No,
Oh.
it sways so violently that people are like clinging to the handrails just to keep from falling over into the river.
Which is pretty much the ultimate nightmare scenario for any project team, you know.
Seriously, they had to shut the whole thing down 2 days after it opened. 2 days. Because, I mean, the engineers had planned for heavy winds, right? And they had obviously planned for the sheer weight of a massive crowd.
Right, but they entirely missed the human element.
Exactly. They missed this bizarre phenomenon. I think it's called synchronous lateral excitation.
Yeah, that's the one.
Basically, when the bridge swayed even slightly, people naturally adjusted their footsteps to keep their balance. And that made everyone's step in perfect unison.
Which then made the bridge sway harder.
Right. Creating this massive catastrophic feedback loop. It was a complete disaster. But on the flip side of that, let's look at another really famous moment in project history, the invention of the Post-it note.
Oh, the 3M story.
Yeah, the 3M chemist. He was trying to develop this like super strong aerospace adhesive, but instead he accidentally created this incredibly weak adhesive that just peeled off without leaving any residue.
So by all traditional metrics, his project was a total catastrophic failure.
Total failure. But somebody in that organization looked at that failure and realized, wait, this is actually a completely unforeseen massive opportunity, and it became, one of the most profitable office supplies in human history.
Right, because both of those stories, the bridge and the sticky note, they're really about the exact same thing.
The collision of human planning and absolute chaotic uncertainty. And that, my friends, is exactly what we're wading into today. Welcome to the deep dive. If you are listening to this right now, you are what we like to call the learner. You are endlessly curious, you fiercely protect your time, and you just want to be intensely well-informed without drowning in all the information overload out there.
And today, we actually have a custom-tailored mission just for you. We are going to deconstruct the actual mechanics of how professionals manage chaos.
Which sounds intense.
It is. Specifically, we're drawing from the grueling, highly elite preparation frameworks that are used for the PMI Risk Management Professional Exam, the PMI RMP.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. You're thinking risk management. Are we really doing a deep dive into dry corporate spreadsheet work?
I mean, it gets a bad rap.
It does. But stick with me here, because while it might sound like a bunch of suits just ticking boxes in a windowless conference room, it is actually the art of predicting the future.
Yeah.
It is about dodging catastrophic bullets like a wobbling bridge. And just as importantly, catching those golden tickets like the Post-it note. So we are going to extract the core philosophy from these rigorous standards to give you a shortcut, basically, to understanding how experts actually quantify the unknown.
And it really is a profound shift in thinking. Because the frameworks these elite project managers use, they force you to strip away all your human biases. You have to look at the future through a lens of pure, calculated probability.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because before we can manage the chaos, we have to actually define it, right?
Right, yeah.
And the very first thing we have to do is entirely dismantle the single biggest misconception about risk. Because we are so deeply conditioned to think of risk as this dark, ominous cloud just hovering over our plans.
Yeah, it's always negative.
Exactly. When I say the word risk, you immediately think, oh, the saver is crashing, or the budget is evaporating, or our key supplier is going bankrupt.
Which is a purely defensive reactive posture. But in the professional realm of risk management, risk is not solely negative. In a formal risk register, an identified risk must be explicitly classified as either a threat or an opportunity.
Which is wild.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
If your team is only classifying risks as threats, you are fundamentally doing the job wrong.
And honestly, this blew my mind a little bit because it flips the entire dictionary definition of the word on its head. In everyday language, a risk is a danger. But in this framework, it's literally just a variable.
It's just a deviation from the plan.
Right. So when we look at the specific examples of how professionals categorize this, a threat is what we expect. For example, one of the sources lists increased resource use due to planning. Like, you planned poorly, things took longer, and now you have to throw more money or more people at the problem to catch up. That is a classic negative risk.
But the framework demands equal attention to positive outliers. It actually provides 3 very distinct examples of what an opportunity looks like in a risk register.
Okay, let's look at those.
So the first one is reduced material use due to the use of new technology.
Yeah.
The second is happy stakeholders due to increased engagement. And the third is increased stock rates due to a good reputation.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. These are uncertainties that, if they actually happen, dramatically benefit the project's core objectives.
So if I could just jump in with an analogy here, it's like you are playing a board game with a deck of cards, right? And risk isn't just drawing a penalty card. Risk is drawing a wild card.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, it could be a penalty that sends you back 3 spaces, sure. But it could also be a 2x bonus multiplier that shoots you straight to the finish line.
That is a perfect way to visualize it. And if we connect this to the bigger picture, you have to ask, why does this matter? Why do we care so much about the terminology?
Right, why not just call them bonuses?
Well, it matters because if a project management team is only looking for threats, they are leaving massive amounts of money, time, and efficiency entirely on the table. Proper risk management requires the exact same level of rigor, the exact same meetings, the same structured tracking for capturing those positive wildcards as it does for preventing the negative ones.
You want to actively plan how to make those happy accidents happen.
Exactly. Or at least how to fully capitalize on them if they do pop up.
I want to push back on this just a little bit, though.
Sure.
Because I understand the logic, right? But why is human nature so deeply wired to only view risk as a looming disaster? Like, if I tell a friend, hey, taking this new job at a startup is a huge risk.
They're going to think you're crazy.
Right. They instantly assume, I might get fired, or the company will go under, or I'll be working like 80-hour weeks. They never assume, I might become the CEO in 6 months and retire at 40.
Yeah.
Why do we have to force ourselves with these rigid frameworks to classify opportunities as risk?
Because you're basically fighting millions of years of evolutionary biology.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, evolutionarily speaking, the threat of a tiger hiding in the bushes demands far more immediate cognitive attention with the opportunity of finding a particularly delicious berry bush. Right.
That makes sense. The tiger kills you. The berries are just nice to have.
Exactly. We suffer from profound loss aversion. The pain of losing $100 feels much more intense to us than the joy of finding $100.
Right.
But in complex project environments, whether you're building software, constructing hospitals, or launching marketing campaigns, that biological bias is a massive liability. The PMI-RMP framework exists specifically to force professionals out of that instinctual bias.
It overrides the caveman brain.
It totally does. It forces you to sit down in a room and say, okay, what if things go unexpectedly right? And are we prepared to actually leverage it?
That makes total sense. And the exact wording we use in that system matters so much. There's this brilliant example in the sources of how a stakeholder might try to identify a risk and how the expert actually has to correct them.
Oh yeah, the identification scenarios.
Yeah. Let's say we empower our stakeholders to work independently to identify threats and opportunities, right? They come back to us and they say, hey, here is a major risk. The project requirements are unclear.
Which is, a very common complaint. But according to the framework, that is not a risk at all. That is an issue.
An issue.
Yes, it is a current active reality.
Right.
It's already happening right now.
Right. You don't predict something that is currently on fire. The fire is just an issue.
Exactly.
And then, okay, another stakeholder chimes in and says, well, I have a risk. It will never snow during our summer construction phase. Or they say it will rain for sure in April during project execution.
And again, neither of those are risks.
Because of the certainty.
Yes. The words never and for sure imply absolute certainty. A fundamental, non-negotiable component of a risk is uncertainty. If something is a 100% certainty or a 0% certainty, you do not manage it in the risk register.
You just plan for it.
Exactly. You just plan for it as a definitive constraint or a hard fact of the project schedule.
Okay, so the perfect example of a properly identified risk from the material is it might be windy during project execution.
Yes, that is the absolute sweet spot.
Because it hinges on probability. It might happen, it hasn't happened yet. And if it does happen, it will have a measurable impact.
But, this raises a really important question. Once you've trained your brain and your stakeholders' brains to properly identify these probabilistic wildcards, both the threats and the opportunities, what do you actually do with them?
Right, because if you are running a massive project, a list of 300 might-happen statements is just a recipe for utter paralysis. You just be anxious all the time.
Which brings us to a critical transition in how professionals actually handle this. You can't just shove all these wild cards into a desk drawer and hope for the best.
Yeah.
You have to build a structural taxonomy. You have to map the unknown. And the absolute gold standard for this is something called the risk breakdown structure.
The RBS.
Yes, the RBS.
Okay, let's talk about mapping the unknown, because moving from just defining individual risks to actually building the structure to house them is huge.
It is. The risk breakdown structure is the foundational classification system used to categorize risks. Think of it like the Dewey Decimal System in a library, or the taxonomic ranks in biology where you organize animals by kingdom, phylum, class, and order.
Okay, I like that.
And it's really important to note exactly where this blueprint lives. The document that provides the classification used in the RBS is the risk management plan.
Not the overall project plan.
No, it's not just floating around in the overall project management plan broadly. It's not in the project charter, and it's definitely not in some generic company strategy document. It is specifically housed within the risk management plan.
And the categories inside this RBS are fascinating because the common top-level classifications include things like environment, organizational, and project management.
Right.
But here's where I zeroed in on something quite surprising when I was looking at these professional standards. Leadership is explicitly not a commonly applied classification in a risk breakdown structure.
Yeah, that often catches people off guard.
Yeah.
Especially people who have suffered under really poor management.
Right. I mean, I would argue the exact opposite. If I'm running a project, I want to know exactly who's messing up. Let's be real. Isn't a sudden change in leadership or just generally toxic, indecisive leadership the single biggest risk to almost any project out there?
Oh, absolutely.
So why wouldn't leadership have its own giant red bucket in the taxonomy?
Well, it absolutely can be a massive risk. But the exclusion of leadership as a top-level RBS category isn't like a denial that leadership risks exist. It's about maintaining an actionable taxonomy.
Okay, what do you mean by actionable?
If you just have a bucket called leadership, it immediately becomes a dumping ground for vague complaints and office finger-pointing. The framework forces you to identify what specific system the leadership is actually breaking.
Oh, okay. Walk me through that. Give me an example of how that works.
Let's say your executive sponsor is entirely disengaged. Yeah. Right? And they just won't approve the budget increases you need to keep going.
A classic problem.
Exactly. But instead of logging that under a vague leadership risk, that failure falls under organizational risks, specifically under funding or resource allocation.
I see.
Or let's say the project manager is giving really poor direction to the development team. That falls under project management risks, specifically under communication or scheduling. Creating a dedicated silo, just called leadership, blurs the lines of where the actual structural breakdown is occurring. Because ultimately, you can't fix bad leadership, but you can fix an organizational funding bottleneck.
Oh, that is brilliant. It completely strips the emotion and the office politics out of it. It's like, instead of just pointing a finger at the boss and saying they are the problem, you have to identify the exact gear in the machine that the boss is failing to turn.
Precisely.
Okay, so we have our categories. But every single risk on this map needs two distinct things: an origin and an ownership. And the origin might come from that RBS taxonomy we just talked about. Like, we know the risk originated in the environment bucket, but ownership is where the rubber really meets the road. And the rules make a very firm distinction about how ownership is established.
This is a really critical point in the risk register development process. You can assign ownership to internal stakeholders, or you can assign it to external subject matter experts. But what you absolutely cannot do is base ownership on probability and impact.
Wait, really?
Yes. Let me repeat that, because it's a huge trap many teams fall into. Probability and impact do not establish origin, and they do not establish ownership.
I love this rule because it entirely cuts through the corporate tendency to just pass the buck up the chain of command, you know?
Exactly.
In a normal company, people say, well, this risk has a really high impact. If the servers go down, the whole company stops. So obviously this risk belongs to the CEO.
Right, which makes no sense tactically.
Right. Or they say, this risk is highly probable. It happens every week, so it belongs to the whole IT team. No. Someone specific with a name and a direct phone number must be accountable. You don't assign ownership based on how scary the risk is. You assign it based on who actually has the tools and authority to manage it.
Exactly. And the terminology here is highly specific, breaking down into very distinct roles. When determining a response strategy, you have to identify a person to actually act when the risk materializes. That specific role is called the action owner.
Okay, and an action owner is distinct from a risk owner, right? Because I always assumed those were just interchangeable corporate buzzwords.
Not at all. They are very different. A risk owner is the person accountable for the overall risk and ensuring a strategy is actually developed and in place. They own the strategy.
Okay.
But the action owner is the person with their finger on the button. They are the ones executing the actual tactical tasks when the risk trigger is tripped.
Got it.
Furthermore, we really shouldn't confuse either of these roles with the general risk manager.
Who does what?
The risk manager usually just facilitates the meetings in the process. Or the agile product owner, who is focused on maximizing the value of the product and prioritizing the backlog, which is a completely different scope of responsibilities entirely.
So to use a military analogy, the risk owner is like the general sitting in the command tent. They are accountable for the defense strategy of the entire valley. They make sure the trenches are dug.
Yes.
But the action owner is the specific soldier sitting in the trench, holding the flare gun. The general doesn't fire the flare. The action owner fires the flare when they see the enemy cross a very specific line.
Precisely. You need both to survive.
Okay, so we've built the map. We have our categories cleanly sorted in the RBS without pointing vague fingers at leadership. We've assigned our risk owners to strategize and our action owners to hold the flare guns.
We're set up.
We know we are looking for both the threats and the opportunities.
Well,
Now, how do we actually measure these monsters and treasures we've mapped out? Because obviously not all risks are created equal,
this is where we enter phase 1 of measurement, qualitative risk analysis.
which I like to call the vibes phase before we get to the hardcore math.
Vibes, yes, but as you've learned from this material, it is highly structured vibes.
Very true.
It is a human assessment, but a deeply disciplined one. When a professional team is performing qualitative analysis, the two vital parameters they must assess are probability and impact.
Probability and impact.
Right, and the language is incredibly strict here. Not probability and likelihood, because those are synonyms, so measuring both is completely redundant. And not consequence and impact, also synonyms. It is strictly probability, meaning how likely is this to occur, and impact, meaning how severely will it affect us if it actually does.
And when we estimate that impact, we aren't just letting people sit in a room and say, yeah, I think this will be really bad,
Yeah.
because bad is totally subjective. We have to estimate the impact against specific hard project objectives. The framework gives us a clear list of what those defining objectives are: project schedule, budget, scope, and resources.
Yep, the core constraints.
It also mentions quality, though it notes quality is often intrinsically related back to the iron triangle of budget, scope, or schedule.
What's really fascinating here is what is actually excluded from that list of core project objectives in this specific qualitative assessment context. The framework explicitly points out that legal is not considered a project objective here.
See, that feels entirely counterintuitive to me.
Also,
Well, if I am building a skyscraper and a risk event opens my company up to a massive $100 million lawsuit, isn't avoiding that lawsuit a core project objective? How is legal not on that list?
this is a great philosophical distinction in project management. Legal compliance is an absolute constraint, certainly. You must obey the law.
Right.
But project objectives, the specific metrics you are actively optimizing for during execution, are time, money, features, and resources. Let's use your skyscraper example. A lawsuit is not an objective metric. A lawsuit is an event. It is the risk itself.
Okay, I think I'm following you.
if that lawsuit happens, how does it actually hurt the project?
Well, it costs money.
Right. It hurts the project because maybe it halts construction for 6 months. That is a massive impact on your schedule. Or it requires paying 40 lawyers $1,000 an hour. That is a massive impact on your budget.
Oh, I see.
Or perhaps the settlement requires you to remove the top 5 floors of the building. That is a massive impact on your scope. The legal issue is the root cause, but the impact is always measured in the currency of the project: time, money, and scope.
Oh, okay. That entirely clarifies it. Legal is the weather, but the iron triangle is the thermometer.
I love that.
Everything translates back into the project's currency. So to do this qualitative analysis, to assign these probability and impact scores, teams use risk matrices, right? A grid with probability on one axis and impact on the other.
Correct.
And the material gives us some deep insight into the best resources to use when actually applying these matrices. Because if a team wants to apply a risk matrix accurately, the best resources are things like an agreed-upon assessment approach, historical information, and pre-established criteria.
And it specifically notes what is not a good resource: an old definition of done from previous agile iterations.
Right, because that's for something else entirely.
Exactly. The definition of done is just a checklist to ensure a product increment is complete and meets quality standards. It is entirely irrelevant to risk categorization, especially since older agreements might be functionally obsolete in the current project context anyway.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting for me, and where I think the human element really crashes into the framework.
Let's hear it.
This qualitative phase requires people to sit in a room together and agree on how likely something is and how bad or good it will be. What happens when stakeholders just flat out disagree?
Which happens constantly.
Right. How do you prevent this from devolving into a massive shouting match where, like, the marketing team insists our risk is a level 5 catastrophe because it affects their launch party, and the engineering team thinks it's just a level 1 hiccup because it's an easy code fix?
That scenario right there is exactly why that agreed-upon assessment approach and pre-established criteria we just mentioned are so incredibly vital. You cannot build the scales during the argument. You have to build the scales before the project even starts.
You have to agree on the rules first.
Yes. You define exactly what a high impact means in concrete, undeniable terms. For example, everybody signs a document in week 1 that says, a high impact risk is defined strictly as a budget overrun of more than 10%, or a schedule delay of more than 14 days.
So when marketing starts screaming that the launch party is ruined, you just hold up the ruler.
Exactly. You completely remove the emotion. You ask, will this delay the project by 14 days? If the answer is no, it is mathematically not a high-impact risk, regardless of how stressed the marketing team feels. You just measure the risk against the ruler you all already agreed to use.
But what if you have key stakeholders who just don't understand the ruler?
What do you mean?
Let's say you bring in a new external partner or a senior VP who just isn't steeped in project management methodology. The material presents a specific scenario where stakeholders have limited knowledge of the risk categorization strategies the project is actually applying. So the question is, how do you actually get them engaged and on board without insulting them?
The optimal path here is highly specific. It isn't to provide broad, formal classroom training to all stakeholders that just wastes time and money.
Nobody wants to sit through a 3-day seminar.
Right. And it's not to just assign them a mentor, which is far too general and unstructured. And it's certainly not to just throw them into active risk management activities and hope they learn by osmosis.
Sink or swim.
Yeah, that doesn't work. The correct answer is to specifically coach the stakeholders on the risk categorization strategies.
It requires a targeted, hands-on approach. Like you said, you don't send them to a seminar. You sit down with them for an hour and coach them through the specific framework of this specific project.
Yeah.
And the ultimate goal of all this coaching, all these matrices, and all this probability and impact assessment is to achieve one very specific outcome: prioritization.
Exactly. When performing the qualitative analysis, the mandatory task you must complete is performing an ordinal classification.
An ordinal classification.
Right. You are racking and stacking the risks. You are creating a prioritized list based on ordinal ranking: first, second, third, fourth, all the way down to the very bottom.
You aren't calculating exactly how many dollars the risk will cost yet. You are just saying risk A is a bigger monster than risk B, and opportunity C is a shinier treasure than opportunity D.
Right. And it's really worth noting the framework specifically excludes detectability, which is how easy it is to notice the risk occurring as a part of this initial prioritization process.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the focus is purely on probability and impact to get that clean ordinal list first.
Okay, so qualitative analysis gives us our ordered list. We know what our biggest threats and our most lucrative opportunities are based on this structured human assessment.
We have our vibes ranked.
We have our vibes ranked. But when the stakes are astronomically high, when the budget is tight and the deadlines are legally set in stone, feelings, vibes, and ordinal ranks just aren't enough, are they?
Not even close.
We need to know exactly how much armor to buy. We need to know exactly how fast we need to run. We need to run the hard numbers, which is the natural transition into phase 2, quantitative risk analysis.
This is the evolution from qualitative estimates to rigorous data-driven mathematical modeling. And the very first rule here is chronological.
Chronological.
Yes. Quantitative analysis happens after the qualitative assessment is entirely complete.
Oh, you don't do them at the same time.
No, you don't jump straight into the math. You qualify everything first, figure out what matters, and then you only quantify the highest priority items. Running complex mathematical models on low-priority risks is a massive waste of project resources.
And a really insightful question is posed here in the sources. Is it likely that the risk weighting and the risk priority will actually change during this quantitative process? Because if we already rank them, doesn't the math just confirm our ranking?
The answer is unequivocally yes, they will change.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. When you move from human vibes to hard statistical data, your priorities are highly likely to shift, sometimes dramatically.
Why is that?
Well, a risk that felt like a massive threat emotionally might statistically have a completely negligible mathematical impact on the critical path of the schedule.
Oh, wow.
Right. Meanwhile, a seemingly minor risk, when run through a simulation, might mathematically prove capable of causing a cascading failure that derails the entire project. The math corrects the lingering human biases that qualitative analysis just couldn't catch.
So what actual mathematical tools do the pros use to do this? The framework lists several valid techniques for quantitative analysis: sensitivity analysis, decision trees, expected monetary value, and Monte Carlo simulations.
And before we dive into those, it importantly calls out what is not a quantitative risk technique: earned value management, or EVM.
Let's actually pause and explain EVM, because I hear that acronym thrown around in corporate spaces all the time, and I think people really confuse it with risk management. What is earned value management, and why is it the wrong tool here?
So earned value management is an incredibly vital project management tool.
Yeah.
But it is purely used for monitoring and forecasting current cost and time performance. Current performance.
Right. Think of it like looking at the dashboard of your car. It tells you your current speed, how much gas you have left, and based on that, what time you will arrive at your destination if nothing changes. It compares the work you plan to do against the work you have actually earned or completed.
So if I plan to lay 1,000 bricks today for $1,000, but I only laid 500 bricks and spent $800, EVM tells me I am behind schedule and over budget.
Exactly. It tells you exactly where you are right now against your baseline. But it is entirely deterministic. It is looking in the rearview mirror and the immediate present. It's not looking at the future.
Right. It is not a tool for analyzing the probabilistic, uncertain future of individual risk events. EVM cannot tell you the statistical probability of a hurricane hitting your bricklaying operation next week. For that, you need quantitative risk tools.
That is a brilliant distinction. EVM is the dashboard. Quantitative risk analysis is the weather radar forecasting the storm ahead.
Perfectly said.
So let's break down the actual radar tools, because there are very specific use cases for each. Let's start with sensitivity analysis.
A classic tool. Let's look at a scenario where a bonus analyst wants to see which specific risks and activities on the critical path have the highest standard deviation.
Standard deviation being a statistical measure of variance, right? Like how much something is likely to swing away from the average.
Correct. If an activity has a high standard deviation, it means the outcome could swing wildly. It might take 2 days or it might take 20 days. Sensitivity analysis is the perfect tool here.
How does it work?
It allows the team to isolate variables and see which specific risks or activities are the most sensitive to change. You hold everything else constant, and you alter one variable slightly. Does the whole project timeline shift? If so, that is a highly sensitive area that demands your attention.
And they visualize this somehow, right?
Yes, it's often visualized using a tornado diagram, which graphically ranks the variables by how much impact they have on the outcome. The biggest ones are at the top, so it looks like a funnel or a tornado.
Let me try an analogy here to ground this. Sensitivity analysis is like trying to find the weakest link in a heavy steel chain, right? You are mathematically testing the tension on every single link. Most of the links can handle a little wobble, a little variance, but you're looking for that one specific link where a tiny millimeter of stress causes the whole chain to snap.
That's a great way to put it.
And there's another scenario provided in the materials. If a team is focusing on a rigid, legally binding deadline, and the consequences of missing it are severe, examining the sensitivity of the activity specifically on the critical path is the absolute best technique to support that emphasis.
Absolutely. Moving to another highly effective tool, the decision tree.
Okay, the decision tree.
Imagine a scenario where a project manager is standing at a crossroads. They must measure the probability and the impact of various diverging paths based upon a choice they have to make today. This is the hallmark of a decision tree analysis.
I always think of decision trees like those old choose-your-own-adventure books we read as kids, you know?
Yes.
But with actual price tags and probability percentages attached to every single page turn. Like, let's say you are building an app and you have to choose between vendor A and vendor B. If we choose vendor A, they're cheaper. But there is a 60% chance they deliver on time, resulting in a $100,000 profit, and a 40% chance they are late, resulting in a $50,000 penalty. You map out all those diverging branches to see which decision yields the best mathematical outcome.
Exactly. And the math you use to calculate the value of those branches is called expected monetary value, or EMV.
EMV.
You multiply the probability of the event by the financial impact of the event. So 60% times $100,000 is a positive $60,000 EMV. You calculate the EMV for every branch, add them up, and the decision tree mathematically reveals which path is statistically the most sound choice.
And then we have the heaviest hitter of them all, the Monte Carlo simulation.
Oh yeah, the big one.
This sounds like something out of a casino, which I guess makes sense when we were talking about probability and rolling dice. How does a professional team use Monte Carlo?
A Monte Carlo simulation utilizes computer models to simulate the outcome of a project tens of thousands of times. It doesn't just look at one risk. It takes every single risk, every single probability, and every single impact on your entire register, and literally rolls the dice.
Tens of thousands of times.
Yes. In Simulation 1, the weather is perfect, but the supplier is late. In Simulation 2, a hurricane hits, but the supplier is early. It does this 10,000 times and produces a probability distribution curve.
That's incredible.
It is. It can tell you, with incredible statistical backing, you have exactly an 82% chance of finishing this project on or before August 15th.
That is mind-blowing. It literally simulates 10,000 alternate realities to give you the most likely timeline of your actual reality.
Pretty much.
But here's the catch with all of this math, EMV, sensitivity, Monte Carlo. When performing all of this quantitative analysis, what are you actually measuring this data against?
That's the million-dollar question.
The framework specifies that you must analyze risk data and process performance information against established metrics. Not vague project constraints, not the broad risk management plan, and not just general project objectives, but concrete established metrics.
Because if you don't have established metrics, the math has absolutely nothing to anchor to. You can run a Monte Carlo simulation a million times, but if you haven't mathematically defined what constitutes success or failure for your schedule and budget, the simulation is entirely useless. It's just numbers floating in a void.
And speaking of simulations and forecasts, if a project manager wants to conduct a highly precise forecast analysis, where should they get the raw data to feed these models? I mean, you can't just guess the numbers, right?
No, for a precise forecast, you need a robust combination of inputs. The best source is utilizing both new information and historical information.
New and historical.
Right. What is actively happening on the ground right now, combined with the deep historical data of what has happened on similar projects in the past.
There is a very specific trap pointed out here, though. It notes that relying on input from a trend analysis alongside historical information is redundant and inefficient. Why is that? What's wrong with trend analysis?
Because a trend analysis is fundamentally built on historical information. A trend is just a pattern of past events.
Oh, I see.
So if you are feeding your model historical data and trend analysis, you are essentially feeding it the exact same data set twice. The inputs are so similar that it is highly unlikely they offer distinct balancing perspectives. To get a robust, precise forecast, you need the distinct pillars of fresh, current, real-time data intersecting with deep historical baselines.
So let's take a breath and look at where we are. We built the map. We've done the qualitative human vibes and ranked the risks. We've taken the biggest ones and run the quantitative math. We've found our weakest links with sensitivity analysis, priced out our choices with decision trees, and simulated 10,000 realities with Monte Carlo.
We've done a lot.
The priorities are firmly set, the metrics are established. Now we have to actually do something about it. What exactly do we do when the risk becomes reality?
This is where we move from the safety of analysis into the messy reality of action. We enter the realm of tactical risk responses and strategies. How do project managers legally, structurally, and effectively respond to the threats and opportunities they have identified?
The methodology breaks these down beautifully into two distinct toolboxes, I think. One toolbox for threats and one toolbox for opportunities.
Yes.
Let's look at the threat toolbox first, dealing with negative risks. Our core response strategies are mitigate, avoid, accept, or escalate.
Let's define those in action because the distinctions are vital. Mitigation is perhaps the most common. A project manager activates a risk response that results in, for example, an additional resource being forced to work on an activity in order to keep the work on track. This isn't avoiding the risk entirely. The delay was still threatening to happen, and it isn't just passively accepting it. It is actively taking steps, spending money or effort to reduce the impact or reduce the probability of the threat. That is mitigation.
Okay, but if a risk has a massively high impact, let's say it's a threat that could entirely bankrupt the company or cause a catastrophic safety failure where someone gets hurt. Mitigation, just trying to make it a little less bad doesn't seem like enough.
And it isn't. The standard states clearly, when planning risk response strategies, if the impact of the risk is exceptionally high, the very first strategy you should attempt to apply is to avoid it.
Avoidance means changing the project plan entirely to eliminate the threat.
Right.
Like if the route your cargo ship is sailing has a high probability of deadly icebergs, you don't just mitigate the risk by buying more lifeboats and hoping for the best.
No, that would be terrible.
You avoid the risk entirely by changing the route to sail hundreds of miles further south. It costs more time, but the threat of the iceberg goes to absolute zero.
Precisely. You alter the scope, the schedule, or the strategy to ensure the risk can no longer affect you. Then you have acceptance, which is actively deciding to do nothing and just deal with the consequences if it happens.
Usually because the cost of mitigating is higher than the impact of the risk itself, right?
Exactly. And finally, escalate, which is pushing the risk up to higher management because it is outside the project manager's authority or scope to handle.
So that's the threat toolbox. But what about the opportunity toolbox? We spend all this time convincing ourselves that positive wildcards exist. How do we handle them?
Right.
For opportunities, we have enhance, exploit, share, and accept.
And it is crucial to note the strict terminology boundaries here. The professional framework explicitly points out that mitigate is never an appropriate risk response strategy for managing opportunities.
Never mitigate an opportunity.
Right. You mitigate threats to make them smaller. You never want to make an opportunity smaller. You want to enhance or exploit them.
So enhance is essentially the positive mirror image of mitigate, right? If mitigation is trying to decrease the probability of a threat, enhance is actively trying to increase the probability that your 2x bonus wildcard actually lands.
Yes, exactly. If there is a chance a new software update will make your product run 20% faster, enhancing that opportunity might mean assigning a few extra engineers to help test that specific software, increasing the odds that you can integrate it successfully.
But what about exploit? That sounds so, aggressive.
Exploit is the positive mirror image of avoid. With avoid, you change the plan to make sure a threat has a 0% chance of happening. With exploit, you change the plan to ensure an opportunity has a 100% chance of happening. You remove all uncertainty, you restructure your entire project to ensure you capture that massive benefit.
I love that. And share. How does sharing an opportunity help me?
Sharing is often used when an opportunity is too massive for your project or your company to capture alone. Let's say there's an opportunity to win a massive government contract, but your company just doesn't have the distribution network to handle it.
Okay.
You might form a joint venture or a partnership with a competitor. You are sharing the opportunity. You only get half the pie, but half pie is better than zero pie because you couldn't lift it alone.
That makes perfect sense. Now, we have all these amazing strategies: mitigate, avoid, enhance, exploit. But there is a very real economy of effort required here. My gut instinct when looking at a massive risk register is to say, plan for everything. Leave no stone unturned. Do all identified risks get a comprehensive risk response plan.
That is a very common trap for junior project managers.
Yeah.
But as you pointed out earlier, trying to heavily plan for everything is the fastest way to plan for absolutely nothing. You will exhaust your team and deplete your budget before the project even executes. The framework resolves this debate clearly. Not all risks identified should have a robust risk response plan. All risks, except those on the watch list, should have a risk response plan.
Ah, the watch list. That's where the low probability, low impact risks go to live, right? The qualitative analysis we did in phase 1 put them at the very bottom of the ordinal ranking.
Exactly.
They are the minor hiccups. We acknowledge them, we put them on a list, we watch them, but we don't spend our limited project budget creating detailed mitigation plans or decision trees for them.
Right. It's an economy of effort. Furthermore, when a team is actively in the middle of performing risk response strategies, they're out there implementing workarounds, altering schedules, allocating responsibilities. What do you think is the least important task in that exact moment?
Probably trying to predict entirely new risks while you are fighting current ones.
Close. The text explicitly points out the least important task during active response implementation is reevaluating all risks.
Oh, don't reevaluate.
Right. You do not halt your tactical response to go back to square one and reevaluate every single risk on the register.
Yeah.
If you are doing any reevaluation at this stage, it usually focuses solely on high-level organizational risks, not the granular project-level ones. You have to trust the plan you built and execute it.
Okay, so we know what our strategy is, and we know who is supposed to act. Remember our action owner from earlier, the soldier in the trench with the flare gun.
Yep.
The material asks a brilliant, highly tactical question. When exactly should the action owner implement the risk response?
The options provided in these testing scenarios are deeply illuminating about human psychology. Is it if the risk is close to occurring? Is it if the risk impact is high and proximity is near?
I mean, if I'm the action owner and I see a massive threat looming on the horizon, both of those sound incredibly reasonable. If it's close, I want to act.
They sound reasonable in a panic, but they are entirely wrong because they are subjective. Close is subjective. Near is subjective. My definition of close might be a week. Your definition might be an hour. If you rely on subjective feelings, you get chaos. The correct, professionally mandated answer is that the action owner implements the risk response exactly as per the risk trigger.
Boom. Objective reality. The trigger is a specific, predefined mathematical tripwire.
Exactly.
We agreed in phase 1 that if the materials budget hits exactly 105% of baseline, the action owner pushes the button and shifts us to a cheaper supplier. Not at 104% because they are getting nervous and feeling like the risk is close, exactly on the trigger. It completely removes the panic from the execution.
And once that response is actually happening, how do you communicate its effectiveness to the wider team or the stakeholders who are anxiously waiting for updates? The standard specifically recommends using a dot plot.
A dot plot, like a scatter plot.
Very similar to a burn-down chart used in Agile. It visualizes the effectiveness of the response over time. You can visually track if the risk impact is trending down as the mitigation strategy takes effect.
Okay, that makes sense visually.
Yeah, and it specifically calls out that a product backlog or a generic information radiator on the wall are not the best tools for this specific communication task. You need that visual trajectory of the dot plot to prove the mitigation is actually working.
So the objective trigger is tripped. The action owner pushes the button without panic. The mitigation or avoidance strategy is flawlessly deployed. The dot plot is updated and trending downward. We did it. The risk is handled. Is the job done? Can we go home?
Not even close.
Uh-oh.
Because in any complex project, just like in any complex ecosystem, every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Which brings us to our final section, the butterfly effect.
The messy aftermath.
Exactly. Exploring the complexity, compliance, and messy aftermath of our carefully planned risk responses. Because enacting a fallback plan or a contingency plan isn't the end of the job. It's often the beginning of a whole new set of problems. In fact, the frameworks note that evaluating and reacting to secondary and residual risks is a perpetual, necessary task during response implementation.
We really need to define these two terms clearly, because people use them interchangeably all the time, but they mean entirely different things in a structural sense. Secondary risks versus residual risks.
I love my analogies, and I think a medical one works perfectly here to explain the difference. Let's start with secondary risks. The definition of a secondary risk is a risk that occurs specifically because the risk response itself caused a new problem to materialize.
Exactly. The solution created a new threat.
Right. So you have a severe bacterial infection. That's your primary risk event. The doctor implements a response strategy. They prescribe you a massive dose of a very strong antibiotic to mitigate the infection.
Okay.
But that specific antibiotic has a 10% chance of causing a severe allergic reaction, like hives or difficulty breathing. That allergic reaction is a secondary risk. It did not exist before you implemented the response strategy. If you hadn't taken the medicine, you wouldn't have the allergy risk. The cure itself created a new potential problem that now must be managed.
That is a flawless illustration. Now, contrast that with a residual risk. The formal definition of residual risk is a risk that remains after risk responses have been implemented. The response reduces the probability or the impact, but the original risk is still active. It hasn't been entirely eliminated.
Staying with the exact same medical analogy, a residual risk is having a lingering, low-level cough or slight fatigue even after you've completely finished the course of antibiotics.
Right.
The primary threat, the severe pneumonia, was successfully mitigated. The probability of you going to the hospital went way down, but the original risk hasn't entirely vanished. A residual element remains that you still have to keep an eye on.
Precisely. And navigating this massive matrix of primary risks, secondary risks created by your own solutions, and lingering residual risks creates massive, tangled project complexity. To assess this project risk complexity, agile and traditional teams alike need specific visual and analytical tools.
The methodology outlines several valid tools for assessing this interwoven complexity. SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats tree diagrams, and specifically the Ishikawa diagram.
The Ishikawa diagram is incredibly important here. It is also known as a fishbone diagram or a cause and effect diagram. It was invented by Kaoru Ishikawa, a Japanese quality control statistician.
How does it help with complexity?
It is incredibly effective at visually mapping out how one root cause, say a delay in a steel shipment, can ripple out along the bones of the fish into multiple distinct effects, secondary risks, and sub-risks affecting scheduling, budget, and labor.
It's literally like a map of the butterfly effect. And interestingly, the framework specifically points out what is not a tool for assessing this risk complexity: benefit-cost analysis.
Right. Benefit-cost analysis is a vital financial tool, but it is typically used much earlier in the project lifecycle, often to justify the business case itself. If we spend $10 million, will we make $20 million?
It's too blunt.
Exactly. It is a blunt financial instrument. It does not map the intricate, interwoven cause and effect complexity of secondary and residual risk chains.
Now, as all this complexity is swirling, as triggers are firing and secondary risks are popping up, the project still has to stay on the rails ethically, legally, and strategically. There's a fascinating scenario in the material about assessing project compliance objectives against organizational strategic objectives.
Well, this is crucial.
This is about making sure your panicked risk responses on the ground don't accidentally violate overarching company policy or long-term strategy.
To do this assessment, a project manager must rely on overarching framework documents. The material lists valid resources like standard operating procedures, corporate governance documents, and project governance guidelines. Interestingly, it also lists a Gantt chart as a better resource than an impediment log or an issue log for this specific organizational alignment.
Wait, why a Gantt chart? That's just a bar chart of the schedule.
Because a Gantt chart clearly maps the strategic timeline of objectives and milestones. If your risk response radically alters the Gantt chart, you can immediately see if it conflicts with a broader strategic milestone the corporation has set. An issue log just tells you what's broken today. It doesn't give you the strategic horizon.
But the material explicitly excludes procurement governance from this general compliance versus strategy assessment.
Because procurement governance is far too narrow. It governs how you buy things, the rules for bidding and purchasing. It does not govern overarching corporate strategic compliance.
Finally, as we navigate this butterfly effect of consequences and compliance, we have to talk about the human element, the stakeholders, one last time. There is a scenario where Georg, a project manager, wants to encourage his stakeholders to be more engaged during the actual implementation of these risk responses.
We talked extensively earlier about coaching them during the identification phase in phase 1, but now we are in phase 3, the messy execution phase. Triggers are tripping, secondary risks are popping up, money is being spent. What is the most suitable task for stakeholders now?
You definitely don't want them in the kitchen trying to cook while the chef is fighting a grease fire.
Exactly. The framework clarifies that you absolutely do not ask them to identify new risks, assess risks, or prioritize risks at this stage. Those tasks belong in phase 1 and 2, and going back to them now just causes scope creep and paralysis.
So what should they do?
The most suitable, highly productive tasks to keep stakeholders engaged during active implementation is to encourage them to provide feedback on the risk response itself.
Oh, like, hey, marketing team, we implemented the mitigation strategy and delayed the launch by 2 days. How is it feeling on your end? Are you seeing the secondary risks we predicted? Is the dot plot reflecting your reality?
Exactly. It keeps them involved. It makes them feel heard without allowing them to derail the established ordinal ranking and mathematical plans you worked so hard to build.
It creates a vital feedback loop. It ensures that the theoretical maps and Monte Carlo simulations we built in the sterile environment of phase 1 and 2 are actually reflecting the messy reality of phase 3.
Which is the whole point of risk management.
So what does this all mean? Let's zoom all the way out. We have taken an incredibly deep, rigorous journey through the mechanics of elite professional risk management today. We've learned that risk isn't just doom and gloom. It isn't just a fear of failure.
No, it's a two-sided coin.
Right. It is a two-sided coin of threats that can sink you and massive, lucrative opportunities that can propel you to the finish line if you are brave enough to plan for them.
We've learned how to map those uncertainties in the risk breakdown structure, avoiding generic, finger-pointing buckets like leadership in favor of actionable structural origins. We've learned that ownership cannot be based on how scary a risk is. It requires a specific action owner.
We've learned how to judge these risks by structured human vibes in qualitative analysis, ranking them ordinally, and understanding that things like legal are constraints, not project objectives.
And then we took the biggest ones and ran the hard math. We used sensitivity analysis to find the weakest, most volatile links on our critical path. We used decision trees and expected monetary value to price out our diverging choices. And we simulated 10,000 alternate realities with Monte Carlo.
We learned that assigning an action owner is critical and that they must act purely on predefined mathematical objective triggers, entirely removing subjective panic from the equation. And finally, we learned to brace for the secondary shockwaves and lingering residual risks that our very own cures and solutions create. I'm speaking directly to you now, the learner. Why should you care about the grueling, highly technical details of the PMI RMP exam? You might never sit for that certification. You might not be a project manager.
But the principles still apply.
Exactly, because whether you are managing a multi-million-dollar healthcare IT infrastructure rollout, whether you are trying to build a bridge over the Thames, or whether you are just trying to plan a massive family vacation with 12 highly opinionated, chaotic relatives, the mechanics of chaos are exactly the same.
It really is.
Understanding the difference between a residual risk and a secondary risk changes how you solve problems. Knowing that you need predefined, objective criteria to stop a subjective argument before it even starts makes you an invaluable peacemaker in literally any room you walk into.
Which leaves us with a final thought to mull over as we wrap up. I want you to take these elite frameworks off the corporate project management spreadsheet and apply them directly to your own life or your own career progression. Look at your biggest long-term goals right now. Do you have clearly defined objective triggers that tell you when it is exactly time to act, or are you just waiting until you feel close or panicked? Do you have an assigned action owner, which is likely yourself ready to move?
And perhaps more importantly, thinking all the way back to our very first point, look around you right now. Are there massive opportunities disguised in your life that you are accidentally mitigating as threats? Are you defending against wildcards that you should actually be exploiting with everything you have? Until next time, keep diving deep.
Imagine you have this massive, just terrifying problem on your hand.
Oh, the 3 a.m. kind of problem.
Exactly. The kind of problem that keeps you awake staring at the ceiling, right? Just mentally calculating all the damage it's going to cause to your business or, your project.
Or even your family.
Right. So you get to work, you strategize, you spend the money, you execute what you think is the absolute perfect solution.
You put the fire out.
You put the fire out. But then, and this is the kicker, the exact moment you solve it, you realize your brilliant solution just spawned a completely new, equally dangerous disaster.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
It really is. Welcome to the Deep Dive, everyone. We're thrilled to have you with us today. Our mission for this deep dive is to explore the philosophy of surviving chaos.
It's that ultimate paradox, really, of taking action in a complex system. You solve one equation, and by doing so, you You basically rewrite the variables for everything else around it.
Which brings us to our source material for today. We are looking at a really fascinating stack of documents. It's an excerpted practice exam for the PMI Risk Management Professional Certification.
I can already hear people groaning.
Right. I know what you, the listener, are thinking. A professional certification exam, that sounds like the driest, most rigid reading material on the planet.
Bureaucratic torture, basically.
Exactly. But stick with us, because we are absolutely not treating this as some dry test prep seminar.
No, not at all.
We are not going to sit here and read you like A, B, C, D, multiple choice options. Instead, we're treating this framework as a masterclass.
A masterclass in how top-tier professionals actually quantify the unknown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how do we break this down?
Well, my role here is to kind of look past the superficial mechanics of passing a test. We want to extract the underlying logic, the philosophy buried in these standards.
Because it applies to everything.
It applies universally. Whether you're running a multi-million-dollar civil engineering firm or, launching a scrappy tech startup out of your garage.
Or, honestly, even just trying to navigate the logistical nightmare of a massive family reunion across 3 time zones.
Oh, the family reunion is the ultimate high-risk project.
It really is. But the way you manage that uncertainty, it dictates your success.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because before we can manage chaos, before we can fight the fires or anticipate those secondary disasters we talked about, we need a map.
Right.
We need to know what normal even looks like.
Yeah.
And that brings us to establishing reality. The source material spends a lot of time defining how a project manager establishes a baseline.
The classic triple constraint.
Yeah, and it explicitly focuses on scope, time, and cost.
Because if you do not have absolute clarity and agreement on what reality is supposed to be, you can never accurately diagnose when things have gone wrong.
Right. And to make this tangible for you listening, let's look at the mechanics of these baselines with, say, a road trip analogy.
I love a good road trip analogy.
Right. So scope is the ultimate destination. Like, what exactly are we building or where are we driving to?
Are we going to the Grand Canyon or Disney World?
Exactly. Time is the agreed upon ETA. When do we get there? And cost is the gas money, the approved budget.
Very straightforward.
The text points out that these are the universally applied performance measurement baselines. But here is the critical distinction the framework makes, and it's a big one. Risk is explicitly not a baseline.
Which is a foundational concept that, honestly, it trips up a lot of seasoned professionals.
Well, let me push back on this, because operationally, it feels kind of counterintuitive.
How so?
Well, think about it. If I'm planning a massive infrastructure project, say I'm building a bridge in a region that is just known for hurricane-force winds.
Okay, a high-risk environment.
Very high risk. That environmental danger is the most important factor in my planning. I know it's there. The stakeholders know it's there. Why isn't that specific, quantifiable danger treated as a baseline that I measure against?
What's fascinating here is the fundamental philosophical difference between what a baseline is and what a risk is.
Okay.
A baseline, by its strict definition in this methodology, must be a fixed, unmoving measuring stick.
Unmoving.
Right. It's a target anchored in reality. You can measure exactly how many tons of steel you've purchased against your cost baseline, right?
Sure.
And you can measure exactly how many days have passed against your time baseline. Those are tangible, indisputable facts.
Yeah, you can't really argue with the calendar.
Exactly. But risk, on the other hand, is entirely fluid. It is, by definition, a probability.
But wait, probabilities can be mathematically modeled, right? Actuaries do it all the time.
They can be modeled, yes, absolutely. But they cannot be baselined in the same way you baseline a fixed target.
Why not?
Think about your hurricane-force wind. It's a risk. But weather patterns shift. The probability of a direct hit changes from month to month, even day to day.
Oh, I see.
If you try to create a rigid baseline out of something that is inherently shifting, your measuring stick is made of rubber.
A rubber measuring stick.
Exactly. And if your measuring stick bends, you cannot trust any of your performance measurements. You just end up adjusting the baseline to fit the narrative rather than using the baseline to expose the truth.
Wow. So the baseline has to be the anchor. It has to be the thing that does not move, so that when the project starts drifting, you have a fixed point of reference to calculate just how far you've drifted.
That's exactly it. And that drift, that distance between where you are and the anchor, is what the framework calls variance.
variance.
Right. Once you have those solid, unmoving anchors of scope, time, and cost, you perform variance analysis. It is essentially the heartbeat monitor of your project.
I want to dig into the mechanics of this variance analysis because the framework makes a very deliberate point about where you should be looking to gather this performance data.
Finding the correct altitude.
Yes, it warns against looking at data that is too granular, but it also warns against looking at data that's too broad. It pushes professionals towards something called a work package.
Because finding that correct altitude for observation is half the battle in management.
Totally.
If you're at the wrong altitude, your variance analysis will either blind you with microscopic details or it'll leave you grasping at useless abstractions.
Let's translate this into a real-world scenario. Let's use the analogy of digital mapping software, like on your phone.
Perfect.
Imagine you're the CEO of the logistics company trying to assess the efficiency of your cross-country delivery fleet. The framework warns against looking at activities to measure overall performance. What does that mean in this context?
Well, in our map analogy, looking at activities is the equivalent of zooming all the way down into Street View.
Oh, wow.
Right. You are looking at the individual pebbles on the asphalt. You're watching a single driver apply the brakes at a specific stoplight in, Ohio.
That's way too close.
Way too close. An activity is the smallest possible unit of work. Hammering this specific nail or writing this specific line of code. If a project manager tries to measure the overall health of a $100 million project, by calculating the variance of daily activities, the system will just crash.
Operationally, that is the literal definition of toxic micromanagement.
Oh, 100%.
I think we've all suffered under a manager who demanded, variance reports on our daily activities.
Yeah.
It completely paralyzes a team because you spend more time reporting the data than actually doing the work.
Precisely. The data noise completely drowns out the actual signal. So Street View is useless for measuring overall performance.
Right. But the framework also warns against the other extreme.
Right. In modern development, particularly in software, you have these things called epics, which are massive, high-level requirements.
Like deliver a secure cloud-based payment gateway. That's an epic.
Returning to our map, an epic is like zooming all the way out until you are looking at the globe from outer space.
Okay, so way too far.
Yeah. Yes, you can see North America, but you cannot navigate a delivery truck with a satellite view of the hemisphere. It's entirely too macro.
You have no actionable data.
Exactly. You can't ask, what is our cost variance on the entire North American continent today? It's a meaningless question.
Which brings us to the Goldilocks zone. The work package. This is the altitude the framework demands we use.
The work package is the sweet spot. It is the city-level view.
I like that. City level.
Right. A work package is a logically grouped, manageable chunk of work. It's large enough to have its own specific budget and its own timeline, but it's small enough that an individual team or a manager can actually wrap their arms around it.
So they can track it without drowning in daily minutia.
Exactly.
So instead of tracking every stoplight or asking how the whole continent is doing, you track the work package. You say, deliveries within the Chicago metropolitan area for Q3.
Yes.
You know exactly what that is supposed to cost. You know
All right.
exactly how long it is supposed to take.
And that is where you apply variance analysis. You look at that Chicago work package and you say, we baseline this at $50,000. We have currently spent $60,000, and we are only halfway through the time baseline.
Oh boy. Right. Suddenly, the variance is crystal clear. You have a negative cost variance that demands immediate intervention.
It quantifies the gut feeling, it removes the emotion, and replaces it with actionable math.
Exactly.
And you, the listener, you can apply this to your own complex goals. Like, if you're trying to write a novel or renovate your home, are you obsessing over the activities?
Right. Are you tracking every brushstroke?
Exactly. Are you analyzing the variance of every single hour of your day until you are exhausted? Or, on the flip side, are you living in the epic view?
Just vaguely stating, I want a nicer house.
I want a nicer house. Yeah.
I want a nicer house with no measurable milestones. You have to define your personal work packages.
It is the only way to establish a reality that you can actually manage.
Okay, here is where the framework gets really interesting. Because everything we just discussed, the fixed baselines, rigid work packages, calculating exact monetary variance, that represents a very traditional predictive way of working.
Yes, the waterfall method, essentially.
Right. It's how you build a skyscraper. You design it, you baseline it, you build it. But what happens when that traditional rigidity simply does not apply?
You're talking about environments characterized by high uncertainty and rapid change.
Exactly. More and more, the modern economy does not allow for a perfect, unmoving baseline. We're constantly iterating, we're pivoting based on user feedback, and adapting to new tech on the fly. We are talking about agile methodologies.
A completely different beast.
And the source material addresses this paradigm shift head-on. The way you track performance and manage risk in an agile or scrum environment requires a completely different philosophy.
Because the weapons you use to fight uncertainty have to change when the terrain changes.
That's a great way to put it.
In a predictive project, your weapon is the rigid baseline. In an agile project, your primary weapon is radical transparency.
Radical transparency. Let's dig into the tools Agile uses, because the framework makes a very strict distinction about what these tools actually do.
Yes, it does.
Conventional wisdom in the tech industry says that user stories are the absolute core of Agile. I mean, anyone who has ever touched a software project has spent agonizing hours writing user stories, right?
Oh, absolutely. As a user, I want to.
Exactly.
Wow.
As a customer, I want to click this button so that I can securely log into my account. It defines the work. But the PMI framework explicitly states that user stories are not used for analyzing performance.
And this trips up almost everyone who transitions from, say, development into project management.
I admit it feels wrong. If user stories are the building blocks of the product, why wouldn't we use them to analyze how well the team is performing?
What's fascinating here is the surgical precision with which the framework defines value versus performance.
Value versus performance.
You're absolutely right that user stories are the lifeblood of Agile, but they are the lifeblood of value. A user story defines a requirement purely from the perspective of the end user. It tells the team what needs to be built and why it matters to the human being paying for it. But a user story, in isolation, contains zero temporal or financial data.
So it defines the destination, but it's not the speedometer.
Precisely. You cannot look at a stack of user stories and inherently know if your team is bleeding cash or running 3 weeks behind schedule.
So what do you use?
To analyze performance, you need mechanisms that capture execution data. You need the iteration review, where the team proves what was actually built.
Okay.
You need the daily stand-up, where the team exposes immediate bottlenecks. And above all, you need the information radiator.
The information radiator. I have to say, I just love this term. It sounds like a piece of industrial machinery or something from a sci-fi movie.
It really does.
But it's actually a behavioral psychology tool, masquerading as a project management artifact. The framework identifies the information radiator as the single most effective way to assess project risk levels during an agile iteration.
It is the physical manifestation of Agile's commitment to radical transparency.
Let's explain the mechanics of this, because I think a lot of corporate cultures actively resist this concept.
Oh, they fight it tooth and nail.
They really do. In a traditional corporate environment, where does risk data live? It lives in a spreadsheet.
Yep.
And where does that spreadsheet live? It lives on a middle manager's laptop, locked behind a password, and it only sees the light of day during a heavily sanitized monthly status meeting.
Which is an environment where the truth goes to die.
Wow.
It's true. Human nature dictates that people want to hide bad news. In a traditional setup, if a developer is struggling with a piece of code, they will hide it. They'll hope they can fix it before the manager's spreadsheet gets updated.
Which creates that classic illusion of progress.
Yes. This creates what the industry calls watermelon metrics.
Watermelon metrics.
Yeah, everything looks green and healthy on the outside, but the second you cut into the project, it is red and bleeding on the inside.
Watermelon metrics. That is painfully accurate. I am definitely stealing that. So how does the information radiator destroy the watermelon?
By entirely removing the human element of reporting.
Okay.
An information radiator is a massive, highly visible, unavoidable display of the absolute truth. In a physical engineering bay, it is literally a giant whiteboard or an array of monitors right in the center of the room.
And what if the team is remote?
In a distributed remote team, it's the shared Kanban board or digital dashboard that is the default home screen for every single employee.
It's the dashboard that everyone just stares at all day.
Exactly. And the data on that board, the bottlenecks, the delayed tasks, the accumulated bugs, it's updated automatically in real time as the team works. It radiates the information outward into the environment.
You can't escape it.
You can't. You do not have to schedule a meeting to find out if the project is in trouble. You don't have to rely on a manager's sanitized report. The data is just beaming at you. It forces the team to confront reality every single minute of the day.
The framework poses a specific scenario here. It asks, if you want to assess the risk level, why shouldn't you just go ask the Scrum Master?
Right.
I mean, the Scrum Master is the facilitator. They're running the process. Why is asking them considered less effective than looking at the radiator?
Because human communication is inherently flawed.
Even with the best intentions.
Exactly. Even the most honest Scrum Master has cognitive biases. They might be overly optimistic about a delayed task. They might be completely unaware of a critical flaw that a developer just introduced like 5 minutes ago.
So verbal updates are just too slow and too subjective.
Relying on verbal communication introduces a layer of subjective translation. The information radiator provides pure, unfiltered, objective reality.
Okay, so the radiator exposes the risk. It shines a blinding spotlight on the danger. But exposing the risk and owning the risk are two very different things.
Very different.
Operationally, if a giant red warning light starts flashing on the information radiator who is actually accountable,
this is where the framework dives deep into organizational structure. The text clarifies that while the Scrum team and the Scrum Master manage the daily execution, the overall responsibility for monitoring the project's risk level belongs to the product owner.
let me push back here, because this seems like a massive misalignment of accountability.
How so?
Well, the developers on the Scrum team are the ones actually writing the code. The Scrum Master is the one facilitating the daily stand-ups and removing immediate blockers. They are the ones with their hands on the machinery.
Right.
Why does the framework dump the ultimate burden of risk onto the product owner, who is essentially just serving as a proxy for the customer?
Because you have to distinguish between managing tactical skirmishes and owning the outcome of the war.
Oh, that's good.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of why a business undertakes an agile project in the first place, it is never just to write code. It is to deliver value to a market.
Right, to solve a problem that people will actually pay for.
Exactly. The product owner is the ultimate guardian of that value. Now, an individual database engineer on the Scrum team is absolutely responsible for the tactical risk of their specific server architecture failing.
They own the local risk.
They own that local risk. The Scrum Master is responsible for process risk, making sure the team doesn't burn out, things like that. But the holistic threat level, the aggregated risk that the entire product will fail to capture market share or fail to meet the business's strategic goals.
That fundamentally impacts the product's ultimate worth.
And since the product owner is the guardian of the product's worth, the buck stops with them.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
They are the only role with the authority to look at the aggregated risks on the information radiator and say, you know what? The combined weight of these technical debts and schedule delays means this product is no longer viable for the business. We need to pivot entirely.
A developer can't make that call.
A developer cannot make that call. The Scrum Master cannot make that call. Only the owner of the value can own the overall risk to that value.
That makes perfect operational sense. It's about aligning authority with accountability.
Precisely.
Okay, so let's summarize where we are. We've established how we measure reality with traditional baselines and variance. We've explored how Agile uses radical transparency and clear ownership to shine a light on uncertainty.
Right.
So whether you're using those rigid work packages or glowing information radiators, the process eventually leads you to the exact same point. You spot a problem, you identify a risk.
And human nature dictates that you immediately try to fix it.
Exactly. You implement a solution, you deploy the patch, you spend the contingency fund, and you wipe your hands, thinking the job is done.
But
This takes us right back to the paradox I mentioned at the very beginning of the deep dive. Taking action is rarely the end of the story. In complex systems, taking action is often just the beginning of a completely new nightmare.
the framework introduces two distinct categories for what happens after you implement a solution: residual risks and secondary risks.
And understanding the mechanism behind each is critical to actually surviving a project.
It really is.
I want to spend a significant amount of time here because I think this is where most smart, capable leaders actually fail. Let's start with secondary risks. The framework defines a secondary risk very simply. It is a new risk that occurs directly as a result of implementing a risk response.
That's the textbook definition, yes.
But that dry definition does not capture the absolute havoc it causes.
It does not. Not even close. To truly understand secondary risks, you have to look at historical case studies of unintended consequences.
Let's use one of the most famous examples of secondary risk in modern history. The introduction of cane toads in Australia.
Oh, a classic.
It perfectly illustrates the framework's logic. So let's wind the clock back to the 1930s. Australia has this massive agricultural industry built on sugarcane. That is the project.
Okay.
The primary risk threatening this project is an insect called the gray-backed cane beetle, which is just destroying the crops. The economic variance is disastrous. The stakeholders are panicking.
So the project managers, in this case the agricultural authorities, they identify a risk response. They decide to implement a biological control.
Right.
They import 102 South American cane toads and release them into the sugarcane fields, fully expecting the toads to eat the beetles and mitigate the primary risk.
They executed the solution, they patted themselves on the back, but they fundamentally failed to map the secondary risks of their own response. What happened?
Well, the cane toads couldn't jump high enough to reach the beetles on the upper stalks of the sugarcane.
So the primary risk, the beetle infestation, was entirely unmitigated.
Exactly. But the secondary risk was apocalyptic.
Apocalyptic.
The toads had no natural predators in Australia, none. They possessed this highly toxic skin gland that killed literally any native predator that tried to eat them.
Oh, wow.
So within a few decades, those original 102 toads multiplied into an estimated population of over 200 million.
200 million.
200 million. They spread across the continent, decimating native ecosystems, killing indigenous wildlife, and creating an ecological disaster that cost the Australian government millions of dollars to this day.
I mean, wow, that is just the ultimate secondary risk, right? The solution to the problem became a vastly more expensive, infinitely more complex nightmare than the original threat. The cure was literally worse than the disease.
And what is fascinating from a project management perspective is why this happens.
Why does it happen?
It happens because organizations become so hyper-focused on eliminating the immediate pain of the primary risk that they develop tunnel vision. They refuse to play chess.
They don't look 3 moves ahead.
They refuse to look 3 moves ahead to calculate the fallout of their own interventions.
Ask yourself, listener, when was the last time you solved a problem in your own life or business only to realize you had created a cane toad?
It happens all the time in IT.
Yes. You implement a strict new security protocol to stop data leaks. That's your risk response. But the protocol is so cumbersome that your employees start using unauthorized, unencrypted personal devices just to get their work done.
Right, they find a workaround.
And your brilliant solution just spawned a massive secondary risk of shadow IT.
And this is exactly why the PMI framework is so prescriptive about how professionals must handle these situations. You cannot just monitor secondary risks. You have to formally assess their impact against your project objectives.
You have to write it down.
The text provides a clear example. If you implement a response, you don't just note that things are complicated, you must quantify the impact, such as calculating that the secondary risk will cause a schedule delayed by 2 months.
You have to translate the new chaos back into the language of baselines.
Exactly. But there is a crucial nuance in the source material regarding how we respond to these secondary risks. The text asks which risk response strategy is the least relevant when dealing with a secondary risk, and the correct answer is exploit.
Okay, let's pause here because I need to push back on the terminology.
Sure.
In standard business strategy, exploiting a situation is just standard operating procedure. If a competitor makes a mistake, you exploit their weakness to gain market share.
Right?
If a supply chain disruption hurts your rival, you exploit your superior logistics to steal their clients. Why does this framework erect a strict, impenetrable wall forbidding a project manager from exploiting a secondary risk?
Because the vocabulary of the PMI framework is fundamentally different from the vocabulary of aggressive business strategy.
Okay, how so?
In this specific methodology, the term exploit does not mean taking advantage of a competitor. It has a highly rigorous mathematical definition. Exploit specifically means maximizing the probability and impact of a positive risk.
A positive risk, which is an opportunity.
Yes. If you realize there's a 20% chance that your vendor might deliver the materials a month early, that is a positive risk. You would deploy an exploit strategy, perhaps offering the vendor a financial bonus, to guarantee that probability jumps from 20% to 100%. You are forcing the opportunity to happen.
Ah, I see.
Now return to the definition of a secondary risk. The framework explicitly states that in almost all contexts, a secondary risk is a negative threat caused by your own actions.
Like the cane toads.
The cane toads are a negative threat. The shadow IT is a negative threat. By definition, you cannot exploit a negative threat.
You wouldn't want to.
Exactly. You can mitigate it, you can transfer it by buying insurance, or you can accept it and build a contingency fund. But you would never deploy resources to guarantee that the cane toads multiply faster.
That would be insane.
Trying to exploit a secondary risk is organizational suicide.
That is a vital distinction. So we have the primary risk and the secondary risk it spawns. But there is one more head on the hydra that the text demands we track. Residual risk.
Residual risk is the stubborn leftover. It is what remains after your risk response has been fully implemented.
Going back to our Australian agriculture example, the residual risk was the fact that the cane beetles were still eating the sugar cane because the toads couldn't reach them.
Right.
The probability might have been, I don't know, slightly reduced if a few toads managed to catch some beetles on the ground, but the core threat remained active.
The framework notes that when dealing with a residual risk, the most likely outcome is a reduced probability after risk response implemented. You haven't eliminated the threat, you've merely knocked it down to a lower weight class.
Operationally, how do you handle that?
Nah.
If a risk is lingering at a 10% probability, do you just ignore it?
No. And that is where the discipline of monitoring comes in. The text states that risks must be monitored and documented iteratively.
Iteratively.
It is not a one-and-done activity. A residual risk might sit quietly at a 5% probability for 6 months, and then boom, a sudden change in the market environment, a shift in the weather, causes that residual risk to suddenly spike back to an 80% probability.
Oh, wow.
If you aren't monitoring iteratively, it will destroy your project from the inside out.
Which brings us to the administrative reality of all this. Keeping track of the primary risks, the residual leftovers, the secondary disasters. It requires an ironclad system of documentation.
It does.
This takes us right into the administrative backbone of the entire endeavor: monitoring, updating, and the transition of risk.
This is where the philosophy truly meets the paperwork.
Let's start with what I consider to be the single most controversial, counterintuitive concept in this entire stack of source material. I read this question 3 times because I was certain it was a typo.
I know exactly the one you mean.
The question asks, what would be a good reason to close a risk? And the correct answer the framework provides is, the risk has occurred.
I completely understand why that feels backwards to a practitioner.
It feels like absolute insanity. Let's walk through an operational scenario. I am managing a critical server migration for a major bank. We have a massive, terrifying risk on our risk register. The primary database corrupts during the transfer.
Okay, a huge threat.
It's flashing neon red on our dashboard. We're all watching it. And then, at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, the worst happens. The database corrupts, the system goes down, the building is proverbially on fire.
The nightmare scenario.
And this framework is telling me that my first administrative move should be to log into the system and close the risk. Why on earth would I close the risk right when the disaster is actively destroying my project?
Let me walk you through the logic, because it is actually a profound piece of cognitive and operational engineering.
Okay, lay it on me.
Think back to the very first segment of this deep dive when we debated why risk cannot be a baseline. What is the defining fundamental characteristic of a risk in this framework?
Uncertainty. It is a probability greater than 0, but less than 100%. It might happen, it might not.
Exactly. Uncertainty is its defining trait. Now, what happens to the mathematical probability the exact moment the database actually corrupts?
Well, the probability hits 100%. The uncertainty vanishes.
Hmm.
It's just reality.
Precisely. And because the uncertainty has vanished, the event fundamentally ceases to meet the definition of a risk. It has mutated. It has crossed a threshold and transformed from a risk into an issue.
A risk is a probability. An issue is a reality.
Yes. Operationally, you must close the risk on the risk register because the time for calculating probabilities and debating mitigation strategies is over.
The window for prevention has closed.
You strike it from the risk register, and you immediately open a new, massive entry on the issue log.
I understand the semantic difference, but operationally, doesn't that just create a bureaucratic nightmare during a crisis? I mean, if the database is melting down, my engineers don't care what spreadsheet the data is on. They are fighting the fire. Moving data from the risk register to the issue log feels like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
It feels that way, yes, but it actually serves a vital psychological and organizational purpose. Think about how human beings behave in a crisis. When something is a risk, teams spend hours debating, analyzing, and agonizing over if it will happen. It induces a state of chronic anxiety. By forcing the project manager to physically close the risk and open an issue, the framework triggers a hard psychological pivot.
It forces the team to shift from a posture of prevention to a posture of execution.
Exactly. You stop analyzing the weather and you start bailing water. When it hits the issue log, you trigger the contingency plans you built months ago, you deploy the reserves. It clearly signals to the stakeholders, the debate is over, we are now executing crisis protocols.
It creates clarity exactly when the project needs it most.
Exactly.
That is a remarkable insight. It is almost like a stoic philosophy embedded in corporate governance.
It really is.
It suggests that we spend an enormous amount of our personal and professional lives agonizing over the quantum state of risks hovering in this perpetual state of probability. But the moment it happens, the anxiety of the unknown should vanish, replaced by the clarity of action.
The framework demands that you prepare meticulously. But once the die is cast, you accept reality and you execute.
So, as we manage these registers and logs, what is the ultimate source of truth? Where does the project manager look to see the cascading damage of these issues?
The framework has a very specific answer for that, too.
Yeah, the framework poses a question about which document is the best resource when updating the risk register. And again, the answer might surprise people. It isn't the budget. It isn't the work breakdown structure. It is the schedule.
Which speaks to the fundamental nature of how damage propagates through a complex system.
It's interesting because in the corporate world, money is usually viewed as the ultimate metric, right?
Always. Cash is king.
Right. If I'm updating my risk exposure, my instinct is to look at the burn rate, look at the bank account, and see how much cash we have left to fight the fires.
Yeah.
Why does the framework elevate the schedule above the budget as the supreme truth teller?
What's fascinating here is that time is the universal solvent in project management. Time is the soil where all risks grow, and time is the currency in which all issues are ultimately paid.
Explain the mechanics of that.
Yeah.
How does a pure financial risk translate into a schedule risk?
Let's say your primary risk is that the cost of raw steel skyrockets due to a global tariff.
Okay.
That is a pure financial risk, right? But what happens when that risk becomes an issue? Your procurement team has to halt purchasing. They have to renegotiate contracts. They have to search for alternative suppliers in completely different countries.
All of those mitigation efforts take weeks.
Exactly. The financial risk instantly bled into the timeline.
And what if it's a technical risk? Let's say a critical software component fails QA testing.
Same mechanism. The team has to stop feature development, go back into the code base, diagnose the bug, rewrite the architecture, and then run the testing suite all over again.
That consumes hundreds of man-hours.
The technical failure is paid for with time. Almost every conceivable risk, whether it is financial, environmental, technical, or human, eventually impacts the timeline. The schedule is the central nervous system of the project. If a risk is going to hurt you, the schedule will register the pain first.
That makes total sense. The schedule is the leading indicator of systemic failure. Now, the framework also has very strict rules about data governance, about where we store all this hard-won knowledge so that the organization can actually learn from it.
The lessons learned.
Right. There is a specific question that highlights a brilliant piece of bureaucratic hygiene. It asks which document should not be updated during the active monitoring and controlling phase of a project. And the answer is the lessons learned repository.
This is a masterclass in separating raw intelligence from verified doctrine.
I want to explore the how and why of this because the distinction between lessons learned and the lessons learned repository seems incredibly pedantic at first glance. It sounds like corporate doublespeak.
It sounds like it, yeah, but it is entirely about compartmentalization and the integrity of organizational data.
Okay, unpack that for us.
Think of how chaotic a project environment is. Let's say you are managing a global supply chain deployment. In month 3, a specific logistics vendor misses a major deadline. Your frontline manager writes in the living lessons learned document, "Vendor X is terrible, they lied about their shipping capacity, never use them again."
That is raw, emotional, immediate feedback from the trenches.
Yes, it is a valid lesson learned in the moment, and it is absolutely useful for the current project team to know. But should that raw emotional note be instantly uploaded into the permanent global corporate database, the repository, for every future project manager to base their multi-million-dollar decisions on?
Absolutely not. I mean, what if the vendor missed the deadline because of a one-in-a-century hurricane?
Right.
Or what if the vendor actually warned the project manager, but the manager ignored the email and is now just trying to shift the blame?
Exactly. If you allow teams to directly update the grand repository during the chaos of the execution phase, you turn your corporate database into a toxic, unverified rumor mill. You pollute the organizational memory.
So what is the actual mechanism for updating the repository? How do we sanitize the data?
You wait. You capture the raw lessons learned dynamically during the project, but you do not touch the repository until the project phase is officially closing. At that point, the project management office conducts a formal review. They look at that note about vendor X, they investigate the root cause, they strip away the emotion, and they synthesize it into a verified, actionable piece of doctrine.
So instead of vendor X is terrible, the finalized entry in the repository becomes something like, when contracting third-party logistics in Southeast Asia during monsoon season, procurement contracts must include strict SLA penalties for weather-related delays exceeding 48 hours.
Precisely. You translate the raw experience of the project into the permanent wisdom of the organization. That is why the framework strictly forbids updating the repository dynamically. It protects the integrity of the data.
It is brilliant data governance.
Yeah.
So we have built a fortress of processes here. We've established our baselines, we've tracked our variants, we've stared down the information radiators.
We've navigated the hydra of secondary risks.
We've translated risks into issues, and we've guarded the sanctity of the repository. But here is the massive blind spot. Process does not run projects. Spreadsheets do not build skyscrapers or launch software. Human beings do.
Ah, yes, the human element, the variable that absolutely refuses to be baselined.
This brings us to the final and arguably most important theme of the source material. We are moving away from the strict math of variance and right into the murky waters of human psychology, cognitive bias, and stakeholder communication.
A project manager can possess the most mathematically flawless risk register in the history of the industry. But if they lack the cognitive empathy to communicate that data to the human beings paying for the project, they will fail spectacularly.
The text provides a great scenario to illustrate this. It introduces us to Roger, a project manager running a construction project.
Good old Roger.
Right. Roger is constantly monitoring his risk levels, and now he needs to prepare a risk report for his key stakeholders. The framework asks what consideration is the most important for Roger to keep in mind, and it offers a trap.
A very tempting trap.
One of the options suggests that since stakeholders are just like you and me, Roger can essentially just build a report that makes sense to him, and it will work for everyone else.
That is the fallacy of the universal dashboard. It is a catastrophic trap.
Why is it so dangerous to assume that stakeholders think like the project manager?
Because it assumes an alignment of incentives, technical literacy, and fear that simply does not exist. Let's look at Roger, the construction manager. Roger is likely an engineer. His brain is wired to process complex, granular technical data. He cares deeply about the tensile strength of the concrete, the soil compaction ratios, and the specific delivery schedules of the rebar.
Right. So he builds a 50-page, highly technical risk report detailing all of those engineering variances.
And then he hands that 50-page technical report to the project sponsor, perhaps the CEO of the real estate development firm. The CEO does not have an engineering degree. The CEO has a finance degree.
Wow.
The CEO's primary fears are interest rate hikes, cash flow bottlenecks, and the macroeconomic viability of the development. When the CEO looks at Roger's soil compaction data, they are completely overwhelmed. They cannot extract the strategic truth from the tactical noise.
The data is accurate, but it is entirely illegible to the audience.
Exactly. And conversely, if Roger hands that same 50-page engineering report to the director of marketing,
Who is simply trying to figure out when they can safely bring a film crew onto the site to shoot promotional material.
right, the marketing director will be equally frustrated. The framework correctly states that stakeholders are different and may require different reports or reporting.
This requires a massive amount of cognitive empathy from the project manager. It requires translation.
You are not changing the truth of the data. You are altering the lens through which it is viewed.
Yeah.
For the CEO, Roger must translate the risk of poor soil compaction into the language of cost variance and schedule delay.
Give me an example of that translation.
He would say, this soil issue creates a 30% probability of a 2-week delay, which will burn $50,000 of our contingency reserve. That is a sentence the CEO understands instantly.
It's about understanding the specific anxieties of each stakeholder and tailoring the communication to address those anxieties directly.
Yes.
But speaking of anxieties, this leads us to the final and I think the most paradigm-shifting concept in the entire stack of source material. It completely redefines what we should be anxious about in the first place.
You are referring to the concept of positive risk.
Yes. The framework asks a very pointed question. Which of the following tasks is the least important when monitoring project risk levels? The options are: assess project risk level, prepare reports, communicate to stakeholders, or assess threats. And the correct answer, the least important task, is assessing threats.
I have seen seasoned industry veterans argue with the exam proctors over this specific concept.
I would argue with them too. In common parlance, a risk is a threat. The entire job of a risk management professional is to look for threats, build shields, and protect the project from disaster. How can assessing threats possibly be the least important task on their plate?
Because assessing only threats represents a fundamentally flawed defensive posture that will ultimately strangle the potential of the project.
How so?
The explanation in the text gives away the paradigm shift. It states that assessing threats is the least important standalone task because opportunities are missing here.
Opportunities. The framework defines an opportunity as a positive risk. To a layman, that sounds like an oxymoron. It sounds like jumbo shrimp or a deafening silence. How can a risk be positive?
We have to return to the strict clinical definition of the word. In this framework, a risk is merely an uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has an effect on the project's objectives.
Notice the neutrality of that definition,
Yes. It does not say a harmful effect. It says an effect.
meaning the variance could go in either direction.
Precisely. If there is an uncertainty out there in the future that could destroy your project, that is a threat, a negative risk. But if there is an uncertainty out there in the future that could unexpectedly propel your project forward, save you millions of dollars, or allow you to launch 3 months early.
That is an opportunity, a positive risk.
Exactly.
Let's ground this in a massive real-world business example to really drive the point home.
Consider the streaming wars. Let's imagine a major streaming platform like Netflix in its early days is executing a massive project to secure streaming rights for thousands of movies. The project manager is scanning the horizon for risks. A threat. A negative risk would be a major studio deciding to pull their content and launch their own competing platform. The project manager must mitigate that threat.
Right. They build defense. They start producing original content to insulate themselves.
But what if a massive legacy video rental chain, let's call them Blockbuster, suddenly files for bankruptcy?
Oh, wow.
That is an uncertain event occurring in the market. It is a massive disruption. But for the streaming platform, it is not a threat. It is a monumental positive risk. It is an opportunity.
Suddenly, millions of consumers are looking for a new way to rent movies.
Suddenly, massive catalogs of licensing rights might be up for fire sale prices during bankruptcy proceedings.
If the project manager is only looking for threats, they completely miss the tectonic shift happening in the market. They miss the chance to exploit the positive condition.
Exactly. If a leader spends 100% of their energy building shields, digging trenches, and worrying about the downside, they might successfully prevent the project from failing, but they will completely blind themselves to the upside.
They will miss the chance to deliver extraordinary value.
The framework states that assessing the overall project risk level, which mathematically aggregates both the terrifying threats and the golden opportunities, is the superior holistic posture.
You manage the downside, but you aggressively organize to capture the upside. It's a totally different way of looking at the world. And honestly, it is a phenomenal reminder for you, the listener, as you navigate your own complex endeavors.
It applies to everything.
Your ability to manage your career, your business, or your life isn't just about constantly scanning the horizon for the next disaster. It isn't just about spotting threats and hiding from them. It is equally about having the strategic vision to spot unexpected opportunities, those positive risks, and having the courage and the contingency funds ready to exploit them the moment they appear.
A perfectly managed project, much like a perfectly managed life, requires balance. You must respect the threats, but you must pursue the opportunities.
Okay, we have covered an immense, staggering amount of philosophical and operational ground today. Let's recap the journey we've taken through this framework. We started by dismantling our assumptions about reality. We learned that risk is not a rigid baseline, it is a fluid probability.
We explored how variance analysis acts as the heartbeat monitor of a project, provided we're looking at the right altitude of work packages rather than drowning in the micromanagement of daily activities.
We then explored the paradigm shift of agile methodologies, learning how environments of extreme uncertainty require the radical behavioral transparency of information radiators.
And we learned that the ultimate ownership of overall risk must rest with the product owner, the guardian of the project's value.
We confronted the hiver of risk. We studied the Australian cane toads and realized that every brilliant solution we implement breeds a new generation of secondary risks and leaves behind stubborn residual risks that must be quantified against concrete objectives.
We examined the administrative backbone of project survival. We learned that the schedule is the ultimate truth teller. the soil where all risks eventually grow.
We explored the rigorous data governance required to sanitize raw emotional reactions into a permanent, verifiable lessons learned repository.
We navigated the human element, understanding that cognitive empathy and translation are required to communicate effectively with different stakeholders.
And finally, we realized that if we focus exclusively on threats, we blind ourselves to the massive positive opportunities that uncertainty can bring.
It is a profound amount of operational philosophy embedded in a professional standard. But I want to leave the listener with one final thought, returning to our debate about the exact moment a risk transforms into an issue.
The moment the database corrupts.
Yes. The framework reveals that a risk is essentially a quantum state. As long as it remains a risk, it exists only as a probability. It is a ghost. It is hovering out there in the future. Maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. But the exact moment reality asserts itself, the quantum state collapses. The uncertainty vanishes. It ceases to be a risk and becomes a concrete issue that you must deal with right now.
It moves from the realm of anxiety into the realm of action.
Exactly. And it forces us to ask a deeply personal question. How much of our daily anxiety, our chronic stress, and our operational paralysis is spent agonizing over the quantum state of risks?
Wow.
How much of our lives do we spend staring at the probabilities of things that might go wrong, effectively living in a perpetual state of fear over a future that hasn't happened yet?
We suffer more in imagination than in reality.
Precisely. The project management framework offers a clinical, highly effective antidote to that anxiety. It suggests we clearly identify the probability, we meticulously create a mitigation plan, we build our contingency reserves, and then we step back.
We let it go.
We monitor the radiator, yes, but we stop agonizing. We accept that a risk is just a poorly managed probability until it actually occurs. And if the worst does happen, the uncertainty is over. We simply close the risk, open the issue, and execute the plan we already built.
We prepare ourselves to handle the reality of the issues, rather than drowning in the anxiety of the probabilities.
Yeah.
That is a truly powerful way to navigate the world. We want to thank you all so much for joining us on this deep dive. Our mission was to look past the superficial mechanics of a certification framework and find the philosophy of surviving chaos. And I think we found exactly that.
I certainly think so.
So the next time you're facing a massive, chaotic project or just the unpredictable, messy realities of your own life, remember the framework. Don't expect the clean, binary perfection of a math problem. The diagnostic waters will always be muddy.
Your solutions will inevitably spawn secondary risks.
Your baselines will hold steady, but the variables around them will constantly shift. Don't look at the uncertainties as looming, unmanageable disasters. Look at them as data points, probabilities waiting to be managed, issues waiting to be mitigated, and occasionally, brilliant opportunities waiting to be exploited. We will see you next time. Every single year, billions of dollars are just completely vaporized by incredibly smart professionals.
Oh, absolutely.
And the crazy part is, they did exactly what their stakeholders asked them to do. They followed the blueprints, they held the meetings.
Tracked every single budget line.
Right. And yet, they still drove their project straight off a cliff. So welcome to you, the learner. Today, we are stepping into the architecture of failure and, honestly, the mechanics of survival.
Yeah, we're doing a deep dive into an absolutely fascinating piece of source material today.
We really are. We aren't looking at some, philosophical business book or a CEO's memoir. We are cracking open an actual grueling practice exam.
Which is so revealing.
It is. Specifically, it's practice exam 2 for the PMI Risk Management Professional Certification, the PMI RMP.
And, if you spend any time in the world of high-stakes project management, you know this certification is essentially the gold standard. It proves you actually know how to navigate the unknown. It's a highly rigorous standard. The material we're looking at isn't just a list of trivia questions. It's really a psychological profile of how human beings interact with uncertainty.
That is exactly the angle we're taking today. Because on its face, this source material is just a 100-question gauntlet.
Well, technically 115 questions.
Right, yeah, the real exam has 115, but 15 of those are completely unscored, right?
Exactly. They're just floating around in the test environment, disguised as real questions.
Just purely to test future exam material on the candidate, which is kind of evil.
It's a little evil, yeah.
You have 2.5 hours to conquer it, and you need a passing score of at least a 70 just to survive. But we aren't going to sit here and read you a multiple-choice quiz.
No, nobody wants to listen to that.
Definitely not. We are going to extract the underlying playbook for predicting the future.
Because the structure of this material is brilliant. It perfectly mirrors the chronological life cycle of a crisis.
It really does.
The exam and the discipline itself is divided into 5 very specific domains. It starts with risk strategy and planning, which makes up 22% of the scenarios.
So figuring out the rules of engagement before you even start looking for trouble.
Exactly. Then 23% of the material is dedicated to risk identification, actually finding the threats.
Right.
Another 23% is risk analysis, which is figuring out how much damage those threats can actually do.
I always found the weighting of those sections so revealing. Like, identification and analysis together make up nearly half of the entire framework.
Yeah.
And then risk response, the part where you actually take action and fight the fire, is only 13%.
It speaks to a fundamental truth about managing the future, I think.
Wait, really? How so?
Well, if you spend your energy properly identifying and mathematically analyzing a threat, the response is almost automatic.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's just execution at that point. The hard part, the part where human bias ruins everything, is in the identification and analysis. Because people don't want to see the threat.
Precisely. And then, rounding it out, 19% is dedicated to monitoring and closing risks. Because a threat doesn't just disappear once you've looked at it.
Right. You have to watch it until the project is actually over.
Yeah.
So we have to start at the genesis of the work. Before you can look for risks, you have to know what kind of machine you're actually driving.
You really do.
You can't map out the dangers of a cross-country trip if you don't know whether you're in a massive freight train locked to a set of steel tracks or if you're in a 4x4 off-road vehicle.
They face entirely different environmental threats.
Exactly. And our source material gives us this incredibly tense scenario to illustrate this foundational choice. It's a scenario about a project manager named Tony.
Oh, Tony's dilemma. This will sound painfully familiar to anyone who's ever tried to lead a team.
So familiar.
He's trying to assess his project environment, and the red flags are just everywhere.
Everywhere. The deadline is fixed in stone. There are multiple complex deliverables required. The budget hasn't even been formally approved yet.
Which is terrifying.
And quality is a massive looming concern.
But here is the critical variable in Tony's dilemma. The scope of the project is not defined, and it's changing all the time.
That's the key.
Right. Now, Tony's team is described as mature. They have decades of experience working in traditional, predictive environments.
You know, the classic waterfall methodology.
Right, where you write a massive requirements document up front, get it signed in blood, and then build exactly what's on the paper.
Yep.
The text explicitly notes that this mature team has very limited experience with agile approaches. So the question posed is, which project methodology does Tony's team apply? Agile, waterfall, hybrid, or incremental?
And according to the strict framework of risk management, the definitive, undeniable answer is agile.
But hold on, I want to look at the human reality of this for a second. We have a mature team that has spent years, maybe decades, building things using predictive waterfall methods. You're telling me that we are going to force them to use an agile framework, working in short sprints, constantly adapting, abandoning their upfront planning, simply because the scope is shifting.
Yes.
Isn't forcing an unfamiliar framework onto a veteran team a massive project-killing risk all by itself?
Wow.
It feels like taking an orchestra that has spent 20 years perfecting Beethoven and suddenly, on opening night, telling them to play improvisational jazz.
That's a great analogy, and the friction you're describing is very real. There will absolutely be growing pains.
Massive resistance, probably.
Tons of resistance, and likely a temporary drop in velocity as they learn the new framework. However, the logic of methodology selection demands that we look at the ultimate point of failure.
Okay.
The defining factor in Tony's situation isn't the comfort zone of his personnel. It's the fundamental nature of the work.
Right, the changing scope.
The text specifically highlights that the scope is not defined yet, and it is changing all the time.
So the shifting ground dictates the vehicle.
Precisely. Let's look at the mechanics of waterfall, or predictive methodology. Think of it like laying down those heavy steel train tracks you mentioned.
Okay.
You have to know exactly where the station is before you pour the steel. You cannot build a skyscraper if the client comes in every Tuesday and changes the blueprint from a commercial high-rise to a residential complex.
Right, and then back to a shopping mall while you're already pouring the foundation.
Exactly. If you put an undefined, constantly shifting scope into a predictive methodology, the project will structurally shatter.
The train will derail because the destination keeps moving while the tracks are being laid.
Yes. Agile, conversely, is structurally designed to absorb change. It operates like your off-road vehicle.
Okay, I'm tracking.
You don't need tracks. You just need a general directional heading. You drive for 2 weeks, a sprint stop, look at the terrain, check with the client, and adjust your steering.
So the risk of using an unfamiliar methodology is high, but the risk of using a rigid predictive methodology for a highly fluid problem guarantees absolute failure.
The text teaches us that we must match the tool to the nature of the problem, not the tool to the comfort of the mechanic.
Even if the mechanic is rusty with the off-road vehicle, it's the only machine that can physically traverse a changing landscape. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So we've picked our methodology based on the nature of the scope, but that assumes we actually know why we're doing the project in the first place.
Which is a huge assumption.
Right.
Yeah.
This brings us to another incredible scenario in the material, focusing on a character named Evan. Evan and his team are trying to determine the primary business driver for their new initiative.
And identifying the true business driver is arguably the most critical vulnerability in any corporate environment.
Why do you say that?
Because organizations lie to themselves constantly about why they are funding work.
They really, really do.
Yeah.
So the text gives Evan 4 options to choose from to identify his primary business driver. Option A is that many stakeholders like the idea.
Right.
Option B is that the project will save the company $200,000 monthly in operating costs.
Okay.
Option C is a time constraint. It has to be done by the end of 2023. And option D is that the cost is expected to be high.
So option A is the trap that catches so many well-intentioned leaders. The vanity metric.
Many stakeholders like the idea. It sounds so good.
It does.
If the vice president of marketing and the director of sales both love the concept, it feels like you have this massive mandate to go build the thing.
Of course it does.
But the text is ruthless here. The correct answer, the only valid business driver in that list, is option B. The project will save the company $200,000 monthly.
Yeah.
I want to unpack the psychology of why smart people default to the soft metric of stakeholder affection over the hard dollars.
It really comes down to accountability and the path of least resistance.
How so?
If the primary driver of a project is simply that leadership likes it, then the project manager's only real job is to keep leadership entertained.
Keep them feeling positive about the momentum.
Exactly. It becomes a political exercise. But a project exists for one reason: to deliver tangible organizational value.
Right.
Value is quantifiable. Stakeholder affection is a mood, not a business strategy.
And a mood can change after a bad quarterly earnings call.
Instantaneously. Saving $200,000 a month is a hard, undeniable mathematical driver. It justifies taking on the risk of the project.
Yeah.
If your driver is just that people like the idea, what happens the moment the project encounters severe friction? What happens when a major technical risk is realized and the budget needs to be doubled?
That affection evaporates instantly.
Oof, gone.
The stakeholders who loved the idea will be the first ones to distance themselves from the crater.
Because there's no mathematical justification to fight through the pain, the $200,000 savings provides a specific threshold. You can calculate exactly how much pain and risk you're willing to endure to achieve that savings.
You cannot calculate risk against the vague sense of enthusiasm.
No, you really can't.
Think about your own daily reality right now, the learner. Whether you're managing a massive corporate merger or just trying to organize a community event, are you pouring your time, your budget, and your energy into something driven by a hard, metric-saving actual dollars, generating measurable revenue, or objectively solving a defined problem?
Or are you operating on the vague, comforting hope that the people around you will just like it?
Because if it's the latter, your entire risk foundation is built on sand. You're managing a hobby, not a project.
That's a great way to put it. And once you transition from a hobby to a mathematically justified project, you have to look around and figure out who is actually in the vehicle with you.
Right. We've established the machine and the destination, but the most volatile variables aren't the software bugs.
Or the supply chain delays.
It's the people.
Always the people.
We are getting into the human architecture, because managing risk is essentially just managing human behavior under stress.
That's entirely what it is.
The text introduces the formal concept of stakeholder analysis. It dictates that to manage people effectively, you can't just list their names on a spreadsheet.
No.
You have to analyze them based on 2 very specific dimensions: their influence and their interest.
The power interest grid. It's the map of corporate leverage. You need to know who has the power to destroy your project and how much they actually care about your project.
But there's a trap in the source material regarding this that is so incredibly subtle. It presents a scenario where a team is brainstorming to identify their stakeholders.
Right.
They're throwing out ideas, and one of the questions they ask is flagged by the text as the fundamentally wrong way to approach the analysis.
Oh, I know this one.
The bad question is, has DevOps high or low power? Now, to anyone outside of the IT world, DevOps stands for Development and Operations. It's the concept of bringing the people who write the software code together with the people who maintain the servers.
It's a critical function.
So why is asking if DevOps has high or low power a mistake?
Because it treats a complex, multi-layered human ecosystem as if it were a single monolithic entity with one brain.
Right.
DevOps is not a stakeholder. DevOps is a department, a methodology, a collection of very different people with very different motivations.
It's like asking, does the government want this to succeed? Which part of the government?
Precisely. When you ask if a department has power, you're blinding yourself to the actual mechanics of influence. Who exactly in DevOps are we talking about?
Right, we're talking about the director.
The director of DevOps, who cares deeply about the annual budget. Or are we talking about the lead systems engineer, whose primary concern is that your new software is going to crash her servers at 2 in the morning on a Sunday?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the junior developer who is just trying to learn a new coding language.
You cannot negotiate risk with an abstract concept like a department. You sit across the table from a specific human being. You negotiate with Sarah, the lead engineer who is fiercely protective of her server uptime.
If you record DevOps as having high influence and low interest on your grid, you will inevitably fail to mitigate the specific personal risk that Sarah poses when you try to launch your code without her approval.
So you have to map the actual players.
Yes. Understanding their individual leverage over your resources and their personal stake in your outcomes.
Okay, so we break the monoliths down into individuals. We map out Sarah, we map out the director, we map out everyone. Once we know who the players are, the text moves us into figuring out who is actually doing the work and who takes the fall if the work fails.
Oh, this is a fun part.
And this brings us to a part of the framework that is notorious for causing endless corporate arguments. The alphabet soup of accountability. The RAM and the RACI.
They are the absolute lifelines of clarity in any collaborative effort, if you use them right.
Let's strip away the acronyms for a second. The text clarifies that RAM stands for Responsibility Assignment Matrix.
It's the broad, overarching category of charting out who does what.
All right, and RACI is a very specific, highly popular flavor of a RAM. Now, the practice exam has a brilliant trick question designed to catch people who only vaguely know the terminology.
I love this trick question.
It asks the candidate to identify which component does not belong in a RACI chart. And one of the highly tempting, completely incorrect options is the word reliable.
It's a masterful distractor.
It really is.
Because if you're sitting in a high-pressure exam, burning through questions, your brain sees reliable and immediately associates it with positive project management traits.
Of course you want your team to be reliable.
Right, it feels correct.
It sounds like exactly the kind of corporate buzzword that belongs in an acronym. But if you choose it, you fail the question. Because RACI actually stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed.
Yeah.
And the text makes it clear that the most dangerous failure point in human management lies in confusing those first two letters. We need to look at the mechanics of responsible versus accountable, because in casual, everyday conversation, people use those words as synonyms.
And treating them as synonyms is a recipe for a fractured team.
Break that down for us.
Let's look at the underlying architecture of these terms. Responsible refers to the person or the people who are actually executing the task.
They have their hands on the keyboard.
Yes, they're writing the code, they're designing the graphic, they're physically digging the ditch. You can absolutely have multiple people who are responsible for a single task. A team of 5 engineers can all be responsible for building a database.
They are the doers.
Yes. Accountable, however, is an entirely different concept. The accountable person is the ultimate owner of the outcome.
So they might not actually do the work.
They may not write a single line of code, but if that database fails, their head is on the chopping block.
They're the ones who have to explain the failure to the executive board.
Exactly. And the golden unbreakable rule of a RACI chart is that there can only ever be one single accountable person per task.
Only one. I want to drill down into why that is so strict. What is the psychological or operational danger of making two people accountable? Say, the VP of marketing and the VP of product both want to be accountable for the launch of a new app. It sounds collaborative.
It sounds collaborative until the app crashes on launch day. If two people are accountable, no one is accountable.
If two people are accountable, no one is accountable. That is the reality of human nature, isn't it?
It is an absolute certainty. When a catastrophic failure occurs and two people share accountability, human psychology dictates that they will immediately begin pointing fingers at each other.
It wasn't me, it was them.
Yep. The VP of marketing will say the product was flawed, and the VP of product will say the marketing drove the wrong kind of traffic.
And the risk response paralyzes.
Exactly, because energy is spent on defense rather than resolution. By forcing a single point of accountability, you eliminate the ambiguity. One person has the final authority to make the tough decisions, and one person accepts the ultimate consequence of those decisions.
That distinction clears up decades of terrible corporate meetings where everyone nods, nobody does the work, and everyone blames each other when it fails.
Truly.
Now, the text takes this human element and drops it into the agile methodology we discussed earlier. It gives us a scenario involving Julie.
Julie's Scrum team.
Right. Julie is the product owner for an agile Scrum team. Her stakeholders are actively engaged in a heated argument about the risk appetite for the project. There's real conflict in the room.
Yeah, tension is high.
The scenario asks, who should lead the conflict resolution? The intuitive answer for many people would be Julie, because she's the product owner. She represents the business. But the text says no.
It explicitly directs that this is a case for the Scrum Master to step in and facilitate the resolution.
This genuinely surprised me. If the product owner is the voice of the business, the person deciding what features get built, why shouldn't they manage the business stakeholders when they start arguing?
Because it violates the philosophical divide of agile roles, a divide that exists specifically to mitigate human bias.
Okay, unpack that.
Consider the mechanics of Julie's role. The product owner owns the value of the product. Her entire job is to look at a list of features and prioritize them to maximize the return on investment.
Right.
Because of that, she has a massive vested interest in the outcome of this argument over risk appetite. If the stakeholders decide to be highly risk-averse, it might mean Julie can't build the innovative features she really wants to build.
She has skin in the game. She is a player on the field.
Exactly. She cannot be objective. The Scrum Master, conversely, does not manage the product. The Scrum Master manages the process.
They're the neutral referee.
Yes. Their entire objective is to ensure that the Agile framework is functioning in a healthy, productive manner. And a healthy framework requires resolving stakeholder disputes objectively and constructively.
If Julie tries to referee a game she's actively playing in, the stakeholders will immediately sense her bias.
And trust breaks down.
The Scrum Master steps in precisely because they don't care what the risk appetite ends up being. They only care how the team arrives at that decision.
The product owner manages the what, and the Scrum Master rigorously protects the how.
And part of protecting that how is establishing the rules of engagement for how the team talks about danger. The text mentions a really empowering rule for Agile teams when it comes to risk identification.
Yes.
It explicitly states that risks can be identified and assessed during any ceremony by the participants.
This represents a massive evolution from traditional risk management. In older predictive models, risk identification is heavily siloed. It's treated as a formal, scheduled event.
You might have a quarterly risk review board.
Or a massive workshop at the beginning of the year where everyone sits in a room for 3 days trying to imagine everything that could go wrong.
And then they put those risks in a spreadsheet and never look at them again.
Exactly. But in Agile, the framework recognizes that risk is fluid. It doesn't adhere to a corporate calendar. By stating that risk can be assessed during any ceremony, the framework democratizes the process.
So like a junior developer could just raise their hand.
Yes. If they're doing their daily 15-minute stand-up meeting and suddenly realize that the code they wrote yesterday opens up a massive security vulnerability, they don't have to wait for a formal review board.
They raise the red flag right there.
In that moment, and the team pivots to address it.
It builds a culture where looking for trouble is a daily habit, not a quarterly chore. So we've got the people mapped out, we know who is accountable, we know who the referee is, and we've established a culture where anyone can flag a risk at any time.
But even the most communicative, accountable team will freeze if they don't know where the invisible electric fences are drawn.
They have to know how brave they're actually allowed to be.
Which brings us to the boundary conditions of project management. We have to examine risk appetite and risk thresholds.
This is such a fascinating part of the text because it poses a foundational, almost philosophical question about power dynamics. When a team is trying to agree on the specific risk thresholds, the absolute lines they will not cross, whose appetite actually matters most?
Right.
Is it the project team's appetite? Is it the powerful stakeholders we just spent so much time analyzing?
The framework is uncompromising on this point. Neither the project team nor the stakeholders hold the ultimate authority. It is the organization's risk appetite that reigns supreme. It's the ultimate ceiling.
I really want to dig into this because we just spent an entire segment talking about how critical it is to map the stakeholders, understand their influence, and resolve their conflicts.
Yeah.
But now the text is saying that at the end of the day, their personal feelings about risk, no matter how much influence they have, must bow to this abstract concept of the organization. Who or what is the organization in this context?
The organization represents the legal and financial entity that actually absorbs the catastrophic impact if a risk is realized.
Okay, give me an example.
Think of it in terms of a real-world scenario. Imagine you're running a software integration project inside a 150-year-old, heavily regulated international bank.
Okay, very strict.
The organization's risk appetite, represented by its legal department, its compliance officers, and its board of directors, is naturally going to be incredibly low. They are highly conservative because a failure could mean billions in regulatory fine.
They move slow to protect the vault.
Yes. Now imagine your key stakeholder on this project is a hotshot new vice president who just got recruited from a fast-paced Silicon Valley cryptocurrency startup.
Oh boy.
Their personal individual risk appetite is massive. Their entire career has been built on the philosophy of move fast and break things. They're pushing the project team to skip security testing to launch a month early.
But if they move fast and break things inside the bank could literally lose its charter to operate.
Precisely. The VP might get fired, but the organization absorbs the ultimate destruction. Therefore, the organization's tolerance is the absolute, non-negotiable ceiling.
The project manager and the stakeholders must operate within the boundaries set by the entity that holds the liability.
You cannot let a single stakeholder's adrenaline override the corporate immune system.
Okay, that makes perfect logical sense. But how does a project manager actually quantify that? How do you calculate how much risk an organization can physically absorb before it breaks?
That's where it gets tricky.
The text introduces a risk manager named Noah, who is trying to figure this out. The material lists several valid metrics he can use, calculating the financial impacts of a failure, measuring potential scope changes, or tracking the increase in software defects.
All good metrics.
But then it explicitly highlights the least recommended method for calculating risk absorption.
Yes, and it serves as a vital warning against managing by consensus. The least recommended way to calculate an organization's risk absorption is by measuring changes in stakeholders' attitudes.
Which honestly sounds a bit counterintuitive, because we've all been in environments where the mood of the executive team dictates everything.
Oh, absolutely.
It is so incredibly tempting to just manage the project based on the temperature of the room. If the executives are smiling, we take more risks. If they look nervous, we pull back.
It's a natural human instinct to read the room, but it's a catastrophic way to manage systemic risk. Human attitude is simply too fickle to serve as a compliance metric.
How fickle are we talking?
Let's look at the mechanics of attitude. A stakeholder might be wildly optimistic and risk-seeking on a Tuesday because the company just had a great earnings call and they had an excellent cup of coffee.
Sure.
By Thursday, that same stakeholder might be deeply risk-averse because they read a terrifying article about a competitor being hacked, or, they had a fight with their spouse.
You cannot build a multi-million-dollar defense system based on whether the VP had a good weekend.
Exactly. Soft feelings do not change the mathematical reality of a threat. You must measure risk against hard data, updated telemetry, specific risk triggers, calculated financial impacts, and historical defect rates.
Hard data over soft feelings.
Yeah.
I love that as a guiding principle. But the text doesn't just turn humans into unfeeling robots who blindly follow the corporate manual. There is a counterbalance introduced.
There is.
We meet an agile coach in the text named Freddie. Freddie is working with his product owner, and his explicit goal is to empower the stakeholders to actually challenge the existing risk thresholds.
At first glance, this seems like a direct contradiction of what we just discussed.
Right. If the organization's appetite is absolute law, and if stakeholder attitude is a terrible metric, Why is an agile coach actively teaching people to question the law? Why invite the rebellion if you just built the electric fence?
Because a healthy organization is a dynamic organism, not a fossil. Risk thresholds, once established, often calcify into unquestioned dogma. People stop asking why a rule exists.
They just follow it blindly.
Yes, by empowering stakeholders to rigorously challenge the boundaries, by having them look at a threshold and ask, why is this our limit? Has the market changed? Has new technology rendered this old fear obsolete? You force the organization to constantly justify and update its defensive posture.
It's like testing those electric fences. You respect that the fence is there to keep the dinosaurs in. You don't just tear it down because you feel optimistic, but you occasionally need to throw a stick at it to make sure the electricity is actually still running.
And you need to ask if the fence is still positioned in the right place, or if the dinosaurs have moved.
It's the crucial balance between respecting institutional liability and preventing institutional paralysis. You obey the threshold, but you never stop interrogating it.
Beautifully said.
So we know where our fences are. We know our methodologies, our drivers, our people, and our boundaries. Now the theoretical phase is over. We have to turn on the flashlights, walk into the dark, and actually look for the monsters. We are moving into risk identification.
This is where the framework transitions from planning to active hunting. How do we extract the threats from the environment?
We start with the very first step, what the text describes as a preliminary document analysis. We have a project manager named Werner. He's leading a massive ERP software project.
And for those not deep in enterprise IT, an ERP enterprise resource planning system is basically the central nervous system of a company.
It connects finance, HR, supply chain, everything. It is incredibly complex and dangerous to install.
Very high risk.
So Werner is doing his preliminary analysis. He has industry benchmarks, he has lessons learned documents, but the text says he is missing the single most useful piece of additional information. And that missing piece is historical data.
If we strip away the jargon, historical data is the closest thing any professional has to a functional crystal ball. When you're implementing something as structurally invasive as an ERP system, you have to realize that you are not the first person in the world to attempt this.
Countless people have suffered before you.
Exactly. What broke the last time this company tried an upgrade? Which department resisted the training? Where did the vendor fail to deliver? Mark Twain famously said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
So true.
Historical data allows you to listen for the rhyme before the poem's finished.
But the text is also very prescriptive about what tools you should not pull out of the toolbox during this early phase. It gives a scenario with another manager, Pete, who is also doing a preliminary document analysis. And it states that the absolute least relevant tool for Pete to use right now is the risk breakdown structure, or the RBS.
Ah, the RBS.
I want to unpack this because everything I know about project management suggests the RBS is a foundational, critical tool. Why is it useless to Pete right now?
The tool is brilliant, but timing in risk management is everything. Let's look at the mechanics of a risk breakdown structure. It's a hierarchical framework, a tree diagram, that is used to organize and categorize risks that have already been identified. It groups them by source or area.
So it's an organizational system.
Yes. But Pete is in the preliminary phase. He is just starting to gather the raw material. He hasn't actually identified the specific risks yet. Trying to use a risk breakdown structure before you have a list of risks is like buying a massive, complex closet organization system before you even know what kind of clothes you own. You are trying to organize a void.
That analogy perfectly illustrates the trap of using a fancy framework just because you have it, rather than because you need it. But let's talk about visualizing that closet once we actually do have the clothes.
Sure.
The text focuses heavily on how we visually communicate danger. It compares the risk breakdown structure to other diagrams, and it specifically highlights the Ishikawa diagram.
It's widely known across almost all industries as the fishbone diagram.
The fishbone. I want to paint a visual picture of this for the listener, because the architecture of this diagram actually explains how it works.
It is an incredibly elegant way to trace causality. Imagine the literal skeleton of a fish drawn on a whiteboard.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
At the far right side, you have the head of the fish. In our framework, the head represents the ultimate effect, the primary disaster or defect that you are trying to prevent.
The server crashing, the project missing the deadline, the budget exploding, that's the head.
Yes. Extending horizontally to the left from that head is the main spine. Coming off that central spine, angling backward like ribs, are the bones of the fish. These major ribs represent the broad categories of risk.
So one thick rib might be labeled technical risks, another might be financial risks, and another might be environmental risks.
You've got it.
Okay, I have the major ribs.
Then, attached to those major ribs are smaller secondary bones, and attached to those are even smaller bones. These represent the specific granular root causes. So, you can look at the head server crash, trace it back along the spine to the technical risk rib, trace that down to a smaller bone labeled legacy hardware, and trace that to an even smaller bone labeled outdated firmware.
Oh, wow.
It allows anyone in the room to visually follow the path of a specific, tiny problem all the way to the ultimate destruction of the project.
It takes something totally abstract, like cascading risk failure, and makes it anatomical. You can see the skeleton of the disaster.
It's a very powerful visual.
And the text makes a point of contrasting this with another visual tool. It notes that while the fishbone is perfect for tracing root causes, a force field diagram is the absolute least preferred alternative for categorizing risks.
A force field diagram is a tool for change management, not risk analysis. It maps the driving forces pushing for a change against the restraining forces pushing against it. It is a tug-of-war diagram.
So it tells you about momentum.
But it tells you absolutely nothing about the root cause of a specific technical failure. Again, it is about matching the exact tool to the specific problem.
And let's look at the messy, chaotic reality that actually gets written onto those fishbones. The text provides a scenario where a manager named John and his team are cataloging their threats. And the list they come up with sounds like an absolute nightmare.
Let's hear it.
The risks are unclear customer structure, user not committed to project, and management and users disagree. When I read that, it didn't sound like a technical project. It sounded like a dysfunctional family Thanksgiving dinner.
It is the messy reality of human nature, which is the operational reality of any project.
Exactly. And the text asks the candidate to correctly categorize this specific type of chaos. The answer is relationship risks. I think we need to linger on this because it feels like a category that gets swept under the rug by highly technical teams.
It is the blind spot of the engineer. Technical professionals spend an immense amount of time and budget building redundancies for servers, stress testing code, and auditing financial models. But often, the most lethal, silent killers of an initiative are entirely interpersonal.
How does an interpersonal risk actually kill a project? Walk us through the mechanics of that destruction.
Let's look at John's list. User not committed to project. You can build a piece of software that is technically flawless, perfectly on budget, and delivered 2 weeks early.
Which is the dream.
It's the dream. But if the end user feels ignored, if they aren't committed to learning the new interface, they will silently sabotage the user acceptance testing. They will refuse to log in. They will cling to their old spreadsheets.
Oh, I've seen that happen.
The project fails not because the code broke, but because the human adoption failed.
And what about management and users disagree?
That is the ultimate misalignment. If management wants a tool to track employee productivity, and the users think the tool is an invasion of privacy, you are building a battlefield, not a product.
Wow.
By forcing teams to explicitly categorize these dysfunctions as relationship risks, the framework demands that they be managed with the exact same rigor, budget, and strategic planning as a database migration. You cannot just hope people get along. You have to engineer human harmony the same way you engineer the software.
That is profound. Engineering human harmony as a project requirement. Now, to help teams actually unearth all these diverse risks, the technical, the financial, and the relationship risks, the text provides a memory trick. It's the BIRDS mnemonic, BIRDS.
A classic data gathering framework.
My notes from the text outline some of these. The S stands for SWOT analysis, looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The R stands for root cause analysis, which we just visualized with the fishbone. The D stands for the Delphi technique. But I'm missing the B and the I. Fill in the blanks for the framework.
The B stands for brainstorming, and the I stands for interviewing.
Okay, brainstorming and interviewing, those are the absolute bread and butter of corporate meetings. But before we look at those, I want to back up to the D, the Delphi technique. The text mentions it, but I want to dive into the psychology of why it is so much more effective than just sitting in a room and talking.
The Delphi technique is essentially the antidote to office politics.
How so?
Let's look at a standard brainstorming meeting where a team is trying to estimate how long a risky task will take or how severe a threat is. In a normal open discussion, you inevitably encounter the Hippio effect.
The Hippio effect.
Yes, the highest paid person's opinion. If the senior vice president says, I think this risk is minor and will only delay us by 2 days, human nature dictates that the junior analysts in the room will quietly agree, even if their data shows it will take 3 weeks.
They self-censored to align with power.
The open discussion is poisoned by the hierarchy.
So how does Delphi fix the hierarchy?
By enforcing anonymity and mathematical consensus. In the Delphi technique, a neutral facilitator sends a questionnaire to a panel of experts individually. The experts do not know who else is on the panel.
Oh, interesting.
They submit their risk estimates and their reasoning anonymously. The facilitator collects them, calculates the median, and then sends a summary back to the entire panel.
So everyone sees the spread of opinions, but nobody knows whose opinion is whose.
Exactly. And here is the genius part. The facilitator then asks the outliers, the people whose estimates were way too high or way too low to mathematically or logically justify their stance in the next anonymous round.
Wow.
You run these rounds until the group converges on a consensus. Because it is anonymous, the junior analyst can force the vice president to justify their optimism with actual data without ever risking their career. It strips away the ego and leaves only the expertise.
That is a phenomenal tool for getting to the truth. Now, let's look at the B in Bird's brainstorming. We've all been in terrible brainstorming sessions where someone writes on a whiteboard while everyone else checks their phones.
The worst.
But the text highlights an agile-aligned evolution of brainstorming that I find absolutely fascinating. It's a technique called brainwriting. But it isn't just writing. The specific technique mentioned in the source material involves a session where participants are asked to actually draw a picture of a risk, and then the team discusses the drawings.
Yes.
Why drawing? We are talking about highly paid, credentialed professionals. Why are we asking them to doodle their fears?
Because in a corporate environment, professional jargon acts as a psychological shield. When you ask a team of executives or engineers to verbally brainstorm risks, they automatically filter themselves. They use safe, sanitized language. They will look at a critical failure point and say something like, we're identifying a potential resource allocation bandwidth issue leading to a schedule variance.
Which means absolutely nothing. It sounds smart, but it completely obscures the actual danger.
Exactly. It sanitizes the threat so nobody feels panicked or blamed. But when you remove the ability to use words and you ask someone to draw the risk, you bypass that linguistic filter entirely. You tap into a much more visceral, honest, and often subconscious part of the brain.
So what does a drawn risk actually look like?
It looks like reality. An engineer might draw a picture of a bridge collapsing under the weight of too many cars. A project manager might draw a single stick figure drowning underneath a massive mountain of papers.
Oh, wow.
Or, thinking back to our relationship risks, someone might simply draw 2 stick figures screaming at each other across a table.
The screaming stick figures. That gets right to the heart of the management and users disagree risk without anyone having to use corporate speak.
Precisely. The drawings provoke genuine, grounded conversation. It democratizes the room because you don't need to be an eloquent public speaker or a master of corporate jargon to draw a terrifying concept. It forces the team out of the abstract columns of a spreadsheet and forces them to confront the physical reality of the threat.
I love that so much. For everyone listening right now, try this. At your next project kickoff or risk meeting, before anyone opens PowerPoint, pass out blank paper and markers. Tell your team, take 5 minutes and draw what terrifies you the most about this project. I guarantee you will get to the truth infinitely faster than if you just ask them for a status update.
It works every time.
But as we gather all this truth, the text issues a very stern warning about where we get our data during this identification phase.
Yes, it warns explicitly against relying primarily on what it calls most data from the Project Management Information System, or the PMIS.
This feels totally counterintuitive. A PMIS is the central dashboard. It's Jira, it's Microsoft Project, it's the multi-million-dollar software tracking every hour and every dollar.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we want our risk data to come from the central brain of the project?
Because a PMIS provides naked numbers, and naked numbers without context are not just useless, they are actively dangerous when identifying risk. A project management information system is fantastic for tracking variance. It will tell you exactly how fast you are burning through the budget and exactly how many days behind schedule a task is.
It tells you the engine is running hot.
Yes, but it does not tell you why the engine is hot. To understand and categorize a risk so you can actually fight it, you need the context surrounding those numbers. The text explicitly mentions that you need things like document analysis, audio transcripts from meetings, and deep telemetry to provide that context.
Give me an example of how the PMIS lies by omission.
Let's say your PMIS dashboard flashes red. It shows that a critical coding task took 60 hours instead of the estimated 20 hours. The raw data tells you that you have a severe schedule risk. If you stop there, your mitigation plan is just to tell the developers to work faster or to add more developers.
Which usually just makes things worse.
Always. But if you dig into the context, say you look at the transcripts of the daily developer stand-up meetings or the telemetry of their error logs, you discover the why. The transcript reveals that the developers spent 40 hours struggling to integrate an undocumented API from a third-party vendor.
And for those outside the software world, an API is basically the digital translator that allows two different programs to talk to each other. If it's undocumented, it means you're trying to translate a foreign language without a dictionary. You just have to guess until it works.
Exactly. So the risk isn't our coders are slow. The actual identifiable risk is we have a critical dependency on poorly documented third-party software. You cannot effectively mitigate the first one. You can actively mitigate the second one by demanding better documentation from the vendor or by switching vendors entirely. You must blend the quantitative data of the PMIS with the qualitative human context of the real world.
The story behind the numbers is where the actual risk lives.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have brainstormed, we have bypassed the hip oil effect with Delphi, we have drawn our fears, and we have gathered our historical context. We know what the risks are. We have them mapped out.
We're ready?
But a risk written on a piece of paper or drawn on a whiteboard is just a concept. It is a ghost. It hasn't hurt you yet. How do we know when that ghost is actually stepping out of the shadows and entering the room?
You're talking about the critical transition from theory to physical reality. To manage that transition, we need tripwires.
We are moving into the mechanics of reality. Assumptions, constraints, and triggers. Let's start with the absolute bedrock of how we plan anything. Assumptions and constraints. The text breaks down the difference between these two concepts beautifully, using a scenario about Kim's healthcare project.
It is a distinction that trips up a shocking number of seasoned professionals, but confusing them leads to cascading planning failures.
So Kim has two foundational statements guiding her project. Statement 1. Product ZXY is expected to be ready for deployment in July 2023. Statement 2. Product ZXY requires U.S. resources to deploy it. The text classifies the first statement as an assumption and the second statement as a constraint. Unpack the architecture of why they are categorized that way.
It all comes down to the balance of control and certainty. An assumption is a hypothesis. It's something that you believe to be true for the sake of moving forward with your planning, but you do not have absolute, undeniable proof yet. You are assuming the product will be ready in July based on the current velocity of the engineering team, but 100 different variables could change that reality.
You are building your house on a foundation that you hope is solid, but you haven't inspected the concrete yet.
Yes. A constraint, on the other hand, is a hard boundary. It restricts your options entirely. Product ZXY requires U.S. resources to deploy it. That isn't a guess. That is a limiting factor imposed upon the project, likely by federal healthcare law, a rigid vendor contract, or strict security clearances. You cannot negotiate with a constraint.
So to put it simply, you plan around a constraint, but you plan based on an assumption.
That is a perfect distillation. And because you are planning based on assumptions, those assumptions become massive incubators for risk. If a foundational assumption proves false, your entire project plan crumbles.
But the text points out a dual nature to assumptions that I found really compelling. It states that when you are doing assumption analysis, it must take into account both positive and negative effects on the project objectives.
This represents a fundamental paradigm shift for many people learning this discipline. We are socially conditioned to think of the word risk exclusively as a threat, a fire, a crash, a delay, something that damages the project. But in professional risk management, risk is defined simply as an uncertain event that, if it occurs, has an effect on an objective. That effect can be a devastating threat, or it can be an incredible opportunity.
A positive risk. That phrase sounds like an oxymoron.
It does, but it is a critical strategic concept. Let's go back to Kim's assumption. Product ZXY is expected to be ready in July. The negative risk, the threat, is obvious. The assumption is false. The product is delayed until September, and the project suffers massive cost overruns. You need a plan to mitigate that. But what if the engineering team finds a massive efficiency? What if the positive risk realizes the assumption is false in the other direction, and the product is fully ready in May?
Oh, if it's ready 2 months early in May, that sounds great, but we might not have the marketing campaign ready yet. The sales team hasn't been trained.
Precisely. Or, conversely, if you are prepared to exploit that early delivery, you could capture 2 entire months of uncontested market share before your competitor launches their version. If an assumption is proven false in a positive direction, and it affects your objectives, it must be officially converted into an opportunity risk. You must allocate budget and resources to a response plan designed to exploit that win. If you don't manage the positive risk, the early delivery just sits uselessly on a server for 2 months while you wait for July.
That is such a powerful flip-in mindset. Managing your resources to capture the unexpected win, not just to survive the unexpected disaster. But regardless of whether a risk is a positive opportunity or a negative threat, we have to know the exact millisecond it becomes a reality. We need a plain English translation for the formal term risk trigger. And the text actually provides the perfect alternative definition. Warning signs.
Warning signs, the canary in the coal mine, the tripwire.
And the text gives us an incredibly concrete mathematical example of a warning sign. It poses a scenario about an activity on the critical path of a schedule. The trigger is defined as 80% of the resources have been used, but progress is only at 20%.
That is a phenomenal example of a quantitative objective trigger. It removes all human emotion, all optimism, and all denial from the assessment of reality.
It's like driving across a massive desert. If you look down at your dashboard and you calculate that you have burned through 80% of your gas, but your GPS says you are only 20% of the way to the next gas station, you don't need to wait until the engine actually sputters and dies to know you have a catastrophic problem. The trigger has been tripped. The crisis isn't in the future. The crisis is materializing right now.
And once that tripwire is crossed, you have to immediately calculate the impact. The text highlights a very tangible example of how a risk impact should be documented. It uses the phrasing, task B might take 2 days longer than estimated.
It is so specific. It doesn't say the project will be delayed. It says task B takes 2 extra days.
Because granularity is the soul of effective risk management. Vague impacts lead directly to vague, panicked responses. If the documented impact is simply, the project will be delayed, everyone from the team to the stakeholders will panic, but nobody will know exactly what action to take.
Just a general sense of doom.
Yes, but if the impact is ruthlessly specific, task B takes 2 days longer, you can look at your network diagram and make a clinical decision. You might say, okay, task B is not on the critical path. We have 3 days of float built in. We can absorb the 2 days without affecting the final delivery. No action required. Or you might see that task B is on the critical path, and you can say, we need to authorize emergency overtime for the engineering team immediately.
Granularity prevents panic. I want to take that concept and challenge you, the listener, right now. Look at your own life. Look at your personal dashboard or your team's operational metrics at work. What are your specific 80% used, 20% done metrics? Where are the quantitative warning signs flashing right now that you are willfully ignoring just because the engine hasn't actually stalled yet? Find your tripwires, define the granular impact, and take action before you hit the wall.
Identifying and respecting those personal and professional tripwires is the entire difference between a leader who constantly reacts to a crisis and a leader who manages reality.
We've covered an immense amount of conceptual ground today, extracting the philosophy of survival from this practice exam. Let's synthesize this journey. We started by looking at the very foundation of how we approach work, understanding that we must choose an agile methodology over a predictive one, simply because the scope is undefined and changing, regardless of how comfortable the mature team is with their old waterfall tracks.
We learned that the shifting reality of the environment must always dictate the tool we use to navigate it.
Right. Then we looked at the business drivers, recognizing that hard metrics, like saving $200,000, are the only real defense against vanity projects built on the soft hope that stakeholders like it. From there, we mapped the humans inside the environment. We learned that departments aren't monoliths, and we learned how to use a RACI chart to prevent the disaster of shared accountability.
We saw how Agile protects the integrity of the process by separating the product owner who champions the business value from the Scrum Master, the neutral referee who facilitates the conflict.
We also defined our ultimate boundaries, acknowledging that while we absolutely want to empower our teams to challenge the rules and test the electric fences, the organization's legal and financial risk appetite is the ultimate ceiling we all operate under.
We then went hunting for trouble, contrasting the visual anatomy of the fishbone diagram with the ineffectiveness of the force field diagram for tracing root causes.
We categorized the messy human reality of relationship risks, and we learned how drawing a picture of your fears in a brainwriting session can bypass corporate jargon better than any spreadsheet. Finally, we set up our tripwires, understanding that a positive assumption is just an opportunity waiting to be exploited, and that when 80% of your resources only yield 20% progress, the alarm bells should already be deafening.
It is a comprehensive, highly resilient framework for navigating the unknown.
It really is. It takes the chaos of the future and gives it a structure. But before we sign off, there is one final lingering thought inspired by this text that I want us to look at. The text explicitly states, specifically in question 17, that the risk breakdown structure provides a framework where risks are identified, often based upon historical data.
Yes, relying on the archives of the past to predict the trajectories of the future.
Exactly. But this raises a profound, almost existential question for us to ponder. If our entire framework for identifying, categorizing, and visually mapping risk relies so heavily on historical data, how do we train ourselves and our massive organizations to spot the truly unprecedented risks, the black swans, the technological shifts, the global events, the threats that have absolutely no historical equivalent? If it has never happened before, if it isn't in the history books, how do we know to draw it on the fishbone?
That question represents the absolute frontier of modern risk management. It is the terrifying limit of history.
It is something for all of us to mull over as we face whatever tomorrow brings. Thank you to the learner for joining us on this deep dive into the source material. Keep looking for those warning signs, keep managing your constraints, and we will see you next time. In 2010, when an oil platform caught fire in the Gulf of Mexico, it created this immediate, totally existential crisis.
Right, the Deepwater Horizon spill.
Yeah, exactly. A massive oil spill was imminent. And the frantic solution, like the immediate Band-Aid, was to deploy thousands of gallons of chemical dispersants into the ocean just to break up the oil.
Which, actually worked to an extent.
Right.
It solved the immediate visual problem, right? The fire in that massive surface slick.
But in doing so, it basically birthed an entirely new, potentially worse ecological disaster. Because the chemicals themselves were highly toxic to the marine ecosystem deep below the surface.
Yeah, it's the terrifying reality of what we call the secondary risk.
The secondary risk.
Exactly. It's this phenomenon where the very solutions you're implementing right now today might actually be your biggest threats tomorrow. It is the ultimate trap of human problem solving.
Because we just get tunnel vision, right?
Oh, completely. We're so focused on putting out the immediate fire that we don't realize we're using gasoline to do it. We naturally view uncertainty and risk in this vacuum.
Yeah.
We focus only on the primary threat and the primary mitigation. But in complex systems, there are no vacuums. Every single action echoes.
And that echo is exactly what we're tracking down today. Welcome to the Deep Dive. We're speaking directly to you, the listener, and our mission today is to decode the hidden, highly structured language of project risk management. We're going to master the art of controlled chaos.
I love that phrase, controlled chaos.
It really is. Now, our source material today is notoriously dense. We were looking at excerpts from a rigorous practice exam designed for the PMI Risk Management Professional Certification, the PMI RMP.
Yeah, it's a beast of a test.
It is an uncompromising framework.
Well, it's uncompromising because the stakes it was designed for are just massive. While this ostensibly looks like, a dry corporate test prep document, it is actually one of the most profound universal frameworks available for how to anticipate, measure, and handle uncertainty.
Like anywhere.
Anywhere. Whether you are migrating a legacy banking system to the cloud, building a literal suspension bridge, or honestly navigating a massive personal life transition, the underlying architecture of uncertainty remains exactly the same.
Okay, let's unpack this because right out of the gate, this framework demands a massive perspective shift. As professionals, it's really easy to pay lip service to the idea of positive risks.
Right.
The idea that uncertainty includes opportunities, not just threats. But it's entirely different to actually engineer those opportunities mathematically into a project plan.
It's a huge mindset shift.
Yeah. The source documentation insists that if your risk register only contains doom and gloom scenarios, your methodology is fundamentally broken.
Exactly. Because in this methodology, risk is simply defined as uncertainty that matters.
Uncertainty that matters. I like that.
Yeah. It's any uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has an effect on at least one project objective. That effect can absolutely be negative, like a threat, a supply chain collapse, for instance.
Right. The classic bad stuff.
But it can equally be positive, an opportunity, like maybe a sudden drop in the cost of raw materials or a competitor going out of business, which allows you to capture market share faster.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
If you only play defense, You're merely trying not to lose. Professional risk management is about actively positioning yourself to capture the upside of chaos.
Capturing the upside of chaos. I love that. But before we can capture it or defend against it, we have to know how to properly identify it, right?
Yeah.
We have to dissect the anatomy of a risk.
Yes, the literal building blocks.
And looking at the framework's rules for building a risk register, there is a very strict definition of what constitutes a risk's actual DNA. According to the text, true risk attributes are defined strictly as probability, impact, and urgency.
Just those three.
Yeah. But the framework explicitly rejects the ability to define a valid trigger as an inherent attribute, which surprised me at first.
Well, that distinction is crucial, right? You have to separate what a risk is from how you actually observe it.
Right.
Probability, impact, and urgency, those are inherent. How mathematically likely is the event? How severe is the financial or scheduling impact? And how rapidly will that impact be felt? Those exist independently of your awareness.
So the trigger is just...
But a trigger, however, is merely an external symptom. It's the early warning system.
So to put that in a real-world context, let's say a catastrophic server failure has a set probability, a massive impact, and immediate urgency.
Okay.
The trigger might be like a specific error code in the system logs showing a memory leak. If our monitoring software is broken and we don't see that error code, meaning we can't define or see the trigger, the risk of the server failing hasn't changed at all.
Exactly. The hurricane is still coming even if your barometer is broken.
Oh, that's a perfect way to put it.
The inability to define a trigger doesn't negate the risk. It just highlights a vulnerability in your monitoring capability. Now, when you're actually logging these risks, building out this master ledger, there's another fascinating psychological guardrail the framework puts in place.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're going to say.
It strongly suggests that the author of the risk, the actual person who identified it, is the least important piece of information to include, and in many cases should just be omitted entirely.
I found this totally fascinating because my instinct, and I think the instinct of most corporate cultures, is to demand accountability.
Right, we love a paper trail.
Exactly. If someone spots an iceberg, I want to know who is in the crow's nest. But the more I thought about it, I realized this is basically the corporate equivalent of an anonymous tip line.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
Like if someone calls 911 to report a chemical fire, the dispatcher doesn't prioritize the identity of the caller over the location of the fire. The fire's existence is the only data point that really matters.
And in a corporate environment, stripping that author's name away is how you combat massive cognitive biases.
Like what?
Well, think about it. If the CEO submits a risk to the register, the team will naturally suffer from the halo effect or authority bias. They will artificially inflate the probability and impact of that risk simply out of deference to the boss.
Oh, absolutely. The boss is worried about this, so it must be a level 5 threat.
Exactly. Conversely, if a junior QA tester logs a massive architectural risk, senior engineers might dismiss it just due to the source. Oh, the intern is just being paranoid.
Right.
Furthermore, you want to eliminate the fear of being labeled a pessimist or a complainer. You want the raw data of the threat completely divorced from office politics.
So we strip the ego out, and we are left with this massive, terrifying list of anonymous, high-impact risks. How do we prevent sheer overwhelm? The methodology points to the risk breakdown structure, or the RBS.
Yes, the RBS is how you impose order on the chaos. It's a hierarchical representation of risks, usually grouped by categories based on historical data.
So breaking it down into buckets.
Exactly. Is the risk technical? Is it external? Is it organizational? By categorizing them, you can start to see systemic patterns. If you realize that, say, 70% of your risks fall under vendor procurement, you don't just have 50 individual vendor risks. You have a fundamentally broken procurement strategy.
Now, here is where I really want to push back on the framework, because it wades into this classic debate between agile methodologies and traditional predictive or, waterfall project management.
Oh, the agile debate, yes.
Yeah. The documentation presents a specific scenario. An agile team is looking at their risk breakdown structure, and they notice the category for project management is completely empty.
Okay.
And the strict ruling of the framework is that this is a critical error. They must identify project management risks to populate that category.
Yes, it insists on it.
But wait, isn't the entire philosophy of Agile to distribute leadership, empower the team, and basically eliminate that rigid top-down project manager overhead? It feels like this framework is trying to force an old-school waterfall concept onto a modern Agile team.
It absolutely feels that way on the surface, which is why it's such a common point of failure on the exam and in reality. What's fascinating here is the framework isn't attacking Agile, it's attacking a misunderstanding of what project management actually is.
Unpack that difference for me.
It forces you to separate the role from the function. Just because you don't have a specific human being with the job title project manager does not mean project management isn't happening.
Oh, I see.
Even in the purest Agile environment, someone is managing the backlog, someone is facilitating the sprint planning, someone is tracking velocity, someone is managing stakeholder expectations.
Right, it's just spread out.
Exactly. The function of managing the project is still occurring. It's simply been distributed among the Scrum Master, the product owner, and the development team. And because the function exists, it carries inherent risk.
Okay, that makes sense.
What if the product owner prioritizes the wrong epic? What if the Scrum Master fails to remove a critical blocker? Those are project management risks. If an Agile team leaves that category empty, they aren't being lean. They are just being blind to a massive vector of structural vulnerability.
That makes perfect sense. The function still exists, so the risk still exists. It's kind of like saying, hey, I don't use a professional accountant. I do my own taxes on TurboTax, therefore I have no accounting risk.
Yes. Perfect example.
No, you are the accountant now, and your risk of an audit might actually be way higher.
Exactly.
So we have these risks categorized, but we also have to establish who actually owns them. And the framework is ruthless about where ownership belongs, particularly in modern cross-functional environments like DevOps.
Risk ownership is one of the most misunderstood concepts in corporate governance. A risk without a clearly defined, capable owner is a risk that will inevitably materialize while everyone just stands around assuming another department is handling it.
Let's use a specific scenario inspired by the documentation. Imagine a modern software deployment. You have a missing hardware configuration in the staging environment.
Okay.
First, the framework establishes that this primarily impacts time. It's a schedule killer. But the real debate is, who owns the risk? In a DevOps environment, does the product owner own it because it delays their product? Does the external cloud vendor own it?
The framework dictates that the DevOps team itself must own it, precisely because they operate as a shared service.
But why? If I'm the product owner, it is my application that's delayed. Why wouldn't I own the risk of my own launch failing?
Because ownership must be inextricably linked to capability, authority, and proximity. As a product owner, you might own the impact of the delay, but you do not have the technical capability, the system access, or the organizational mandate to go into the infrastructure and rewrite the hardware configuration.
Oh, I get it. I can't actually fix it.
Exactly. If you're assigned as the risk owner, you are powerless to actually mitigate it. A DevOps team is a shared service. They build and maintain the tracks that all the different product trains run on. If the tracks are missing a vital switch, the track engineers own the risk.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Assigning ownership to a product owner who can't fix the problem is what we call compliance theater. You haven't managed the risk. You've just assigned a scapegoat in advance.
Compliance theater. That is brilliant and depressingly common. You see people listed on spreadsheets as risk owners. For systemic issues, they have zero authority to influence.
All the time.
So, to summarize where we are, we've objectively identified our risks, stripped away the biases of the authors, categorized them to find systemic flaws, and assigned true ownership based on capability. We have mapped out the entire universe of our chaos.
Which brings us to a terrifying bottleneck. You now have this massive, comprehensive list of everything that could possibly go wrong or right, but you have limited time, limited budget, and limited political capital. You just cannot fight every battle simultaneously.
Exactly. So how do we decide which risks deserve our immediate attention? We have to figure out how to measure the invisible. We move from identifying risks to analyzing them. And the framework splits this into two highly distinct phases: qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis.
Let's start with the baseline, qualitative.
Yeah.
Qualitative analysis is fundamentally the triage phase. It is subjective, it's rapid, and it's designed to sort the massive pile of risks into a prioritized list.
If we use a medical analogy, qualitative analysis is the emergency room triage desk. You walk in, and the triage nurse is evaluating you based on a few key metrics.
Yeah.
In the framework, those metrics are probability and impact.
Right.
How likely is the event, and how severe is the damage? A paper cut is high probability, low impact.
All right.
A severed artery is low probability, massive impact. But the framework adds a crucial third dimension that changes everything: And that's urgency.
Urgency is the temporal dimension of triage.
Yeah.
You could have two risks with identical probability and impact scores. Let's say a massive regulatory fine. Risk A might happen in 3 years when a new law passes. Risk B might happen next week during a surprise audit. The probability and financial impact are identical, but the urgency forces risk B to the very top of the action list.
Because it's happening right now.
Exactly. You evaluate these individual risks subjectively, often using a high, medium, low matrix or a 1 to 5 scale, purely to figure out who needs to see a doctor right this second.
It's about getting a quick, structured baseline.
Yeah.
But what about the risks that make it past triage? The ones that are so complex, so high stakes, that a subjective 1 to 5 scale just doesn't cut it.
This is where we bring in the heavy artillery.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The text introduces heavy-duty quantitative tools. We are talking about Monte Carlo simulations, expected monetary value, and sensitivity analysis.
If qualitative analysis is the triage nurse checking your pulse, quantitative analysis is the MRI machine.
Ooh, I like that.
You don't put every single patient with a bruised knee into an MRI. It is incredibly expensive, it takes significant time, and it requires highly trained specialists to interpret the data.
Right.
You only use it when you need to see exactly what is happening beneath the surface, when you need mathematical certainty rather than subjective prioritization.
And crucially, as I understand it, while qualitative analysis evaluates individual risks one by one, quantitative analysis looks at the aggregate effect of all those prioritized risks happening simultaneously.
Yes.
It measures the total exposure of the project. Let's dive deep into the first tool, because the mechanics of it are literally mind-blowing. The Monte Carlo simulation.
A Monte Carlo simulation shifts a project from deterministic modeling to stochastic modeling.
Okay, English, please.
Let me explain what that means. In a normal project plan, you ask an engineer, how long will this take? They say 10 days. That is a single point estimate. It's deterministic, but reality doesn't work that way. A Monte Carlo simulation requires 3-point estimates. Best case, worst case, and most likely case.
Okay, so the engineer says best case 8 days, most likely 10 days, worst case 20 days if the API integration completely fails.
Exactly. Now, imagine a project with 500 tasks, each with those 3 variables. A human brain cannot calculate the compounding probabilities of all those intersecting variables. So the Monte Carlo software steps in. It runs your entire project schedule through a simulation tens of thousands of times.
Wait. Literally tens of thousands.
Yes, it literally simulates 10,000 alternate realities. In iteration 1, maybe task A hits its best case, but task B hits its worst case. In iteration 2, they both hit the most likely case. It just keeps rolling the dice.
It is literally Doctor Strange in Avengers. Infinity War. It is looking at 14 million alternate futures to find the exact mathematical percentage of success.
That is precisely what it's doing. And it outputs a probability distribution, a bell curve.
Oh.
It won't give you a single date. The text specifically talks about needing a tool to determine the probability of a schedule completing in exactly 11 or 23 days. It will tell management, based on 10,000 simulations, you have a mere 12% chance of finishing in 11 days, an 85% chance of finishing in 20 days, and a 2% chance it takes 25 days. It arms you with hard statistical reality, replacing subjective guessing with standard deviations.
That is staggering. But predicting the schedule is only half the battle, right?
Right.
We also have to predict the budget. And that brings us to expected monetary value, or EMV.
Right.
How does this framework actually calculate the cost of chaos? Because you can't just guess how much contingency money to ask the CFO for.
EMV is a beautifully simple but powerful formula. You just multiply the probability of a risk by its financial impact. Let's say there is a 20% chance that a critical permit is delayed.
Okay.
And if it is delayed, it will cost the project $100,000 in idle labor. The EMV for that specific threat is a negative $20,000.
Because 20% times $100,000.
Got it. But remember, we also track opportunities.
Oh, right. The positive risks.
Let's say there is a 10% chance that a new machine works faster than expected, which would save us $50,000. The EMV for that opportunity is a positive $5,000.
Okay, making sense.
To find your total project contingency, you calculate the EMV for all quantified risks and just add them together. So negative 20K plus positive $5,000 equals a total project risk exposure of negative $15,000. That is the exact mathematically justified contingency reserve you request from the CFO. It's not a guess, it's a statistical expectation.
And when the CFO asks, hey, which of these risks is most likely to bankrupt us? You turn to the third tool, sensitivity analysis. And this results in something called the tornado diagram. I've seen these in boardrooms, but walk me through how they're actually built.
Sensitivity analysis isolates variables to see which one has the largest potential impact on your outcome. You hold all risks at their baseline, and you swing one risk from its absolute best case to its absolute worst case, and measure the swing in total project cost. Then you do the next one. A tornado diagram is just a bar chart ordering these swings from largest to smallest. The risk with the most massive financial swing gets a long bar at the very top. The next biggest is underneath it, slightly shorter. As you go down, the bars get smaller, creating the shape of a funnel or, a tornado.
So a single glance at the top of that tornado tells the executive team exactly which single variable has the power to totally destroy the project.
Exactly. It's incredibly visual.
We've talked about predicting time and money. But the framework also emphasizes understanding the sheer complexity of the environment you are operating in. It lists diagnostic tools like SWOT analysis, Ishikawa diagrams, tree diagrams, and earned value management, or EVM. Let's unpack EVM because the framework calls it out as a crucial tool for forecasting.
Earned value management is arguably the most powerful forecasting tool in project management because it integrates scope, schedule, and cost into a single objective measurement.
Which is hard to do.
Very hard. Most people track projects by simply asking, how much money have we spent and what day is it? That tells you absolutely nothing about what you've actually accomplished.
Let's use a tangible example. Let's say I'm building a house. It's a 10-month project with a total budget of $100,000. So my planned value is to spend $10,000 a month and complete 10% of the house each month.
Perfect baseline. Now, let's say we are at the end of month 3. According to your plan, you should have spent $30,000 and completed 30% of the house. You look at your actual invoices, and you have indeed spent $30,000. Most amateur project managers would look at that and say, great, we are exactly on budget.
But that is a trap.
A massive trap, because EVM asks the critical third question, what is your earned value? What did you actually physically build for that $30,000? You walk the construction site, and you realize only 15% of the house is built.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Your earned value is only $15,000. You spent $30,000 to get $15,000 worth of work.
Oh, wow. So my cost performance index is just disastrous.
Exactly. EVM uses these metrics to forecast the future. It mathematically proves that if you continue at this exact rate of inefficiency, your $100,000 house is actually going to cost you $200,000. It's a profound early warning system for structural risk.
And what about the Ishikawa diagram? I hear it called the fishbone diagram all the time.
Yeah.
How does that map complexity?
A fishbone diagram is a root cause analysis tool.
Oh.
The head of the fish is the problem, let's say software is crashing in production.
Okay.
The bones branching off the spine represent categories of potential causes, like methods, machines, materials, manpower, measurement, and environment. You use a technique like the 5 whys to dig into each bone.
You don't just say the server crashed.
Right. You ask why. Because the memory overloaded? Why? Because the new code had a leak. Why? Because the developer skipped the QA check. Why? Because the schedule was compressed. You follow the bone all the way down to the structural complexity of the project timeline.
That is brilliant. It stops you from just treating the symptom. But amidst all these tools for assessing complexity, the framework sets up a very specific and honestly highly controversial exclusion.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
When assessing structural project risk complexity, the text explicitly states that an iteration retrospective should not be applied.
This raises an important question, and it usually causes an uproar among Agile practitioners.
I mean, I am one of them. The retrospective, the meeting at the end of a sprint where the team discusses what went well and what failed, is the holy grail of continuous improvement. How can analyzing your past failures not be the best way to understand the complexity of your risks?
It comes down to temporal direction, the direction in time the tool is looking. Retrospectives are fundamentally backward-looking.
Oh, I see.
They're reflective evaluations of team dynamics, process friction, and communication breakdowns in the immediate past. They are vital for tuning the team's health. But risk complexity assessment requires forward-looking structural analysis.
So it's the difference between analyzing the team versus analyzing the environment.
Exactly. You cannot chart the structural complexity of an unbuilt, multi-tiered cloud architecture purely by asking the developers how they felt about their daily stand-up meetings last week.
That's a fair point.
Tools like SWOT, EVM, and Monte Carlo are diagnostic tools designed to map out the intricate systemic web of dependencies, market forces, and technical architectures that will affect the project moving forward. Retrospectives are for checking your boots, Complexity analysis is for checking the weather report of the mountain you're about to climb.
Oh, that analogy perfectly crystallizes it. Checking your boots versus checking the weather.
Exactly.
So we've triaged the threats, we've run the Dr. Strange Monte Carlo simulations, we've used EVM to realize our budget is secretly bleeding, we've mapped the root causes with the fishbone, the analysis paralysis is over, we know exactly what is coming. It is time to establish the lines of defense.
It is time for strategy, action, and governance.
Let's do it. The methodology lays out specific, formal verbs for how we respond to risks. Let's look at negative risks first. The primary strategies are avoid, mitigate, transfer, and accept. Let's say we have a massive threat. A known, high-probability strike at the major shipping port where our critical components arrive.
Classic supply chain risk.
The framework explicitly states the strategy we should try first for a high-impact threat is avoid. What does that actually look like?
Avoid is the ultimate evasive maneuver. It means altering your project management plan entirely to eliminate the threat entirely. You don't try to fight the storm, you steer the ship into a completely different ocean.
So just don't go near the port.
Right. If the port is going to strike, the avoid strategy is to redesign your product so it doesn't even need that component. Or you source the component domestically even if it drastically increases your costs. You are changing the parameters of reality, so the risk literally no longer exists in your universe.
But you can't avoid everything.
Yeah.
That brings us to mitigate.
Mitigation is taking proactive action to reduce the probability or the impact of the threat. If the risk is a server crashing from high traffic, you mitigate it by upgrading the hardware before launch. You haven't eliminated the possibility of a crash, but you've significantly lowered the odds.
And if I can't fix it, I transfer it.
Exactly. You shift the financial consequence of the risk to a third party. The most common example is buying insurance or writing a fixed-price contract with the vendor so they absorb any cost overruns. You don't eliminate the risk, you just make it someone else's financial problem.
And what about the positive risks?
Right.
The opportunities? Because the verbs change here. We have exploit, enhance, share, and accept. The text highlights share as a key strategy.
Right. Sharing an opportunity.
If I have an opportunity to win a massive government contract, but I don't have the manufacturing capacity to guarantee delivery, I share the opportunity by forming a joint venture with a competitor. We share the capability, and therefore we share the reward.
Exactly. You increase the probability of capturing the positive risk by pooling resources.
But there is a crossover point, a strategy that applies to both threats and opportunities, and that's acceptance. If a risk response works for both positive and negative risks, what is it? It's acceptance.
Acceptance is the conscious, strategic shrug.
I love that, the strategic shrug.
For a threat, it means acknowledging it but taking no preemptive action. If the port strikes, we'll just have to deal with the delay. For an opportunity, it means. If the exchange rate works in our favor, great, but we aren't going to buy currency futures to force it. Crucially, acceptance must be an active decision based on a cost-benefit analysis. You accept a risk because the cost of avoiding or mitigating it is actually higher than the impact of the risk itself.
But here is where the concept of acceptance and how we respond to failure gets incredibly nuanced. The framework outlines a highly specific chronological hierarchy of descents, and I think this is the most profound concept we're going to discuss today because we conflate these terms constantly in corporate life.
Oh, completely. We use mitigation, contingency, and fallback interchangeably as synonyms for just backup plan.
But in this methodology, they represent a strict timeline of escalating failure.
This is the anatomy of a disaster response. Let's walk through it chronologically.
Let's use a high-stakes scenario. We are a tech company launching a massive, highly anticipated application. The primary risk is that the immense user traffic on launch day will cause our primary servers to overheat and physically crash.
Okay. Step one is your risk response strategy. Let's say we choose mitigate. This happens before the trigger is ever pulled. We are trying to stop the event from happening. So our mitigation is installing state-of-the-art liquid cooling systems in the data center and running load tests for a month before launch. We are proactively trying to lower the probability of the heat spike.
That's defense level 1, proactive. But launch day arrives, the traffic is unprecedented, the liquid cooling system gets overwhelmed, and the primary server overheats and dies. The trigger has been pulled. The risk has materialized.
Step one failed. We immediately move to step two, the contingency plan. The texts have a fascinating dialogue about this. A sponsor claims, the contingency plan is the last line of defense against the risk. But the correct response is, yes, you are right, but if it is not effective or fails, we have a fallback plan.
Wait, So the contingency plan isn't the end of the line.
Right. The framework defines the contingency plan as the plan executed after the risk occurs to lessen the damage. The contingency plan only activates when the specific trigger is hit. In our scenario, the trigger is the server core hitting 90 degrees. The contingency plan is an automated script that instantly shifts all user traffic to a pre-provisioned backup server in a different geographical region.
The airbag just deployed. It didn't stop the crash, but it kept the business alive.
Exactly. But we are in a timeline of escalating failure. What if the backup server in the other region also fails because of a localized power grid outage? The contingency plan was not effective. This brings us to step 3, the fallback plan.
That's the safety net for the safety net.
Yes. The fallback plan is executed specifically when the contingency fails. If the backup server is dead, your fallback plan might be automatically shifting the application into a degraded read-only mode hosted on a completely different cloud architecture like AWS or Azure. It's not ideal, but it's the last pre-planned, authorized response you have engineered.
But the framework stares directly into the abyss and asks, what happens when even the fallback fails? When do you use a workaround? And the methodology's answer is chillingly simple: when all options have been tried.
Step 4, the workaround. This is the realm of pure, unplanned chaos. The mitigation failed. The contingency backup failed. The fallback cloud provider failed. A workaround is an ad hoc, on-the-fly, entirely unplanned response to materialized risk. This is when your lead engineers are physically driving to the data center at 3 a.m. with spare hard drives, writing command line code on a laptop in the parking lot to manually reroute traffic.
Listener, I want you to apply this hierarchy to your own life, your career, your financial planning. We usually stop at the mitigation. I will exercise so I don't get sick. Maybe we have a contingency. I have a health insurance policy if I get sick. But how often do you engineer a fallback plan for your contingency plan?
Almost never.
What is the pre-planned authorized action when the insurance company denies your claim? Most of us just leap straight from the failed contingency into the sheer panic of an unplanned workaround. We live our lives in a constant state of workarounds because we never engineered the fallback.
It is a profound realization about how fragile our plans really are, and building these layers of defense requires a deep understanding of governance, which dictates what we're actually legally and ethically allowed to do in a crisis.
Right, governments.
The framework categorizes governance into team, corporate, project, and regulatory, and it makes a very stark point. When it comes to compliance and risk management, team governance is deemed the least important.
Which feels almost heretical today, right?
Yeah.
Given how much emphasis tech companies place on team culture, psychological safety, and self-organizing agile teams.
Culture is vital for execution and morale. But compliance and risk governance are about macro-level standards and external legalities. Corporate, project, and regulatory governance dictate the strict legal and financial boundaries of your actions. Let's say your team governance is incredible. The team moves fast, breaks things, deploys code daily, and trusts each other implicitly.
Sounds like a dream team.
It does. But if that rapid deployment violates a federal regulatory governance standard regarding user data privacy like GDPR or HIPAA, your project is dead. Your company faces massive fines, and executives could face criminal charges. Team culture does not trump regulatory reality. Regulatory governance is the absolute boundary of your risk response.
Which brings us to the final act. We have navigated the regulatory landscape. We executed our brilliant response plan. Let's say our mitigation held, or our contingency saved the day. We avoided the massive threat. We survived. You might think it is time to close the project and celebrate.
But not so fast.
But in the world of advanced risk management, every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
We enter the aftermath, the realization that the cure can sometimes cause the disease.
The methodology introduces two highly distinct concepts here: residual risks and secondary risks.
Let's start with residual risk, which is the simpler of the two. A residual risk is the leftover risk, the residue after your response strategy has been applied. You applied the brakes, but the car is still sliding a little bit.
If the risk is getting skin cancer from UV exposure, and your mitigation response is applying SPF 50 sunscreen, the residual risk is the remaining 2% chance you still get sunburned because you sweated some of it off. You manage the impact, but the probability isn't absolute zero.
Precisely. You document the residual risk and usually just accept it, as further mitigation isn't cost-effective. But compare that to a secondary risk. A secondary risk is a brand new, entirely distinct risk created by the risk response itself. It did not exist in the universe until you intervened.
This brings us right back to our opening hook: the 2010 Gulf of Mexico oil spill. The primary risk was massive oil pollution reaching the shores. The response strategy was mitigate by dumping massive amounts of chemical dispersants into the water to break down the oil. The secondary risk created entirely by the response was that the dispersant chemicals themselves were highly toxic to deep-sea marine life. The solution literally created a new disaster.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this is why the framework insists that you cannot evaluate risk responses in a vacuum. Every major decision you make, whether adopting a new software or changing a company policy, comes with secondary risks. You have to continually loop back and evaluate the secondary risks against the overall project objectives. You have to ask, did my solution just jeopardize the timeline or the budget more than the original problem would have?
Wow, yeah.
If I transfer a risk by buying an incredibly expensive insurance policy, the secondary risk is that I bankrupt my own project budget to pay the premiums. Assessing their impact on project objectives is a continuous, vital loop.
The psychological trap here is immense. We get tunnel vision on solving the primary threat, and we're completely blind to the blast radius of our solution. And speaking of keeping an eye on things, the framework dives deeply into the monitoring phase. You have to gather performance data continuously, and it makes a distinction about where you gather data from. You must reconcile data from both work packages and planning packages.
That is a crucial distinction in scheduling. A work package is a task that is fully defined, resourced, and ready for immediate execution. A planning package is a piece of work scheduled for the future that hasn't been fully detailed yet. It's part of rolling wave planning.
Okay, so current versus future.
Exactly. You can't just monitor the risks of what your team is building today. You have to monitor how today's delays ripple into the planning packages of what you're supposed to build 6 months from now.
And if you're using a predictive, traditional waterfall schedule and things start slipping, the framework advises performing a variance analysis.
Variance analysis is the heartbeat monitor of the project. It's comparing your planned baseline, what you promised to do, against your actual performance data, what you have actually done. This connects right back to the earned value management we discussed earlier. You are constantly calculating the variance between the value you plan to earn and the value you actually earn. If the variance trends negative, you have a systemic risk materializing.
But the scale of this monitoring is what truly shifts the paradigm. When you are monitoring impacts and calculating overall risk exposure, the framework asks who is ultimately affected. Is it the project team? The program manager? The answer it provides is the enterprise.
This is a vital conceptual leap that separates amateur project managers from senior executives. A project does not exist in an isolated silo. It is an organ within the body of the enterprise. If a massive risk materializes in one major software project, it doesn't just blow up that project's budget. It impacts the enterprise's overall cash flow, preventing them from funding other initiatives.
It impacts the stock price.
It impacts the enterprise's market reputation. It impacts the stock price. The portfolio effect means that risk exposure must always be measured against the health of the entire corporate organism.
So we are monitoring the enterprise. We are watching for the toxic chemicals of our secondary risks. But eventually, risks must age out. We can't carry them on the register forever. How do we close risks out? According to the text, it introduces the concept of an expired risk.
An expired risk is a very specific, highly satisfying state. The methodology defines it as a risk where the strategy was to avoid, the risk trigger has not occurred, and the temporal window of opportunity for it to occur has definitively closed.
Going back to our port strike example, the primary risk was a port strike happening in July. Our response was to avoid it by ordering parts domestically in June. It's now August. The window for that specific July port strike to affect our specific shipment is closed. We survived it, the risk is expired, and we formally close it out of the register.
Exactly. It's a necessary administrative cleansing. If you don't expire risks, your register becomes a bloated, terrifying historical document rather than a sharp, actionable tool.
Which brings us to the final and perhaps most human element of this entire dense framework, closing the loop through reporting and communication. The documentation sets up a highly specific, almost theatrical scenario. We're monitoring risk levels for a major IT project, and our audience consists of, and I quote, many high-ranking key stakeholders of a certain age and from across the world.
I love how specific that is.
Right. It asks what kind of report best represents their needs. Should we use a comprehensive, standardized dashboard, a highly detailed spreadsheet?
And the framework's definitive answer is reports tailored for each key stakeholder.
This completely rejects the modern software obsession with the one-size-fits-all dashboard.
Because the framework understands that communication of risk is not fundamentally about data transfer, it's about psychological alignment. You are dealing with diverse, high-ranking individuals from different global business cultures, possessing varying levels of technical fluency and vastly different priorities. A single, standardized report is totally useless.
Because they don't care about the same things.
Exactly. The chief financial officer only wants to see the expected monetary value calculations and the contingency burn rates. The chief technical officer wants to dive into the Monte Carlo probability distributions of the server architecture. The local regulatory liaison only cares about the compliance governance metrics.
Listener, apply this profoundly to how you communicate at work, or even in your personal relationships. Communication of risk isn't one size fits all. It requires profound empathy for your audience's specific anxieties and priorities. If you hand a 50-page, highly technical, jargon-filled risk register to a visionary, big-picture CEO, you haven't actually communicated risk to them. You've just handed them paper. You have to translate the chaos into their specific dialect of concern.
Tailoring the report is the ultimate act of effective risk management. Because a risk that is not understood by the decision makers is a risk that cannot be authorized, funded, or actively managed. If they don't understand the threat in their own language, they will not give you the resources to fight it.
So what does this all mean? We started this deep dive looking at what appeared to be a dry, dense practice exam for a corporate project management certification. But what we actually unpacked is a comprehensive philosophical framework for navigating reality.
We moved from defining the exact, objective DNA of a risk, stripping away the biases of blame and ego, to structuring that chaos logically. We learned how to use qualitative triage to prioritize the pain, and then how to fire up the quantitative multiverse Monte Carlo MRI machine to see the mathematical statistical probabilities of our own futures.
We utilized earned value management to prove that our budgets were lying to us.
Exactly.
We built a multi-layered, chronological fortress of defense. Mitigation to stop the trigger, contingency to deploy the airbag, fallback as the pre-planned safety net, and the desperate 3 a.m. workaround when all else fails. And finally, we learned to watch the horizon for the aftermath. The secondary chaos our own brilliant solutions inevitably create.
Because the ultimate lesson of this framework is that risk management is not about eliminating uncertainty. Eliminating uncertainty from human endeavor is a mathematical impossibility. True risk management is about transforming the terrifying, paralyzing unknown into a structured, manageable, and highly communicative process.
Which leads me to our final thought for today. A thought I want you, the listener, to carry with you long after this deep dive ends. We spend so much of our time and our emotional energy optimizing our lives, our careers, and our businesses for success. We focus entirely on the happy path. We draw the straight, deterministic line from A to B. But I want you to sit down today and deeply consider the concept of the secondary risk.
It's the most important question you can ask.
Think about the biggest solution you are actively implementing in your life right now. Maybe it's accepting a massive promotion that requires moving your family to a new city. Maybe it's migrating your company to a completely new enterprise software architecture. Maybe it's a rigorous new diet or fitness habit you're trying to build. You are so focused on putting out the immediate fire. But what is the invisible secondary risk that your grand solution is quietly creating in the background? The chemical dispersants fixed the oil spill on the surface, but what did they do to the deep water? Are you actively monitoring the sea for the chemicals you just poured in? Take a hard, objective look at your own personal risk register today. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Keep questioning the map and keep exploring the chaos.
You know, usually when we talk about a medical diagnosis, there is this underlying expectation of precision. It feels almost like engineering.
Right, it feels very mathematical.
Exactly. Like you fall off a ladder, you break your arm, the x-ray shows that jagged white line on the black background, and the doctor just points at it with a pen and says, there it is, there's the problem.
It's binary. It's clean. And, you know, fundamentally, I think it is really comforting because as human beings, we desperately want things to be visible. We want our threats to be categorized and easily identifiable.
Right. Broken or not broken. But then you step out of the hospital and into the world of large-scale project management or organizational forecasting or, frankly, just trying to plan your life 5 years down the road.
Yeah. And suddenly that x-ray machine is just utterly useless.
Completely useless. We aren't looking at a broken bone that already snapped. We're looking at a diagnostic landscape that is entirely murky. I mean, we are trying to find the exact...
Assuming it rains.
Yeah.
Assuming they take that specific street.
Exactly. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we are exploring a really fascinating stack of source materials. These are the frameworks and practice materials used by top-tier professionals who are seeking certification in risk management, specifically the PMI Risk Management Professional Exam materials.
It is the absolute definition of diagnostic muddy waters. But navigating those waters, like finding a way to map the fog, is exactly what these professionals are trained to do.
Yeah, we really want to unpack that today.
I do want to establish a baseline right out of the gate here, though.
Yeah.
Looking at these documents, this isn't just about, memorizing corporate buzzwords or drawing fancy charts in a boardroom.
Right, it goes way deeper.
Oh, absolutely. When you actually peel back the layers of these risk management frameworks, you're looking at a masterclass in the psychology of organizations. It's about the complex, often really messy dynamics of human teams and the invisible architecture of uncertainty itself.
I completely agree. And I want to make this super clear to you listening right now. Even if you aren't managing a multi-million-dollar construction project or rolling out a massive global software update, understanding how these professionals categorize, anticipate, and mitigate disaster is an incredible life skill.
It really is applicable to almost everything.
Totally. We are going to decode this secret language. Which brings us to the core question guiding our entire deep dive today. How do you tell the difference between a minor speed bump and a catastrophic failure before either of them even happens?
That is the multi-million-dollar question, isn't it? And, well, the first step to answering it is realizing that before you can manage risk, before you can mitigate a disaster, you have to know what you're actually looking at.
You have to name the thing.
Exactly.
Right.
You have to categorize the unknown. You cannot fight a fog. You have to turn it into something solid.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because the source material doesn't just, jump into panic mode. It starts with the basic anatomy of uncertainty. It draws very hard lines between 4 specific concepts: risks, issues, constraints, and assumptions.
Right, the core 4.
Yeah. Now, to an outsider or to a layperson, those all just sound like synonyms for project headaches. They sound totally interchangeable.
They really do.
But the material uses a hypothetical scenario to prove they aren't. They talk about product ZXY in the healthcare space. Let's make that real. Let's say product ZXY is a revolutionary new heart monitoring smartwatch.
Okay, I like that.
So if you, as the project lead, expect this watch to be ready for global deployment by July of next year, or you expect its software to integrate seamlessly with the hospital's existing patient database, what exactly is that expectation?
That is an assumption. An assumption is something you believe to be true for the sake of planning, but you haven't actually proven it yet.
So it's a guess.
Well, it's an educated guess. You are assuming the July delivery date holds because your manufacturing partner said it would. You are assuming the software integration works because the API documentation says it should.
Okay, that makes sense.
Assumptions are the foundation of your plan, absolutely. But you have to recognize that they are made of unhardened concrete. They are hypotheses masquerading as facts so that you can actually move forward.
And I imagine the danger there is that people forget they are assumptions and start treating them as gospel. Like, oh, it's definitely happening in July.
Precisely. They stop verifying them.
Right. But let's look at the next category. Let's say you are building this heart monitoring watch, and the government mandates that it requires comprehensive multi-phase clinical testing before it goes live. Or you have a strict rule that it must be manufactured using specific certified medical-grade plastics. You aren't guessing here.
No, you are not guessing at all. You are dealing with a constraint. A constraint is a limiting factor. It's a boundary you must work within.
It's just a fact of life.
Exactly. It is not flexible, and it is not a probability. You cannot just, wish away the FDA clinical testing requirement. It is a brick wall you have to navigate around or build a door through. It dictates your schedule, your budget, and your scope.
Okay, so assumptions are your working hypotheses, and constraints are your unmoving boundaries. But then reality hits. Let's say it's a Tuesday morning, and you get an email. The watch is completely lacking documentation. Or the primary investor just pulled their funding. Or it just flat out failed to receive its final medical trial approval.
The temperature in the room just changed entirely. Because now you are dealing with an issue.
It's happening.
It is a realized problem. It is happening right now. It is no longer a probability. Its probability is 100% because it is actively sitting on your desk demanding a solution. The fire has started.
Which brings us to the titular word, risk. In the context of our smartwatch, how does the material actually define a risk?
A risk is a chance that the smartwatch may not work properly under specific conditions and may cause unexpected actions, like misreading a heart rate during intense exercise.
So it hasn't happened yet.
Right. It hasn't happened. The fire hasn't started. But the conditions exist that could create the spark. It is an uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has a positive or negative effect on one or more project objectives.
Wait, hold on. I have to stop you there. A positive effect. When normal people hear the word risk, they think of danger. They think of losing money or crashing a car. How can a risk be positive?
That is a huge fundamental shift in how professionals view the landscape compared to the general public. In advanced project management, risk simply means uncertainty that matters.
Uncertainty that matters. Okay.
Yeah, and uncertainty can break your way. What if a new, cheaper manufacturing technique becomes available halfway through your project? That's an uncertainty.
Oh.
Right. And if it happens, it positively affects your budget. That is an opportunity, which is a formal subset of risk. You have to plan to exploit opportunities just as rigorously as you plan to mitigate threats.
That completely flips the script. I've never thought of it like that. But getting back to the 4 categories: assumptions, constraints, issues, risks. If I'm leading a team and we are just having a casual meeting, does it really matter if I use the wrong word? It feels like we are playing semantics.
It feels like that, yes.
Right. Like, if I call the FDA testing requirement a risk, everyone still knows we have to do it, right?
It matters immensely, actually, because the label dictates the organizational response. It fundamentally breaks your project's foundation if you mix these up.
Break it down for me. How?
Let's look at your example. If you treat a constraint, like a strict regulatory testing period, as a risk, you might assign a team to create a contingency plan for what to do if it happens. You might calculate its probability at 80%.
But it's a constraint. It is going to happen.
Exactly. You don't need a contingency plan. You need a project schedule that accommodates it as a hard fact.
Ah, so you are wasting resources planning for something that is already a guarantee.
Yes, you're wasting time and money. And conversely, what happens if you treat a risk like it? The possibility of the watch misreading a heart rate as an assumption. Like you just say, we assume the sensors will work perfectly.
Oh, that's bad.
Very bad. If you do that, you are blindly hoping it won't happen. You don't build early warning systems. You don't allocate a reserve budget for software patches. You just march forward on unhardened concrete until it collapses.
So to summarize the anatomy here, assumptions are beliefs we use to plan. Constraints are the non-negotiable boundaries of the game. Issues are the current fires we are fighting. And risks are the future probabilities, both good and bad, that we need to prepare for.
Precisely. And establishing that shared vocabulary across a team of hundreds of people is really the only way to allocate energy properly.
Which naturally brings up a bigger, almost existential question. Why are we putting ourselves through all this stress? Why are we navigating constraints and dodging risks in the first place?
The ultimate reason for the project.
All right. The source material gets into this concept of business drivers. It presents a fascinating scenario to isolate what a business driver actually is. It lists a few things: a fixed deadline of 2023, high expected costs, the fact that key stakeholders really love the idea, and the expectation that the project will save the company $200,000 monthly in operating costs.
Yeah, this is question 6 in the materials, I believe.
Yes, exactly. And it asks the professional to identify the true business driver among those options.
It is a brilliant exercise in stripping away the noise. In the corporate world, people get very easily distracted by the loudest element of a project.
They really do.
They might think the strict 2023 deadline is the driver. But as we just established, a deadline is a constraint. They might look at the massive budget and think the cost is the driver. But costs are just the fuel you are burning.
And what about the stakeholders loving it?
That's nice for office politics, absolutely. But stakeholder enthusiasm is not a formal business driver.
The business driver is the benefit. It's the destination. It's the $200,000 monthly savings. That is the ultimate why.
In knowing that why is the compass for the entire risk management process, this isn't just motivational speaking. It is a mathematical necessity.
Explain that. Why is it mathematical?
If you don't clearly define the ultimate benefit, the business driver, you have no logical way to determine how much turbulence the organization should be willing to stomach to get there.
Give me an example of how that changes the math.
Let's say the business driver. The benefit of a software update is just a minor aesthetic change to the user interface. It might save a few seconds of loading time. Because the reward is so low, your tolerance for risk should be practically zero.
Right, why risk breaking the system for a new font?
Exactly. If there is even a 2% chance that this update crashes the server, you don't do it. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. But if the business driver is saving $200,000 a month or beating a major competitor to market with a life-saving medical device,
Suddenly, the reward is massive.
massive. Because of that, the organization might be willing to absorb a massive amount of uncertainty, spend millions in contingency funds, and weather a storm of public relations issues just to cross that finish line.
And that leads us perfectly into how organizations actually measure that stomach for turbulence, because once you know the reward, you have to figure out how much risk is too much risk. We are talking about risk appetites and risk thresholds.
These are critical concepts. They are the invisible guardrails of every major corporation on Earth.
Let's lay out the framework from the sources. First, risk thresholds are based on risk appetites. The appetite is the hunger. The threshold is the limit of what you can actually eat.
That's a great way to put it.
Thanks. Second, how do we calculate how much risk the organization can absorb? The sources are very specific here. You look at objective metrics, financial impacts, changes or increases in scope, and measurable increases in errors, defects, or bugs. What you do not look at is the stakeholders' attitudes.
That is a very important distinction.
It is. And finally, and I think this is the most fascinating part, whose risk appetite sets the baseline? The material says it is the organization's risk appetite, not the project's, and emphatically not the individual stakeholders' appetites.
That last point is arguably one of the most misunderstood concepts in modern management. People naturally assume that the people in charge, the stakeholders, dictate the risk.
Well, I have to challenge this because it feels totally counterintuitive to human nature. Let's use an analogy. Let's say I'm taking my key stakeholders, the CEO, the lead investor, the head of marketing out for dinner, and we are ordering family-style spicy food.
Okay, I'm following.
The risk is the spice level. If the stakeholders are the ones eating the meal and they're the ones sweating at the table, why doesn't their attitude determine the spice level? If the CEO says, I love ghost peppers, bring it on, why doesn't their personal appetite for risk set the project's threshold? They are the boss.
It is a great analogy, but you have to expand the scope of who is actually experiencing the consequences of that meal.
Okay, follow that thread for me.
You have to remember who actually owns the restaurant, who is paying for the meal, and who suffers the long-term consequences if the meal causes a massive health crisis that shuts the business down. Stakeholders, even CEOs, are transient.
Meaning they come and go?
Yes. They are individual human beings with personal careers, personal biases, and highly subjective emotional states. Let's look at your CEO who wants the ghost peppers. That CEO might have a massive personal appetite for risk on this specific project because a wildly successful disruptive launch gets them on the cover of a magazine.
Oh, and guarantees their next job at a bigger firm.
Exactly. They're seeking personal glory. If the project fails and burns to the ground, they have a golden parachute. They just jump ship. Their personal appetite is high, but their personal consequence is actually quite low.
Oh, wow. I never thought about it like that. The individual is insulated from the real damage.
Exactly. Or look at the inverse. A stakeholder might be incredibly risk-averse. Say you have a vice president of engineering who is 6 months away from retiring with a massive pension. They want zero turbulence.
Right, don't rock the boat.
They will kill any innovative idea because their personal goal is just to survive the next 180 days without a crisis. In both cases, the stakeholders' personal attitudes are entirely disconnected from the actual long-term health of the company.
So their attitudes are subjective, emotional, and frankly, selfish.
Yes. The organization as an entity is what ultimately absorbs the hit. The organization absorbs the financial bankruptcy if the scope explodes. The organization's brand reputation is destroyed if the product is riddled with bugs. Therefore, the organization's objective capacity to absorb damage, its actual cash reserves, its market position, its technical debt tolerance, must dictate the threshold.
You can't calculate absorbable risk by measuring a feeling.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, measuring stakeholder attitudes to determine financial thresholds is like trying to measure the temperature of a room by asking people if they feel happy.
It doesn't work.
You need a thermometer. You need objective metrics. If a delay costs $50,000 a day and the company only has $100,000 in cash reserves, your threshold for delay is exactly 2 days. It doesn't matter how brave the CEO feels. The math is the math.
That is a staggering realization. The corporation is a separate organism from the people running it. But that brings us right to the door of the people puzzle. Because even though we just established that the organization's objective capacity rules the day, you still have to manage the actual human beings involved.
You absolutely do.
You can't just hand a spreadsheet to a panicked executive and expect them to calm down.
No, you cannot. Human beings are messy. And managing them in a risk context without letting them derail those objective thresholds requires an incredibly structured approach.
The source material gets very granular about this in its approach to stakeholder analysis. It gives concrete examples of what goes into mapping out the humans around your project. You evaluate their influence, you evaluate their interest. It even explicitly points out that you must analyze groups with low power.
Yes, the DevOps example.
Right. There's a scenario discussing whether noting a DevOps team's low power is relevant to stakeholder analysis, and the framework says yes, absolutely. But it also sets a trap. It says that deciding to place an IT manager on a steering committee is not part of stakeholder analysis. Why the distinction?
Because stakeholder analysis is strictly an observation and assessment exercise. It is mapping the terrain. You are a cartographer drawing the landscape of office politics and human motivation. You map out who has influence, who has interest, and, as you noted, who has low power.
But why do we care about low-power groups? I mean, if they don't have power, they can't stop the project, right?
That is a fatal assumption. A low-power group that is highly impacted by your project, like the end users who actually have to type data into the new software every day, or the DevOps team tasked with maintaining it, represents a very specific, dangerous kind of risk.
What can they do?
They might not have the power to fire you, but they have the power of passive resistance. If you don't track them, they will simply refuse to adopt the new system, and your multi-million-dollar project becomes a paperweight. They become a massive bottleneck later, so you must map them.
Okay, so mapping them is analysis. Why isn't putting the IT manager on a committee part of that?
Because placing someone on a steering committee is an act of governance. It is a structural decision that changes the power dynamics of the project.
Ah, you're changing the map.
Exactly. The moment you assign them to a committee, you have stopped mapping the terrain and started building forts on it. The framework demands that professionals separate the act of understanding the people from the act of restructuring the organization.
That makes perfect sense. So we've mapped the terrain, we know who holds the cards, who is secretly terrified, and who is going to passively resist. Now we have to actually talk to them. The sources present a scenario about a massive construction project. You're building something huge, and you have to deal with local on-site officials, city planners, inspectors, local politicians.
A nightmare of stakeholders.
Truly. And the question is, how do you communicate risk levels to these people? Do you give them access to a shared collaborative digital platform? Do you push out a polished monthly newsletter? The framework's answer is very old school. It says you have a one-on-one conversation with each of them to figure out their specific needs.
It sounds old school, but it highlights a profound reality about human communication. Pushing a newsletter is broadcasting, not communicating.
Yeah.
It's public relations.
It's just noise.
Right. And giving them access to a digital platform is just shifting the burden of effort onto them. You're saying, here's a login, go find the data yourself. If you want to actually manage the risk that a local building inspector represents, you cannot automate the relationship.
You have to do the legwork.
You have to sit across from them, look them in the eye, and understand their specific individual pressures. Maybe the inspector is up for re-election and needs to look tough on safety. You won't learn that from a collaborative platform dashboard.
Wait, here is where the source material feels like it creates a paradox. On one hand, it says I have to talk to them individually to figure out their needs. But elsewhere, when planning risk activities, it explicitly states that tailoring the risk management process to fit the stakeholders is the wrong approach.
It does say that, yeah.
So I have to intimately understand their individual needs, but I'm forbidden from changing the process to fit those needs. How does that work?
It is a tightrope walk, but it is a beautiful distinction between understanding a stakeholder and capitulating to them. You must intimately understand them. That's why you have the one-on-one talks. You need to know what keeps them up at night. But you must not let their neuroses hijack the process.
Right.
The risk management process must be tailored to fit the project's needs first, based on those organizational thresholds we discussed earlier.
Give me a tangible example of what capitulating looks like.
Suppose you have an executive stakeholder who is a notorious micromanager. They prefer a chaotic, highly reactive approach where they get hourly updates and make snap decisions on the fly. That is their preferred process.
We've all worked for that person.
Exactly. Now, if you tailor your risk management to fit them, your team will spend all day writing hourly reports instead of doing the actual work. the project will fail.
Yeah, you'd never get anything done.
So you maintain your rigorous project-tailored process, a formal weekly risk assessments. You do not compromise the process. But because you took the time to understand that executives' anxiety, you communicate the outputs of your weekly process in a way they can digest.
Like what?
You give them a dashboard they can refresh every hour, even if the data only changes weekly. You manage the human, but you protect the project.
Wow. Understand them deeply, but protect the project from their preferences. You are building a psychological firewall. And I think that perfectly explains a specific category of risks that the framework explicitly identifies: relationship risks.
Yes. The material lists examples of relationship risks, such as an unclear customer structure, users not being committed to the project, and management and users fundamentally disagreeing on the goals.
I have to say, relationship risks sounds like we are using terms from couples therapy retreat. But it is so validating to see human psychology placed right at the center of rigid corporate planning. An unclear customer structure isn't a technical bug. It's a relationship problem. Who is actually making the decisions here? Users lacking commitment? That is a human motivation issue.
And they are incredibly dangerous because they do not show up on a technical diagnostic. A software platform can be perfectly engineered. The code can be absolutely flawless. But if management and the end users fundamentally disagree on why the software was built in the first place, the project will fail, period.
It's doomed.
By identifying these as formal relationship risks, the framework forces highly technical, logical project managers to manage human friction with the exact same mathematical rigor they apply to budget deficits.
Managing human friction is hard enough when everyone is sitting in a traditional office doing a traditional project. But it gets exponentially more complex when you shift the entire working methodology, which brings us to the collision of old-school planning and modern flexibility. The agile factor.
The exam materials heavily feature this collision. They don't just exist in a vacuum. They explore how risk management adapts when you introduce agile methodologies, hybrid environments, and the immense psychological pressure placed on specific roles within those systems.
For the sake of our listeners who might not be software developers, let's quickly define the landscape. Traditionally, projects use a predictive or waterfall approach. It's like building a house. You draw the blueprints, you pour the foundation, you build the walls, you put on the roof. You don't decide halfway through to move the kitchen to the second floor.
Right, it is sequential and rigid. Then you have agile.
Yeah, what's agile like in this context?
Agile is more like painting a canvas, where the patron who commissioned the art is standing over your shoulder and constantly changing their mind. You work in short bursts, called sprints or iterations. You paint a tree, show it to them, and they say, actually make it a mountain. You adapt immediately. It prioritizes flexibility, continuous delivery, and responding to change over following a rigid plan.
Right. So you have the rigid house builders and the flexible painters. The source material presents a scenario where a team is trying to figure out which approach to use. Here are the conditions of their project. They have a fixed, non-negotiable deadline. The scope of the work is not defined and is constantly changing. Quality is a massive concern. The budget isn't fully approved yet. And the team itself is mature, with loads of traditional waterfall experience, but very limited agile experience.
That is a very messy, very real scenario.
The framework concludes that this specific project requires a hybrid approach. Not pure agile, not pure waterfall. Why?
Because pure approaches rarely survive contact with messy realities. Look at the conflicting constraints in that scenario. A fixed, unmoving deadline is a classic predictive element. It requires rigid scheduling. But a constantly changing scope is the defining characteristic that demands an agile approach.
So they are at odds.
Completely. If you try to use pure waterfall on a project where the client keeps changing what they want, your project will shatter because the blueprints keep tearing.
And if you use pure agile...
You try to use pure agile, you run into two walls. First, pure agile struggles with strict, unyielding fixed deadlines because the philosophy is to keep iterating until the product is right. Second, your team doesn't have the experience. Thrusting a traditional team into pure agile is a recipe for absolute chaos.
So hybrid is the only way.
The hybrid model is the compromise. It respects the predictive constraints. You lock in the deadline and the high-level budget, but you use agile sprints under the hood to handle the day-to-day reality of the evolving scope.
I love that. You build the rigid frame of the house, but you leave the interior walls flexible. But here's where it gets really interesting to me, specifically regarding the human element we were just talking about. When we dive into the specific roles in these agile frameworks, the source materials reveal just how much weight falls on one specific person, the product owner.
Oh, yes.
I was genuinely shocked by how much this role is expected to handle.
The product owner, or PO, is essentially the fulcrum upon which agile risk management balances. They represent the voice of the customer, but in practice, they are the shock absorbers for the entire project.
Let's run through some of the tasks the framework assigns strictly to the product owner. If the project needs preliminary document analysis to understand past risks, the PO does it, not the Scrum Master, not the development team. What if key stakeholders are in a boardroom arguing aggressively about risk appetite and thresholds? The PO is tasked with leading the conflict resolution. What if the PO wants to train those stakeholders on basic risk principles? The PO has to do the psychological profiling first to figure out their current understanding so they can tailor the training.
It's a massive job.
Honestly, it sounds less like a project manager and more like a human shield protecting the development team from stakeholder chaos.
That is exactly what they're doing. They are the firewall we mentioned earlier made flesh. In Agile, the development team needs to be relentlessly focused on the current iteration, the current sprint. Their velocity, how fast they can produce quality work, depends entirely on their concentration.
Right.
If you let a panicked stakeholder burst into the developer room and start arguing about risk appetites, velocity drops to zero.
The developers just get paralyzed by the politics.
Precisely. The product owner absorbs all that business friction. They do the dry preliminary document analysis so the team doesn't have to wade through historical archives. They step into the boardroom and resolve the stakeholder conflicts so the team doesn't have to play politics.
They take the hits.
The PO translates the chaos of the business world into clear, prioritized tasks for the team.
Which perfectly explains another rule in the framework. It outlines the rules of engagement for key stakeholders interacting with the Agile team. It notes that anyone can identify a risk during regular meetings. But it is incredibly strict on what key stakeholders do not do. First, they do not participate in the team retrospective. Second, they are not engaged in the assessment of every single severe risk.
The retrospective is a sacred Agile ceremony. It happens at the end of a sprint, and it is a space for the team to reflect on how they work together. What went well? What did we mess up? It requires absolute psychological safety.
And you don't have that with the boss in the room.
No, you don't. If a key stakeholder, especially the one holding the purse strings or the one who can fire them, is sitting in the room, the team will not honestly discuss their internal friction. They will just perform for the boss.
Everything is fine. No problems here.
Exactly. And keeping stakeholders away from assessing every single severe risk is a matter of efficiency and boundaries. The technical team assesses the technical risks. The stakeholders are brought in only when a risk threatens the ultimate business drivers or crosses the organizational thresholds we established at the very beginning.
To help teams actually identify these risks without the loudest voice in the room dominating, the source highlights a specific tool used in Agile environments: brainwriting. It's an alternative to brainstorming.
It is a phenomenal tool.
Participants literally draw or write out a risk on a piece of paper, and then the team discusses the papers, rather than people just shouting out ideas. The framework justifies this by saying it aligns perfectly with the Agile Manifesto's focus on individuals and interactions.
Brainwriting is a great psychological tool to bypass cognitive biases. Have you ever been in a brainstorming meeting?
Oh, absolutely. The extroverts take over within 3 minutes.
Exactly. Or you experience the HIPPO effect, the highest paid person's opinion.
The HIPPO effect. I love that.
If the boss says, "I think our biggest risk is X," suddenly everyone agrees that X is the biggest risk. People self-censor out of fear or just to conform. By having everyone silently draw or write out a risk first, you democratize the identification process.
You level the playing field.
You force introverts to put their brilliant ideas on the table. You separate the idea from the charisma or the authority of the person suggesting it. You are forcing interaction around the actual concept, not the personality.
Okay, so we've established the human element. We have our product owner acting as a shield. We understand the organizational appetites. We are using brainwriting to bypass the extroverts. Now we need to look at how all of this is actually recorded. The tangible tools, the documents, the charts used to map out these responsibilities and historical threats.
Every profession has its schematics. For project risk management, this involves preliminary documents, structural taxonomies, and role matrices.
Let's start with how we use the past to predict the future. The framework notes that looking at historical data is essential when starting a project. But then it throws a massive curveball. It asks the professional to identify which document is the least relevant when you are trying to establish the actual risk management process for your new project.
This trips a lot of people up.
I can see why. The options are things like lessons learned documents, the project charter, and the risk breakdown structure, or RBS. The answer, the least relevant document for the process, is the risk breakdown structure. I have to push back here. The RBS is the master list. It holds all the historical risks and categories from past projects. Shouldn't that be the holy grail for setting up your risk process?
This highlights a vital, often confused distinction in management between content and process.
Explain the difference.
The risk breakdown structure gives you the what. It is a hierarchical framework, a visual tree of potential risk categories based on historical data. It lists technical risks, commercial risks, external risks, weather risks. It tells you what might happen based on the past,
Right.
but it tells you absolutely nothing about how to manage them on your current project. It doesn't tell you how often the risk committee should meet, who they report to, or how to calculate the financial thresholds. Think of the RBS like a dictionary. A dictionary is incredibly useful. It contains every word you could possibly need. But reading a dictionary does not teach you the process of how to write a compelling novel. It doesn't teach you pacing or character development or narrative structure.
That is a perfect analogy. The lessons learned document from the last project tells you how your process failed or succeeded, like, we didn't meet often enough, the communication broke down. The project charter dictates the boundaries of your current process. The RBS is just a taxonomy. It's a dictionary of disasters.
Exactly. It is vital for identifying risks later, but useless for designing the management system itself.
Speaking of the RBS, the Dictionary of Disasters, the source explores how we visually format it. And it gets a little pedantic here. It lists Ishikawa diagrams, cause and effect diagrams, herringbone diagrams, and fishbone diagrams. And it turns out these are all the exact same thing.
Yes, they are. They are just different names for a causal diagram created by Kaoru Ishikawa in the 1960s. It helps visually map out root causes or categories feeding into a main problem.
Right. And it looks like a fish skeleton. The framework clarifies that the sides or the bones branching off the spine are the risk categories, like financial, technical, or environmental, and the head of the fish illustrates the main project risks themselves. It is a very elegant way to visualize chaos.
It forces the brain to trace a problem back to its origin. If the head of the fish is software crashes, the bones force you to look at hardware limitations, human error in coding, and server capacity, rather than just staring at the crash itself.
I actually joked when I read this that someone should make up a term like force field diagram just to confuse people on the exam.
Don't give them any ideas.
Right. Moving from the fish bones to the people charts. Once we know what the risks are, we have to assign human beings to manage them. The framework heavily tests the RACI chart, RACI. It is an acronym that stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, and Informed.
It is the gold standard for defining team roles.
Now, I know from looking at the materials that people often confuse the R. They think it stands for reliable.
It's a classic trap answer.
Right. It is responsible. I want to push on this, though, because in my experience in a lot of toxic corporate cultures, responsible and accountable mean the exact same thing. If you are doing the work and the work fails, you get fired. So why does the framework draw such a hard line between them?
Because a toxic culture blends them. But a functional, resilient culture must separate them to survive. The distinction between responsible and accountable is the core of the entire RCI matrix.
Break it down for me.
Responsible means you are the one actually executing the task. Your hands are on the keyboard, you are turning the wrench. Accountable means you own the ultimate outcome of that task, regardless of who turned the wrench. The accountable person is the one who has to stand before the board of directors and explain why the project succeeded or failed.
Give me a real-world scenario where they are different people.
Think of a high-end restaurant kitchen. The line cook working the grill is responsible for cooking the steak to a perfect medium rare. They are doing the work. But the executive chef is accountable for the quality of the food leaving the kitchen.
Ah, I see.
If the steak comes out burnt, the line cook made the mistake. But the executive chef takes the blame from the customer. The chef is accountable for hiring the right cook, training them, and quality checking the plate before it goes out.
That makes perfect sense.
And here is the golden rule of RSCI. You can have multiple people responsible for a task for. Cooks can work on one massive banquet order, but you should only ever have one person accountable.
Only one.
Yes. The moment you make two people accountable for a single outcome, they will point fingers at each other when it fails. I thought you were checking it. Accountability cannot be shared, or it ceases to exist.
That is profound. Accountability cannot be shared, or it ceases to exist. And it seems the framework hates redundancy just as much as shared accountability. It discusses the relationship between RACI and RAM. RAM stands for Responsibility Assignment Matrix.
Yes.
The source clarifies that a RACI chart is just one specific type of RAM, and it makes a crucial point about process efficiency. If the roles and responsibilities of the team are already clearly defined in your overarching risk management plan, adding a separate RAM chart is completely redundant.
It is a warning against performative management. The goal of risk management isn't to create documents for the sake of creating documents.
Just to look busy.
Right. It isn't to build a thicker binder to prove you are working. If everyone already knows who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed because it's in the primary plan, drawing a colorful grid to say the exact same thing is a waste of the project's time and resources.
It's the illusion of safety in a spreadsheet. Okay, so we are armed with our historical dictionaries, the RBS. We have our role assignments strictly separated, the RCI. We are finally ready to step out into the field. It is time to actively hunt down the new, unprecedented risks hiding in the project. This brings us to the actual identification phase.
My favorite part.
How do professionals actually gather data, identify new threats, and assess them?
This is where theory meets raw reality. The identification phase is about casting a wide, intelligent net into the organization to see what you catch.
Let's look at where they cast that net. The framework lists several sources for data gathering. Use planning documents, audio transcripts of meetings, and raw telemetry data from the servers or machines. But surprisingly, it explicitly states that data pulled from a PMIS, a project management information system, which is the official software the company uses to track the project, is the least likely to be useful for finding new risks.
Yes, it does.
I find this totally baffling. Companies spend millions of dollars on these official dashboard platforms to give them visibility. Why would the official, expensive project management software be less useful for finding risk than random audio transcripts or raw telemetry data?
What is fascinating here is the nature of sanitized data and human self-preservation. A PMIS dashboard is where project managers log the official status of the project. It is where things are formatted, color-coded red, yellow, or green, and prepared for executive review. By the time data makes it into that system, it has been heavily filtered by human hands.
It's been manicured.
Precisely. In the corporate world, there is a phenomenon known as watermelon metrics.
Watermelon metrics.
Yes, green on the outside, red on the inside. A manager will mark a task as green on the official PMIS dashboard because they don't want to get yelled at by the VP, even so internally the team is bleeding and the task is failing.
Oh, wow. That happens all the time.
All the time. By the time a PMIS dashboard shows a problem, it is usually no longer a risk. It is already mutated into an issue. It is a lagging indicator. True risk identification requires raw, unstructured data.
Because that's where their friction lives before it gets covered up.
Exactly. An audio transcript of a team meeting will capture the hesitation in a lead engineer's voice when they talk about a new software integration. They might say, yeah, I think the API will hold. That hesitation is a massive risk indicator, but it will never be logged in the official PMIS.
It's too subtle for a spreadsheet.
Right. And telemetry data will show you the hidden technical friction, the micro failures in a server that haven't triggered an official alarm yet, but are slowly degrading performance over weeks. Human doubt and technical friction are the early warning signs. If you want to find risks, you have to look at the raw, unfiltered exhaust of the project, not the polished PR report on the dashboard.
That is brilliant. You have to listen to the hesitation in the transcript, not just read the green status light. So how do we systematically extract those risks once we are looking at the raw data? The source introduces an acronym technique called BIRDS, B-I-R-D-S. It stands for brainstorming, interview, root cause analysis, Delphi, and SWOT analysis.
A very memorable acronym.
Better than bullets and interpretation, which was one of the fake trap options. But let's break down how these actually work in practice, not just what they stand for.
These 5 techniques are foundational because they attack the fog of uncertainty from 5 entirely different angles. Brainstorming is collective and expansive. It is getting people in a room to generate volume.
Just throw it all at the wall.
Exactly. Interviews are the opposite. They are deep, individual, and confidential. You can ask an expert privately what they are terrified of, and they will tell you things they would never say in a brainstorming session.
Right, because of office politics, what about root cause analysis?
Root cause analysis works backward. You look at a known problem or a near miss, and you keep asking why until you find the systemic flaw. SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It elevates the view to evaluate the overall strategic position of the project against the market.
And what is Delphi? I've heard the term like the Oracle of Delphi, but how does it work as a tool?
The Delphi technique is a structured communication method used to achieve consensus among a panel of experts. But crucially, it is done anonymously.
Anonymous consensus. How does that work?
Imagine you have a room full of junior aerospace engineers who know from the math that a rocket engine component is going to fail. But the senior VP of engineering who designed the component 20 years ago thinks it's perfectly fine.
That's a tense room.
Very. If you just ask them in a room, the juniors will stay silent. The power dynamic prevents honesty. With Delphi, a facilitator sends out anonymous questionnaires. The experts provide their assessments. The facilitator aggregates the answers, say 70% of the panel believes the component will fail, and shares that anonymized summary back to the group. Then they do another round.
So the senior VP sees that the majority disagrees with them, but they don't know who to be mad at.
Exactly. It strips away ego, authority bias, and the hippio effect we discussed earlier. It forces consensus based purely on the data and the arguments, not the personalities.
So you use your BIRDS techniques, you gather all your raw telemetry, you do your anonymous Delphi rounds, you interview people. Now you have a massive, terrifying list of 500 potential risks. What happens next? The framework is incredibly strict about the order of operations here. First, it explicitly states that writing the final risk report is the least important task during this phase. You do not write the report yet.
Because a list is not a report. You don't know what you actually have yet. You just have a pile of raw, unverified anxieties.
Right. And it says your immediate next step, before anything else, is to perform a detailed analysis of the identification exercise results. You do not assign risk responses yet. You do not try to solve them. You do not jump to complex quantitative mathematical modeling. You just analyze the raw list.
This is a classic, fatal trap for inexperienced managers. They have a human bias for action. They identify a terrifying risk. What if the server farm gets hit by a meteor? And immediately try to solve it. They jump to assigning a response plan.
Buy meteor insurance, build a concrete dome.
Yes. They spend a week and $100,000 designing a mitigation plan for a risk that has a 0.0001% chance of happening. You cannot assign a response until you have formally assessed it.
Which perfectly aligns with the framework's strict definition of assessment. Assessing a project risk level means strictly looking at two dimensions: probability and impact. How likely is this to happen, and how much is it going to hurt if it does?
That's it. That's the formula.
It does not mean identifying new risks, and it does not mean confirming that old risks have expired. Assessment is a cold, hard triage.
It is the mathematical core of the process. Identification is creative, expansive, and emotional. Assessment is cold, hard prioritization. You have to ruthlessly separate the two behaviors. If you don't, you'll be paralyzed by trying to solve every wild hypothetical your team brainstormed. You filter the 500 anxieties down to the 20 probabilities that actually threaten your organizational thresholds.
So what does this all mean for us? We have gone on an incredible deep journey through the mechanics of uncertainty today. We started by defining the very atoms of the unknown, separating the assumptions we use to plan, the constraints that bind us, the active fires of issues, and the future probabilities of risk.
We gave the fog a shape.
Exactly. Then we explored organizational digestion. We realized that it is the company's objective financial and operational stomach that sets the threshold for risk, not the emotional state or personal ambition of the CEO sitting at the table.
Though we learned, we still have to manage the psychology of those stakeholders through careful, individualized analysis, mapping their influence without capitulating to their chaotic preferences.
Right. Which led us into the modern collision of agile frameworks, where the product owner acts as a human shield, absorbing the business fiction so the development team can actually execute. We unpacked the visual tools, the fishbone diagrams and RACI charts, learning the profound difference between being responsible for the work and accountable for the outcome.
A huge distinction.
And finally, we ended with the hunt itself. We learned to bypass the sanitized watermelon metrics of official dashboards to find the real raw risks hiding in the hesitation of audio transcripts and the anonymity of the Delphi technique.
When you look at it from a distance, it is a remarkably comprehensive, rigorous system created by human beings to impose order on an inherently chaotic universe.
And I want to reiterate to you, the listener, how directly this applies to your life outside of corporate boardrooms. Think about any major life decision you are facing right now. buying a house, changing careers, getting married. You can use these tools. You have to balance your organizational appetite, your family's actual financial reserves and emotional bandwidth against the attitudes of your personal stakeholders, like the pressure from your parents or friends.
Absolutely.
You must identify relationship risks before they derail your plans. And perhaps most importantly, you have to avoid the trap of confusing a constraint, like the current mortgage rates being unmovable, with an assumption like blindly hoping you will get a massive promotion next year to afford it.
It is universally applicable. But, it also raises a final, perhaps slightly provocative thought to leave you with today.
I'd love to hear it.
We have spent this entire hour talking about categorizing the unknown. We plot historical data on fishbone diagrams. We strictly separate responsibility and accountability. We run Delphi panels to achieve consensus, and we calculate thresholds to mathematically predict the future. But if this entire discipline of risk management relies so heavily on historical data, lessons learned from past failures, and extracting human anxieties through interviews, are we ever truly predicting the future? Or are we just rigorously organizing our past traumas, building elaborate charts to give ourselves a false sense of control over a universe that is fundamentally unknowable?
Wow. Are we predicting the future or just organizing our past traumas for a false sense of control? That is a heavy, incredible thought to end on, because in the end, that X-ray machine is still broken. The diagnostic landscape of tomorrow is still murky. We might have better flashlights now, and thanks to these frameworks, we might know how to read the shadows a little better, but the future is always going to be uncharted territory. We just have to decide how much risk we are willing to absorb to explore it. Thank you for taking this deep dive and exploring these muddy waters with us today.